The Wings did get a nifty goal from JT Compher, and the rookie Emmett Finney scored his third career goal. Detroit had been strong against the power play, killing 89% of penalties prior to the third period last night. However, they conceded a man-advantage goal 4 minutes into the period before another Buffalo goal made it 4-2, where the game would end. Wings back in action on Long Island tonight against New York. That face-off can be heard right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. Pre-game show starts at 6:45. Not long after the Wings lost, the Pistons dropped their season opener in Chicago against the Bulls. It was not without a valiant comeback effort, though. After trailing by as many as 23 points, the Pistons eventually tied the game with 2:22 to go. They couldn't get the clutch bucket they needed down the stretch as Chicago held on 115-111 for the win, however. J.B. Bickerstaff needs more consistency from his defense. Cade Cunningham had 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 10 assists in the loss. Ron Holland made a splash in the season debut with 19 points on 60% shooting from the floor. Pistons take the hardwood again Friday in Houston at 8 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, not a great night for Detroit teams. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates. John, that kind of reminded me of the Pistons before they broke through.
Yeah, I mean, JB kind of hit it right on the head there, as you expect the head coach would. It was just a matter of inconsistency throughout the whole entire game, but especially, and what did we talk about yesterday? That they're going to have to be a team that plays defense for 82 games.
Quarters of 82 games.
Yeah, and they just didn't do it yesterday. And then the other thing is, we said all the things yesterday that they were going to need to do to be, whether it was, what were you, 56 wins? I was at 59 wins, 46 wins. I was at 49 wins. Wow, I added a
10
digit in
wins.
the wrong spot. But it's you're going to have to get more from Cade. And it wasn't that he was bad, but you need more from him in the final 4 to 5 minutes of the game. It shouldn't all have to rest on him, but when you need things to happen, that's who you look to. And I mean, his numbers were fine, but the only one that matters is the win and the loss, and they didn't play enough defense, and you just didn't get enough from the guys that you got to get it from.
They didn't do anything well. I'm not sure that there's a big positive to take out of this game other than it's only one game and it only counts for one game. But, John, they didn't shoot well from three. Duncan Robinson's supposed to replace Malik Beasley, and he didn't make a single three-point shot in the game, right? So, all right, I don't have my floor spacing. My offense kind of gets bogged down. Defensive effort wasn't there. They got doubled up on the glass in the first half. I mean, rebounding, a lot of that's effort. I don't think there was anything really to sell as a positive. Cade Cunningham down the stretch, you're right. I think he missed 3 of his 4 final shots of the game, including, I don't like the last shot he took. He didn't have to rush it.
Right.
And that's the play they get coming out of the inbound. There's no screen. There's no action. It's just Cade, dribble, step back, contested 3. Well, of course he missed it. It's a low percentage shot. And then Tobias Harris has to fling something up, panicking. I didn't take any positives out of that game.
No, and I mean it's. I thought that was kind of the one that you really kind of had to have, because now you're at Houston, you got Boston, Cleveland, Orlando. I like it. It's not an easy path to start. Not that they're going to go over, but if they play like that last night, which of those games do you think they win?
None of them.
Right,
They won't win very many games if they play that way.
Yeah.
I guess I would. A positive would be I liked Isaiah Stewart. I think some of his minutes were productive minutes. He ended up playing down the stretch, the crunch time lineup. Ron Holland had a mini 5-point run of his own playing in crunch time with Asar Thompson. But for the most part, all the critical benchmarks of who they need to be, right? Cade as a closer, consistent defensive effort, some kind of floor spacing.
Yeah.
They got none of it.
And Jalen Durden was out early with the 2 fouls.
Yeah, he didn't have a nice night at all. So you had that at 8 o'clock, right? The Pistons taking center stage.
Yeah.
At the same time, I'm keeping an eye on the Red Wings. I mean, I want to see what they look like. They get their 5-game win streak snapped by the worst franchise in hockey, the Buffalo Sabres, playing a goalie in his very first NHL game, his NHL debut.
Yeah, and you had breakaways. Like you had
Casper had one.
Yeah, didn't Dylan Larko have one as well?
Yeah, they had some chances.
So, but you're not going to win them all.
You're not going to win.
It just was last night was just a bummer because it was the excitement of the Pistons starting, and you thought, okay, well, and there's no rivalry right now with the Bulls, but it kind of was like, well, it's cool, right? You're starting in Chicago, and it just was, meh. And obviously, and even less than that because you end up losing, and then you're like, well, maybe the Wings can save the night. And that was meh.
Yeah, they didn't do themselves any favors by starting the game in the penalty box. I mean, they were getting outshot heavy early in that game. You couldn't even apply pressure to a goalie who may have had some jitters, right? May have not been locked in, ready for the moment. Instead, he gets to settle in nice and easy as the puck is in the other end. And the Wings scored the first goal in the game, but Buffalo controlled it from the start and responded with a couple big goals of their own, some defensive lapses for Detroit. The penalty kill, which had been so good, it wasn't going to bat 1,000. No. They killed the first 3 penalties. They didn't kill the 4th. So, I mean, the Wings, no, there's no reason to freak out after a loss. But this is what reality is going to be like when you go on the road and you play some back-to-backs. And I thought Yzerman made a great point yesterday with us that now McClellan doesn't get to set his lines when they go on the road. Right. So it's one thing to go, hey, I've got my curated spots, right? I can set my young guys up in advantageous positions. Offensive zone faceoffs versus defensive zone faceoffs, trying to get good matchups when the other team deploys some of their worst combinations, their third line or something. You don't get to do that on the road, and they're going to hit the road a lot in the next couple weeks here for Detroit. So we're about to find out just how real this start is from the hockey team.
I wanted them to just get at least 2 points out of these 4 on this back-to-back roadie against Buffalo and the Islanders, you're supposed to be better than, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So now you've put yourself in a corner here, and that's why I'm not. You don't freak out about last night. We group games together like this, much like the Tigers do with AJ, and about winning series to a degree.
Yeah.
Like if you can go on the road and split point-wise, potential point-wise, so get 2 out of 4 points. 3 would be a nice thing.
Yeah.
That's out of the equation now. But that's how you build points throughout a season, much like building wins in baseball by winning series and things like that. So just a little disappointed. And the fact that, they had it 2-2 after 1 and just couldn't find that back of the net against a goalie playing his first game in the NHL.
Colton Ellis, yeah.
And so we know the response from Todd McClellan after the first game. Now, this performance doesn't require that response, but I am curious as to how he will get the team to respond where you've got to, hey, you're back in the saddle tonight. Like you don't, and maybe that's a really good thing is that this team doesn't have to sit there and wallow around for a day and think about the things that went wrong and maybe some opportunities they didn't take. Hey, they're right back on the bike and they're should be rolling tonight. And how does Todd McClellan get this team to respond when it's not just fire and brimstone, but it's mid-season?
Right, it's back to work.
But getting 0 points against these 2 teams totally takes away from your start.
It takes the wind out of the sails. Now, look, it doesn't take away division wins. Like winning those games against division opponents early in the year matters, and quite honestly matters a lot. But you're right, it's about to get bumpier just in terms of a schedule. So you get a back-to-back on the road here. Saturday they come home, and then they're gone for a while.
Yeah.
They go at St. Louis, at L.A., at Anaheim, at San Jose, at Vegas. It's November 7th. The next time they're home after this Saturday. So there's a stretch where they're going to really hit the road. And while those aren't Stanley Cup teams, Vegas is really the only one in there. It is a test for this team to go on the road with young hockey players and see if they can keep any momentum.
Oh, sure. And that's why I'm looking at tonight is how are they going to respond? What is going to be the response from McClellan? What's going to be a response from the vets? Because they're the ones that have experienced moments like this. This is a first for all the young guys.
Which loss last night was more disappointing to you?
Well, it's funny you asked this question because I went to bed last night kind of asking myself the same thing. And it was disappointing to lose to Buffalo because it's Buffalo, right? And you never chalk them up as wins, but I thought that was going to be, of the two, I could count more on that. So maybe I say that, but then I was thinking the Bulls, and you're coming off a 44-win season, and everybody wants to see what's the next step for Cade, and what's Duncan Robinson going to do, especially for me and for U of M fans. Okay, he's back. Okay, let's see something, and then nothing.
I'll give you my answer, and it may surprise you. It's not the Red Wings. I was more disappointed in the Pistons, just because that's your first impression to people, and everybody's got a lot of buzz and a lot of excitement, and
I don't know, maybe because the Wings season started the way it was, and that was the first impression. So I'm kind of maybe tempered
teams?
a little bit.
Have you noticed this? Every single one of our teams lost their opener.
Yeah. Not pretty either. 5-1 Wings. Lions lost 27-13.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even that close.
Got dominated.
And then last night, the Pistons,
the Tigers lost their
at
first
least
game,
they made a great comeback. Down 23.
So my answer is the Red Wings.
Okay.
And it's not even close. This is the games they lose the last few years. I know wasn't there a 6-5 game they lost last year? That Kosa, I think, played in that game. He came in. But I'm so sick of them losing to teams like this, or not at least getting a point. Get an OT loss, you stack up a point.
Right, but aren't there higher expectations for the Pistons than the Red Wings at this point?
Yes, there are. But to me, the overreaction to the first game is so large usually in sports for any team. And
it's just easy to dismiss is what you're saying.
Go around the league last night. Like I noticed that the Raptors won by 20 in Atlanta. They scored 138. Atlanta's supposed to be kind of this sneaky potential sleeper in the East. And so
I don't think the Pistons game is indicative of the season they're about to have, but it is disappointing given the expectations that none of the things we can count on showed up.
But I also think there's a little bit of confidence in what we've lived, right? It was the Wings, absolutely, laying an egg in their opener. The Lions certainly laid an egg in their opener, but we've seen teams that can respond. Yeah. So we kind of are conditioned with, okay, but... And now we got to see what the but is for the Pistons.
Pistons started 0-4 last year. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm just like, whoa.
No, but I'm not making...
They're not going to shoot 29% from three every game.
I'm just saying on a night, as the night ended, as John put it, as you put your head on the pillow, which performance that night, not forecasting what it means for the rest of the season. You're right. The Wings can't lose a game in Buffalo to that team and be the team they want to be. But I'm just saying, in the moment that night, which performance was more disappointing? I was more disappointed in the Pistons. They were down early. They were down from the jump. They didn't play any defense. Their star player didn't clutch it at the end of the game. None of the shooters they brought in contributed. Just as that performance set in as the night ended, I was more disappointed in the Pistons.
And I think you'd probably have to look at it and go, if you were, which one you were watching, which one would you turn off first?
You turn off the Pistons first.
Yeah, you would at least change the channel. And think, well, at least I can go watch the Pistons. The Wings. So I would probably agree with you. For me, it was the Pistons just because it was down 23. You're like, screw this. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, and then the Wings game ended enough time to hone in for the fourth quarter, so you got to see a little bit of a run there and force a tie game, but the end leaves you feeling like, well, too little, too late. That's kind of what JB said. 248-539-9797. It's a Thursday, which means we have the 2 Grand Slams, $725, a chance to win $2,000 with us. We're going to move the Thursday touchdown to 7 o'clock today. Some of the big storylines going into a rivalry weekend with Michigan and Michigan State, plus everybody else in the NFL playing with the Lions on a bye. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. In fact, I was just at First Merchants in Plymouth yesterday. Always love stopping in there. They greet you by name, and they're willing to take care of anything you need. And this goes to what I'm going to tell you right now. They've got attentive local bankers that are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. They don't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Gear up this football season with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Whether you're headed to the tailgate, or cheering from home, your first turn should be to Moran. You get the game-winning deal, and right now you can lease a 2025 Equinox LT starting at $299 a month for 36 months. Find your ride fast at MoranExpress.com or stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I'm wondering the same thing that Rick was. 248-539-9797. Pistons drop their opener. I don't feel it's indicative of the season they're going to have. But boy, was it a pitiful performance to start a season where people were feeling excited about our basketball team.
Would you be disappointed? And I know you didn't take a big leap yesterday with 46. Mm-hmm. Would you be disappointed if it was they finished in the same spot in the regular season as they did last year in the sixth spot, but that it was 43 or even 44, the exact same as last year?
Are they winning a first-round series, or is it the same exact?
I didn't ask that question. I said the regular season.
I'd be disappointed if they didn't take a step forward, and right. You could define that a number of ways, right? Like for the Tigers, we talked about it. Winning a division title would have been a step forward. Winning another round in the playoffs would have been a step forward. Yeah. For the Pistons, look, avoid the play-in.
Right, and ultimately it only matters what happens in the playoffs.
And then, yeah, exactly. Gear up and win a playoff series. It just was disappointing that Duncan Robinson not exactly replacing Malik Beasley on night one, and they didn't have any shooting around Cade.
That was playoff Beasley.
Sure, you replaced playoff Beasley. That's a good way to put it. But they didn't play really any defense until it was too late. Cade and the run they made late, Cade didn't knock down any of the big shots. I didn't like the last shot Cade settled for. Just a disappointing night to kick off the Pistons season, and we asked what was more disappointing, Pistons or Red Wings last night. Take a text, 248-539-9797. Text says it's just one loss for the Wings, but games against the Sabres and Sharks, those are the ones that kill you when you look back at the end of the year and you give away easy points.
Yep. That's the thing.
Motorcade is a B player in the NBA. He's a good player. He's not a superstar, and he wasn't last night. The stat line was awful. Check it out. Turnovers at the worst times. Dude can't shoot from the outside. He's a good player, but not an elite player. Pistons are going nowhere. Good team, but going nowhere.
Yeah, there wasn't really anybody that was good from behind the arc, unless you talk. Isaiah Stewart was 2 of 2, but that's not the guy you're looking for, great three-point shooting from.
No, you just need enough to space the floor with him.
Yeah, Duncan Robinson, 0 of 5. Cade Cunningham, 1 of 6. Ron Holland, 1 of 4.
And I think the one he made was at the end.
Right.
Texas, I think the Pistons looked rough. You notice no Beasley. It hurts. I don't know what I was watching with Duncan Robinson. He looked scared.
I don't think he looked scared. I just think he looked off.
Wow, 10 minutes in and it's already a bitch fest. Sheesh.
Huh. I don't think we were bitching too much about it.
I think we're talking about a couple losses.
Yeah.
It's hard to be happy about losing.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's turn it around. Woohoo, we lost.
Guys, losing's actually good. Hear us out. 248.
Yeah. So we're talking about one loss apiece, right? The Bulls have had, the Pistons have had one game against the Bulls. That's all we have to go off of. Do I think that they're never going to win a game? No. Do I think that they're going to be right around where they were last year, hopefully a little bit better? Yes. And they'll get there.
Yes.
They're not going to shoot 29% from 3 all the time.
I don't think they will, no.
And they probably win the game if they shoot 34% or so, right?
Right. If you get...
what's the most important thing right now in the NBA?
Shooting.
It's three-point shooting.
Yeah.
It's where the game is at. Duncan Robinson's not going to be that bad. I do question potential defensive liability with him.
But you made a great point yesterday. Like, defensive liability becomes a liability in the playoffs. I don't know
I'm
that
not
it's
worried
a
about
huge...
that right now.
I understand that, but do you really worry necessarily that much about a defensive liability in the regular season? And I know we do more with the Pistons because that's going to have to be one of their superpowers.
Yes. The lineup they closed the game with intrigued me. where it's Cade with both Asar and Holland on the floor at the same time. Now, to do that, Holland's going to have to shoot really well because I don't think Asar is going to have that level of jumper. But one of them's got to shoot well, and I think Holland's got the better jumper today. And then the front court, they had Tobias, who's a good shooter, and Isaiah Stewart, who you mentioned did make a couple threes and is at least a threat out there. So I've got some floor spacing. I've got defense. I've got Cade. That lineup at the end of the game intrigues me. But
quick question, because I know I have this news. Who's Robin?
They don't have one.
Yeah, I mean,
asked and answered, right? I mean, I
somebody
think
needs to be Robin every night. It's a carousel of players.
It's going to be a rotate.
and nobody became Robin last night. Maybe Holland in a little way, but
hey, in the DC universe, there's 3 different people who became Robin.
well, there you go. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. So we still don't know exactly when the new Gordie Howe Bridge is expected to open. It's been postponed and postponed. Now it's sometime next year.
It's been open for one.
For one, this man had apparently no idea. He was lost. Was looking for the Ambassador Bridge when he drove or attempted to drive across the new Gordie Howe Bridge. The first person across.
He did. He just didn't get to enter Canada, right?
Yeah, he didn't get exactly. And they said there's no way he could have. There's extensive fencing and there's no way he could have entered Canada. But I think he got a little more than halfway across when he was stopped and had to go backwards. So
he didn't
look
complete
around
the
at that
process of
point.
the crossing.
Right. Yeah. You look around that point and go, boy, this doesn't look right.
Something's not right here.
You're right in the middle of the river.
So it sounds like everything is kind of still under investigation, but they do say this driver is not going to face any legal punishment, any penalties. It does sound like he was just literally lost and then kind of couldn't get out of the maze of the construction area and decided to give it a try. Yeah, let's just go across the bridge. And they said, thankfully, it still hasn't. We're not done. They're not done with the safety checks, right?
Well, it passed that one.
So at least it can hold a car.
Yeah.
That's good. Detroit's getting ready for one of the biggest traditions, America's Thanksgiving Parade, which is turning 99 years old this year. This year's Grand Marshals have been announced. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan and longtime former WDIV anchor Devin Skillion.
Okay.
There's going to be a bunch of special guests there as well. Shooter McGavin from Happy Gilmore will be a special guest.
Okay.
Christopher McDonald, he'll be there. So...
Why not?
Detroit native actor Sam Richardson will be there as well.
He has to come as Shooter McGavin, though.
He should.
Yeah.
Always.
He should just live his life that way.
Name
Yeah.
at this point, because that's how we all refer to him. So pretty cool. The parade is going to have several new floats. There's going to be the marching bands, the balloons, all of that. And the theme this year is Thanksgiving is Better in Detroit. Corewell Health in Wayne County might soon stop delivering babies.
Yeah, this is weird.
So doctors at the Wayne Hospital were told that starting in early 2026, the health system plans to phase out the labor and delivery services there. The hospital says it's part of a restructuring plan to focus resources where they're needed most. But of course, this is now raising concerns.
Where are you going to go?
For a lot of people. Well, you got to drive a lot further now to a different hospital, which if it's an emergency could be
I would imagine they would still... in the emergency room, be able to deliver a baby.
They're just cutting out the ward, the labor and delivery.
Yeah.
I would hope so. Yes, if somebody came in and said, "I'm having a baby," they would deliver.
Yeah,
the
sorry,
baby.
wrong address.
Sorry, keep going. Just hold it in there a little bit longer. You'll be fine, right?
Cross your legs.
My gosh. So anyway, this is interesting. When Amazon's massive web outage hit this week, even people's beds started freaking out. Did you hear about this? So, of course, we talked about all the websites that were affected, the streaming services, the betting sites. But owners of, it's called 8 Sleep smart mattresses, woke up in total chaos. So some of the beds locked upright, others were overheated. Some even started flashing lights and blaring alarms. There's because you can set everything. You can set the temperature of the mattress. You can set alarms to wake up. You can increase and decrease the backrest of.
That's hilarious. Yeah. You wake up in the V, the feet come up, the head comes up. What the heck? Yeah.
So basically, when the AWS went down, the mattresses lost connection and people
just went bonkers.
They lost sleep. So, finally, there's a new term floating around in the dating world. It's called throning. And it's basically when somebody dates a person not for love,
I'm not sure we're allowed to make any of these jokes.
but more for out of status. So you're basically choosing a partner who can boost your image, right? So the term of throners, or the goal of throners, is to land a partner with clout so their own image gets a boost by association.
That's not at all. Okay, the name makes sense
makes
when you
sense.
describe it.
Yes.
That's not at all how I would have thought it was going to go.
You can tell me afterward what you were thinking.
Yeah, no.
Sure it's not safe
no,
for
I'll
you.
have to check with HR before we can have that conversation.
Okay. Of course, social media has made this a whole lot worse, and so be careful out there if you're dating.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news.
Hell of a news segment.
Thank you.
We had the chance to check in with Steve Eiserman. We'll have that conversation next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some really big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they're going to give you a better deal. So if you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plan with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And if you're looking for a stylish SUV, you can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due-it signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com if you want some more details.
Five-game win streak over. Wings lost last night against the Buffalo Sabres. Ken Cal on the call. I look down at the ticket text. The first one I see, man, Cookies better hope he doesn't run into Yzerman in a dark alley. I don't think he was offended.
Are you not?
He said he understood the criticism.
Yes, and so when we don't ask questions like that, people say, "Oh, that was you guys
Suck
carry
ups.
the Can you not ask the tough question? I mean, come on."
I really felt like we juggled as best I think as you can there. Obviously, if we can get the guy on more often, and I hope to, we can dissect it a little more.
Right, and that's why I asked the question on March. I know it's a long ways away, but if we don't get a chance to talk to him until the end of the season or until next year.
Look, it's a forecasting question. Doug and Gator asked Langdon about the deadline, and his response was, guys, it's October. But that's
right.
We use it as a starting point to a conversation we know is going to become a bigger conversation later.
Yeah, we didn't ask him what his targets were at the trade deadline.
So, Steve, I'm looking at the Islanders. Not for
Fire
the other
south.
night.
Yeah, but he actually did say that's where they want to get to, is so that they're a playoff team year in, year out, and that you're actually at the trade deadline adding assets and trading future assets. He said those words. So that's what we all want to see.
And that's when he will define the rebuild is over. Not only, once they're consistently in the playoffs, but when they're making those types of moves. And the other thing that he slipped in at the end is fans will be rewarded for their patience.
Yeah, well.
It wasn't a maybe they will be. They will be rewarded for their patience. He believes he's doing this right.
Hurts.
Jury's still out, man. I know. It does hurt. Hey, look. Tom Izzo spoke the other day, and we have some audio that I think we should play for people here. Because, John, you were at like a speaking event yesterday, and people were asking you all about this stuff.
Oh, this was a hot topic. It was, I was at an event last night. It was, a Michigan State pep rally, basically, because the game coming up, and I always open up to questions, and one of the first questions that led to more and more questions was, hey, did you hear what Coach Izzo said? And I said, yes, and I am lockstep with Coach Izzo. I want more coaches to be able to stand up and say what he said, and we've got the audio. So, Greg, let's go with one in regards to the NCAA decision and whether they even knew anything about it. Yeah, see if they want to come back. Got any eligibility left?
What he's talking about is what's taken place here. You have players who have been in the G League now committing to play college basketball. Louisville, most specifically, Lendon Johnson spent 3 seasons in the G League and is now going to attend Louisville next season.
Yeah, I mean, so are they classifying that as the same as a college prep high school? But it's not.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
I know.
It's professional athletes that are going back to play college basketball. And so if you open the door, and I know that they're probably going to dance around, well, maybe they weren't paid a certain amount or they didn't sign these types of contracts. I don't care. As soon as professional athletes are allowed to go back and play at the collegiate level, the door is now open for any sport, any individual to say, you know what, my rookie season was really bad. I'm not ready to play at this level. I think I'll go back because I left. How many times did we talk about the NFL draft where guys leave and we're like, what are you doing? And the guys that leave early go undrafted. But they pick up with a team because they're an undrafted free agent. They sign with a team. They spend training camp with them. They get cut. Are they now allowed to go back to college football?
Yeah, and I don't think so, but this now
I didn't
makes
think
me.
this was
I know
possible
that's
either.
like if I'm Quinn Ewers, yeah, you know what? I think I made the wrong call. I think there's a bunch of college football teams that make me their starter and pay me millions of dollars with NIL. Like that's going to be the issue here. Like Bill Self was another coach that sounded off, and a lot of college coaches have issue with this, and I get it. I agree with them. Bill Self said, "My personal opinion is I have no idea what we're doing. We're going to call G League teams to find out who's available."
When Bill Self has a problem with it, you're done effed up.
Well said. I mean, he pointed out, he's like, why wouldn't everybody declare? And then leave and go and try to, and if it doesn't work, then you just come back.
Right.
Because it used to be, well, if you made money, you were ineligible. Well, all these guys are making money now with name, image, and likeness. So it's blurred the lines.
Right. And so, okay, a pro says, it's not working out at this level for me, at least not yet. I would like to go back and get my degree and play football or basketball or hockey or whatever sport it is. And at the same time, I'm getting my degree. And then I'll maybe give the professional thing another try. Like, you do have college athletes now, and I know there's certain classifications for everything, but they are being paid by the school. They are earning name, image, and likeness money as well. What is I think maybe we just got to find what defines a professional athlete.
Yeah.
If you're paid to play the sport, are you a pro?
I think if you declare for the pros, I think if you enter the professional league, the NBA or the G League, which is part of the NBA,
Okay, that's the
you are
professional
no
league.
longer eligible to play collegiate athletics.
I agree with you. And I 100% love the fact that Coach Izzo took this stance and was able to voice. We need more coaches like Coach Izzo to come out and say it. And I know it was maybe his voice carries more weight because he's been around the longest and he's been successful, but we need more coaches to take the stand. We need somebody in the NCAA to grow a pair and take a stand themselves. They've lost so many lawsuits, they just don't want to lose another one. But what do we define?
Set your boundaries, because this feels like we have no boundaries. That the dam has broke on college sports.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm no legal expert, and I didn't even sleep at a Holiday Inn last night, so I got no leg to stand on in regards to this. But I got to imagine in the very near future, someone is going to say, well, if you can come back from the G League, why can't I come back from the NBA, from the NFL, from Major League Baseball?
What if you play professional European sports, hockey and basketball? You're a pro over there, but you want to come play college here. Like, there's this Pandora's box here.
Sure.
And okay.
I mean, Michigan's punter was a professional rugby player.
Yeah.
And now, because it's not the same sport,
Yeah.
again, you're blurring the lines.
That's a good way to put it.
And so all of a sudden, you have all these blurred lines. Someone is going to test the waters.
On the bright side, Ticket Texter says Chris Webber can come back and right some wrongs.
Yeah.
Let's get a quick call in. Andy in Oxford, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. You just mentioned Pandora's box. I'm kind of wondering, with these guys being able to come back from the G League, if players that are on the fringe, or let's say on a basketball team, and they're getting bumped, are they going to now sue the NCAA because they are denying them a spot? I mean, I'm just throwing that out to see that could possibly happen.
Well, Andy, I think Izzo touched on it. He said this is going to hurt incoming freshmen. I mean, those are the guys that would be taking those spots ordinarily, the guys that weren't previously in the college game.
If you're a college coach, wouldn't you rather have a 22-year-old versus an incoming 18-year-old?
Especially with the year-to-year that is college basketball. My roster's going to, I don't know if I'm going to get to develop the 18-year-old to begin with.
Right. It's only going to be for a year, and then he's going to go to the NBA, or he's going to transfer somewhere else.
Yeah, it is a mess. Blurred lines is a good way to put it, John. Look, we got the Thursday touchdown coming up next. It's a good way to get into the rivalry week and more. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Red Wings suffered their second loss of the season last night in a 4-2 defeat at Buffalo. JT Compher got the scoring started in the second period despite a large shots-on-goal discrepancy in favor of the Sabres. Buffalo answered with back-to-back goals later in the period to take the lead before Emmett Finney found the back of the net for his third career goal to tie the game at 2-2 heading into the third. A pair of goals in the final stanza, one of which was a power play goal, lifted the Sabres to the 4-2 victory. The Wings will look for redemption when they take on the Islanders tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Rieger starts the pregame festivities at 6:45. The Pistons fell behind big and early last night in their season opener in Chicago. After the 115-111 loss to the Bulls, Pistons star Cade Cunningham spoke about the team's early game struggles. The Pistons were down as many as 23 points and eventually did come back thanks to Cade, who finished with 23. He completed Detroit's fourth quarter comeback with a game-tying bucket with 2:22 to go. However, he did miss on a few game-tying and go-ahead opportunities in the final 2 minutes after that in the loss. Pistons face the Rockets tomorrow in Houston. Other NBA headlines from last night: Victor Wembanyama dropped 40 points in a Spurs win over the Mavericks last night. He added 15 rebounds as well. The Knicks came up clutch at Madison Square Garden with a 119-111 win over the Cavs, and 76ers rookie VJ Edgecombe scored 34 points in his debut, the most in a rookie debut since Wilt Chamberlain had 43 in 1959. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Michigan State this weekend, an NFL slate without the Lions. Let's kick it off with the Thursday touchdown.
All righty. Michigan and Michigan State will play for the 118th time on Saturday night. I think this might be, since I've been doing this for a living, the least hyped of these matchups ever. Some Spartan fans want to get embarrassed on Saturday night, so Jonathan Smith gets fired. Are you a bad fan if you want to get embarrassed by your main rival?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm not going to say I don't understand it, but it goes down to how much do you trust Jay Batt? Do you trust that you've lost 4 Big Ten games to this point, you've only played 4, if you beat Michigan and then you lose to Minnesota, Penn State, Iowa, and Maryland, one game, one win like this should not save his job. So it's not going to do any worse or any better. I would just rather not get blown out by my rival. I don't want that as part of the conversation.
You're absolutely not a bad fan if you're rooting for a blowout this week because you're rooting for the best interest of your school. As a Spartan fan, you're rooting for what's best for Michigan State in the long term, which is a swift firing of Jonathan Smith. They haven't been convinced he needs to go yet, so they need more ammunition.
Or maybe they're just waiting to the end of the year because you're not going to hire a new guy next week.
But I've seen this phenomenon in this city with our pro teams. If you want to see a coach fired, if you can't make the playoffs, you are still rooting for your team by rooting against your team. You're just looking at the big picture.
That makes absolutely no sense.
You got to think, John.
None.
Use your brains. Come on.
None. It's always about the win.
Calm down in there, okay? Michigan State fans have been beaten down the last few years. I want to extend an olive branch as a Walmart Wolverine. This season is the 10th anniversary of Trouble with the Snap. Is that the most iconic play in the history of the rivalry?
100% yes. The suddenness, the shock. It's Harbaugh's first year. It's D'Antonio on the other side. Yes.
Yeah. And there's a distant second, and it depends which fan base. Michigan's never going to say, yeah, that's the most iconic play, but it is. The other one would be Charles Woodson's interception. But that goes to the point of, well, if I'm going to look at it from a Michigan perspective, it's Charles. If I'm going to look at it from a Michigan State perspective, it's trouble with the snap. If I'm indifferent to either team, it's clearly trouble with the snap.
I asked your counterpart on your broadcast with Michigan, Doug Karsh. He said it's Spartan Bob.
Bob. You could say that, but no. The trouble with the snap is much more. That's anytime
forever.
this topic comes up. And I asked that question last night, and they all said trouble with the snap.
Yeah, and I actually don't think it gets enough credit in college football history for the jarring and suddenness of the play. Like, I know the kick six still gets some play and stuff like that. It was incredible what happened. It's a 1 in a million play that happened against Michigan. All right, we're pretty much at the halfway point of the college season. This is an annual question that I love to ask. What team ranked outside the top 15 is most likely to crash the college football playoff?
Well, there's a couple easy answers, but I'm going to go with one that I actually said at the beginning of the season. That's Arizona State. They just had a big win over Texas Tech, and the issue is going to be the top two teams in the conference in the Big 12, Cincy and BYU. Arizona State doesn't play either. They have one loss, and it was a bad loss, but they're still in the mix. Cincinnati and BYU do play each other, so one of them is going to have a loss. What the hell is the tiebreaker? No one knows.
This is why I hate this new system.
Well, this is good. He picked a Big 12 team that could emerge. I'll go with an ACC school, Louisville. Only one loss. They have no ranked opponents left. Could run the table. They've got a veteran quarterback, some good skill talent, and it's Braum.
Recency bias.
And they have a good loss, actually, with Virginia and OT that they shouldn't have lost, right?
Yeah.
By the way, in this little exercise, we excluded the group of 5 team or whatever, South Florida.
Would be the easy one, yeah.
Because we know they're automatically going to make it. All right, the Lions have reached their bye week at 5-2, keeping Super Bowl aspirations alive. Will the Lions reach the Super Bowl? And if so, who will they play?
Best team in the NFC, the Lions will be in the Super Bowl, and they'll get their rematch against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I knew you were going to say that.
You can say the same thing. Sometimes you guys can agree, unlike that first one.
I'm not going to agree because I think they do still have a couple flaws. I don't know that the receivers are always going to stay healthy. That is key. They still can't find a way to protect Patrick Mahomes. I'm going to go with the hot hand, and maybe it's just a hot hand right now. The Colts are playing really good defense.
Ooh. Lions-Colts?
Lions-Colts.
Battle of Michigan and Indiana? Border war?
Sure, if you want to call it that, yeah.
Big-time rivalry game.
And maybe it's just a hope that the Colts get there because it's a great story, and I think it's Daniel Jones. It was Saquon Barkley sticking it to New York last year, and now it's Daniel Jones sticking it to New York again this year.
So Saquon and Daniel Jones win back-to-back or make back-to-back Super Bowls in Mike Valenti's world. Really?
Hilarious. Hilarious.
And then you pile on that loss last week that the Giants had.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Malik Neighbors holds out next year, gets traded, and then he goes on to win a Super Bowl.
All right, the last time the Lions lost 2 straight games was late October of 2022. What is the single biggest reason why the Lions are so resilient after a loss?
Well, I'm going to say it's the will of Dan Campbell, and we could use culture. We could use all of those different things, but everybody always asks, okay, what does that mean? And I'll tell you this, it's emotional stamina. It's not being too high, and it's not being too low. Not getting too high after a big win and not getting too low after a loss. It's having confidence in what you are doing, the process of preparing every single week and being able to put a loss or a win behind you and going out there and playing your best next week.
Yeah, Dan Campbell often says it's the players. He's being too humble. A lot of teams have great players.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, and I'll give you a specific. They lose to the Chiefs, and what did he say immediately after the game? Everybody wanted to focus on that officiating blunder. He said it had no bearing on the result. Now, it had some bearing, but he didn't want to give it any oxygen to his team. We are moving on. It's Dan Campbell who sets that tone.
Mm-hmm. You know, and I agree with you guys. All those things are good. I just, for these players, I'll go with St. Brown as kind of one of the leaders and the guys that carries the team and all that. In 2025, for these players to take the will that they have to be strong, not buy into media narratives, to not bicker back and forth, to not complain about getting the ball, don't care. That's very hard to accomplish in 2025 with the modern athlete. All right, the NFL trade deadline is 12 days away. I want you to predict, both of you, which will be the biggest trade at the trade deadline.
I have a question for you. Who's the bigger name, Breece Hall or Chris Olave?
Breece Hall.
Okay, Breece Hall
barely.
Breece Hall to the Chiefs.
Okay. I could see that. And I could see any offensive lineman being traded to the Chargers. They've been decimated with injuries up front. But I'm going to actually include Detroit in this one. Oh. Rick Woolen, corner for the Seattle Seahawks.
Ooh, Holmes loved him in the draft.
Loved him in the draft. And here's the thing. He's a 6'4", speedy corner that is dying to play more man coverage. And he doesn't really fit Mike's defense in Seattle. So if they can get everybody, if Weatherspoons can stay healthy.
What's the price?
Well, so it's his 4th year. And he's not been extended. So I think you're probably looking at, I don't know, a 5th-round pick.
Hendrickson doesn't get moved, guys?
I don't think he does.
Wow.
And if you want the bonus
maybe that's the big story.
Well, you brought up Mike McDonald. That's the last question here. And look, for 2 straight weeks, I brought up Jackson Smith and Jigba last week. I'm not some Seahawk homer or something like that here. I just want to clarify that. But Mike McDonald has the Seahawks at 5-2. He's 15-9 overall as a head coach, putting his win percentage at 62.5%. Is McDonald the most underrated coach in the NFL?
Well, I think he is. And I think part of it is, all right, JSN. Like, he is not talked about enough, even after last week and the poster that he put on that official by dunking it on the goalpost. But you don't talk about him because it's Seattle. We don't look, we don't see, we don't hear, we don't feel anything that goes on in Seattle. And it's Sam Darnold. Like, nobody cares about what he is doing because he's out of division, out of sight, out of mind. Mike, same thing. The only other guy I would talk about, and I think it's because people have forgotten how good of a coach he can be, that's Sean Payton in Denver.
He's got so.
He's got cred, obviously, because he's won a Super Bowl. But having the issues that he had, being fired in New Orleans, sitting out a year, I think people have really forgotten how good he is. He's got this Denver team and Bo Nix at 5-2.
I'll go Todd Bowles. I don't feel like we give enough love to defensive head coaches in this league. They've cycled through offensive coordinators. He's kept them at the top of that division. They've won a playoff game. Nobody thinks of Todd Bowles as a good coach. I think he's a damn good coach.
Oh, I'm kind of, I disagree. I think a lot of people do. But
he gets
to your
forgotten.
Point, he gets forgotten because he is a defensive head coach. Same thing with Mike.
Yeah. He always has the kind of the weird faces on the sideline. People like to make fun of him, but I agree with you. Second time around getting a chance, he's done a phenomenal job. Post a Super Bowl team, with Brady and cleaning that whole thing up.
Yep. That could have gone south. That's your Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. And he's helped thousands look younger, feel better, and get back the confidence they thought was gone for good. A board-certified facial surgeon, Dr. Berkowitz is a true pioneer in modern hair restoration. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced, minimally invasive technologies performed entirely by his own in-house medical team. So that means there's no traveling techs, no assembly line, just precision, safety, and results that look completely natural. So forget those outdated methods, right? No stitches, staples, or scars, just real hair you can run your fingers through. And to mark his 30-year milestone, Dr. B is offering the Confidence Package, a free consultation, plus $1,000 off when you mention 97.1 The Ticket. The sooner you come in, the more options you'll have, and the sooner you'll see results. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. Michigan Hair Restoration, where confidence grows back.
After a steamy summer, you got to be ready for that first blast of winter cold. So give Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical a call. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup and make sure it's running properly and efficiently. Most importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. It's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because these spots are going to fill up fast. And don't forget, Mastercraft also does plumbing, electrical, and they install generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Okay, so this story, it's like straight out of a crime show. So listen to this. Police say that literal bird poop helped them solve the attempted murder case in Macomb County. We've been talking about this shooting that took place. Investigators were looking for the suspect who shot businessman Eddie Jawad right at his home, and they were able to find a video of this vehicle leaving the scene. And what made it stand out is that it had a distinct streak of bird poop. Among other things, there was like brake dust on the fender and smudges and things. And so when police later found a matching Ford Escape, it's that weird detail that confirmed it was the same car, that bird poop.
Yeah.
That led them to the suspect, 32-year-old Jason Martin, who's now facing charges. Good
Great-
old bird
yeah,
poop.
great
Should have
job.
taken the car through a car wash.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
cover your tracks.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Good old-fashioned
anyway.
detective work.
Investigators were also able to link like the shell casings from the scene to this guy's gun. They found his phone, had been pigging near the area at the time of the attack. I mean,
Yeah, but that's
lots
way
more-
less exciting
I
than the
know,
fact that
I
the
know.
bird poop
Yeah.
cracked the case open.
Prosecutors do say that it was a targeted attack, though they're still kind of piecing together the why.
The motive, yeah.
Yes.
The murder, not the bird pooping on the car.
Yes,
Right,
exactly.
yeah.
It's probably
yes.
more of a digestive
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, I think so. So here's some news out of East Lansing. Michigan State University's president says that the school will be cutting jobs as part of a major plan to trim spending and get back to financial stability. So MSU's facing, rising costs, lower revenue. So they're aiming to reduce the general fund budget by about 9% over the next 2 years. So that means they're going to go on like hiring freezes. They're going to do job eliminations and restructuring. It was announced that nearly 100 support staff, faculty, academic staff were laid off as a result of these budget cuts. And then more will come next year as well.
Yeah. A lot of schools are going through this
Yep.
right now.
Detroit police are investigating yet another smash and grab at a high-end clothing store. So the City Man store on Livernois is basically just picking up the pieces after thieves drove a stolen vehicle through the front entrance early Wednesday morning. And there's some surveillance videos, and it shows 4 men then storming into the store behind the SUV, and then 2 people jumped out of the car, and they just started grabbing tons of clothing before running out the back and escaping in a getaway car. And they weren't just taking it was a high-end store. I mean, jeans that go for about $300, expensive shirts. Overall, the manager says the costs are about $20,000 between the clothing stolen and the damage to the building. And this is just the latest in a string of these types of attacks. Police are investigating if this is connected to a big theft ring because it's happened to multiple other stores as well. Now, despite the setback, City Man has reopened for business. So the Gordie Howe International Bridge isn't officially open to traffic yet, but it has already had its first vehicle drive across. The driver of a transport truck who was apparently lost looking for the Ambassador Bridge found himself on the new bridge instead. Canadian border officials intercepted this guy, kind of directed him back to where he came from, and all happened without incident. Everyone's doing okay. No charges are being faced, but the bridge isn't scheduled to open until sometime next year.
I'd imagine he had to drive through some signage.
Oh, yeah, and I
Yes.
think that he did ultimately know I'm not really supposed to be here, but he got kind of disoriented in the construction, in the scene, that it was like, okay, well, I can't figure out how to go back. I'm just going to go across. I think it was just a lot of confusion and
You're going the wrong way.
led to even more confusion.
How do they know where we're going?
Yep. Hey, if you want to win $2,000 on the 2 Grand Slam, give us a call now. This is your chance, 248-539-9797. Finally, if you're single, the loneliest day of the year is right around the corner.
Oh, what's that?
So according to a new survey from Dating.com, 59% of single people say Halloween is one of the hardest days of the year.
What?
I know.
Really?
And it's worse than Valentine's Day, apparently. They say nearly 80%, which is a lot, admit to feeling lonely on October 31st. And more than half say they've cried after opening the door to trick-or-treaters.
It makes no sense to me.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. Some say that maybe, Halloween is kind of a holiday built around friends and groups of people, right? You go out trick-or-treat.
All right,
I mean, are we
hang out
talking
with
about
your friends.
children?
With your
Are these
friends,
Gen
yeah.
Zers?
I don't know.
Because adults don't go trick-or-treating, so
Okay,
but whatever.
so I'd love the dots to be connected, but they feel lonely?
They feel lonely.
Okay, but not necessarily like romantically lonely, just like they don't have enough friends in their life.
Altogether, but because it does say single, so they're not in a relationship. So not
or
only
if it's people that want to have kids and all the kids show up at their house and they see
Maybe.
no path to family happiness. I don't know.
It's a
telling
good
you what-
attempt.
just telling you what it says.
All right. Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
All right, let's give away some money.
Yeah.
We all know the rules. The rules are simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions. Get them all right, you win $2 grand. But the game is not so easy, right? It requires
It's
some
not,
knowledge,
yes.
some
some
Strategy.
and some fortitude,
Yes, yeah,
right? To be able
all
to
of that.
handle the ticking clock.
Use your time wisely.
Yeah.
Our contestant today, Nadeem in Bloomfield. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Good morning.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. How are you this morning?
Oh, we're terrific. We're excited that you are our contestant this morning. Have you ever played
man.
before, or do you just play?
You know what? I've never played before. I've never been on the radio before. First time for
Whoa.
everything.
All right, you'll never forget it.
Well, good luck. I hope your morning gets a little better and we give you lots of money. So if you don't know one, say pass. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. But your time is going to start right now. Here we go. Is Saturday's Michigan State game in East Lansing or Ann Arbor?
Ann Arbor.
Who was Michigan State's football coach the last time they beat Michigan?
Saban.
What is 99 divided by 3?
33.
Who do the Detroit Red Wings play tonight?
The Blues.
Who was NBA MVP last season?
SCA. Shea.
Who is Motley Crue's lead vocalist?
Pass.
Who do the Vikings play tonight?
The Vikings play the Chargers.
Who is the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays?
Pass.
Who plays President Sawyer in White House Down?
I want to say Jamie Foxx.
Brock Wright played at this college.
4?
I've got you with 4.
$100.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I mean, it's all right.
You'd never been on the radio before. You just won $100. It's not.
Yeah. Well
it's all
done.
good. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Stay on hold.
The
Close
team will
your
put
ears
you on
because we may
hold.
have some comments about some of the ones you missed.
He was disappointed in his performance, but he did give us
Sure.
some fun answers. Let's go through it, John.
Yeah. So Thursday, 2 Grand Slams brought to you by Feminine Neo Law. Get David, get paid. And all right, you had a 50-50 shot on the first one. But come on, man. The Saturday's matchup between Michigan and Michigan State, East Lansing or Ann Arbor, it's in East Lansing. I thought that was one on a tee to get right to start with.
Yeah, get
That's
some
one
momentum.
I actually knew,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
saying a
Yeah.
lot.
Still not going, never been, but
True.
you know where it's at.
But I've tailgated hard.
Who was Michigan State's football coach the last time they beat Michigan? No,
Did
it was
he
not
say
Nick
Nick
Saban.
Yeah. That's going back to my day.
Is that a troll? How can you say D'Antonio at least?
I don't know.
Only on the blue wall would you think you'd got to go back to the 90s.
Yeah. I know. It was Mel Tucker.
99 divided by 3.
He nailed that one, 33.
There you go. The Red Wings don't play the Blues tonight. It is their next home game, but tonight they play the Islanders. Mm-hmm. He got the MVP from last season in the NBA. It was SGA.
Mm-hmm.
Motley Crue's lead vocalist.
Yeah, he passed. It's Vince Neil.
The Vikings play the Chargers tonight.
Yeah, with a question mark?
He got it.
You got it.
Yeah, Chargers?
I realize I don't know very many managers in baseball. Who is the manager of the Blue Jays?
That'd be John Schneider. In fact, I know their bench coach better than I know their manager because it's Don Mattingly.
Like, how many managers do you think you could name in baseball? Over under 10?
Oh, under.
Yeah.
No question, under.
Who plays President Sawyer in White House Down?
This was a good poll.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to get this one at all. Jamie Foxx.
Yep.
That movie, along with like London Has Fallen, they're on FX all the time.
Oh, yeah. They're great movies if you just want to sit down and not think about anything.
Yeah, I agree with that. They're a little cheesy, but they're solid.
There's a lot of things that blow up, so I'm in.
And we did read the last question. He ran out of time. Brock Wright played at which college?
That would be, he's a Golden Domer. Notre Dame.
2 Grand Slam. Next chance to win is next Tuesday. You got chances on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7:25. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, and we are in Week 8. FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot. Here's how you can do it. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dear John, questions for John Jansen. You can send them in at dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Our topics today are wife math, sleeping wrong, driver's ed, and car trouble.
And I'm going to start with the first one, the wife math. Dear John, my wife and I were faced with having to make some emergency home repairs. It was going to be very expensive and wasn't a budget item we had planned for, to the tune of $20,000. We had met with our financial advisor as well as a number of contractors to explore financing options. We found a path to make it all happen, and then we found out after further exploration that it was only going to cost us a fraction of what we originally thought, right? Huge relief.
Yeah.
I was extremely relieved, and then my wife said, since we found a way to pay for it, but don't actually need it, we don't need to use those funds, maybe we should use them to redo our kitchen. This is a project we have talked about doing for quite a long time, but doing it in the future. So we weren't planning on it right now. Should we just go ahead and do it or take the win and wait?
Well, I would be of the mindset of take the win and wait. But I also think if there's some context that needs to happen in this question, if you're going to be in this house for a long time, and it's why not invest in it now, enjoy the kitchen while you're there. The other thing might be, hey, why don't we wait? So if we are going to decide to sell it, maybe we do the upgrades right before, so we put it on the market. Now all of a sudden, boom, hey, we can advertise it as a new kitchen. In regards to the wife math, I think every dude can relate to this question.
Yep.
And I think there just needs to be a conversation of, okay, if we do this, if we were going to have to make X number of sacrifices to make this home repair. Are you still okay with those sacrifices of not going on a vacation around Christmas break or spring break or over the summer because we can't do both? I think you still have to answer those questions.
Yeah, because it's not free.
No.
Despite the fact that it may feel like you got to win, it's not free. If you're going to redo it, though, it's only going to get more expensive. So if you have the funds because you took out a loan or you got to...
Yeah, I mean, I get what
just
this woman is saying. Like, I do that sometimes. So, like, we already figured out how to spend it. So, in my mind, we've
gone.
already spent it.
Yeah,
so,
right, that's wife math.
Exactly. So, I would say do the kitchen.
Right. But you also maybe there's a happy middle where you say, okay, let's start designing it and let's plan to do it in 12 months or 18 months time so that we're better prepared for this budget item.
That's a good point because this emergency was going to stress them. They can plan better.
Also, I do think a kitchen, depending on the size of the home, a kitchen would probably exceed what they were planning to spend.
I would think so.
So that's something to talk about too.
Yeah, but it all factors into wife math.
It's true. All right, the next one, sleeping wrong. Dear John, my wife recently suggested sleeping in separate beds because she hasn't been sleeping well. I run hot at night and she gets cold easily. We work different hours, so she goes to bed after me and tosses and turns. She also says my snoring is a problem. The issue is I like sleeping with my wife and waking up next to her. Is there a solution that makes sense, or is this no big deal and we just need to adjust?
I do not like going to bed or waking up without my wife. And so I would solutions, find a way to minimize the snoring. There are different gadgets you can try. You can also explore talking to a doctor. There are other things that are more invasive that you might be able to do. And it also might be a health issue. Sleep apnea. You know, if you've got snoring and if your wife hears you stop breathing and not snoring, like that, okay, there are solutions for that as well. In regards to the hot and cold, all right.
Smart mattress. We just talked about it earlier.
Unless AWS goes down.
What's that? That's not gonna happen again.
It only happens once every few years. That's a route. Or just tell her to use more blankets.
What's the Scandinavian sleep method? Like, I've been hearing about that. It's like you have two separate duvets.
It's amazing. It is phenomenal. We went on vacation.
Yeah.
And we stayed at a hotel that does this. And we came home, we're like, we're going to do this. And then, of course, we never did. But you get two individual duvets on the bed, one for each of you. I don't know. It was really great.
I've only read about it.
Yeah. I do agree with you and had agreed with you for a long time that I always felt, no, I want to sleep with my husband, right?
Right.
Like I want to go to bed with him. I want to wake up next to him. I feel safer when he's there. I feel more
Sure.
relaxed. However, this job has changed things and I need to go to bed quite early. And he is the kind of person who likes to, even if the lights are off, he's got his earbuds in and he's watching something on his phone. He stays up much later. He likes the fan. I don't like the fan.
Yeah.
Issues, right? So now he, during the week, sleeps in another room.
See, I wouldn't
Yeah.
like
Heavenly.
that. I wouldn't
It
like
is heavenly.
that.
It is
There's
great.
certain sacrifices. Lisa likes to have a fan on.
Yeah.
She likes to have the windows closed. I like them open. I like it completely pitch black,
Me too.
and she likes to have a little light. There are certain sacrifices that you make so
I'm
that
telling you, it's okay. It's okay. It won't ruin your relationship. It won't ruin the marriage if you guys don't sleep in the same bed. It's gonna be a-okay.
I don't
and
like the
there-
idea, though.
I don't
I
like the
never did
idea
either.
either. And then, but maybe sneaking around the house and for a little action makes it more interesting. I don't know.
Okay, something to think about. This next one is driver's ed.
Think about it all the time.
I know. We know. Dear John, we've spent money for our daughter to take driving lessons, but she doesn't want to drive. Her learner's permit expires in a few weeks. She's never wanted to take the lessons and went along to humor us instead of arguing. She doesn't think it's important and doesn't care. She refuses to practice and always makes excuses. She finally drove somewhere with my husband yesterday and hit something. I don't know how to handle this. What do I do, if anything? How should I talk with her? Should we keep pushing her to practice and get her license? She's objectively a bad driver right now. Or do I leave it and let her find out the hard way that a driver's license is important?
Well, you don't want to push them and put them on the road if they're not going to be safe. But at some point, they're going to have to grow up. And it may not be at 16. It may be 17. It may be 18. But it all comes down to, what do they want to do? With 5 kids, I need them to drive. And I haven't experienced this. They all want to drive the day that they turn 16. And so maybe it is if she's just unmotivated, and that's the reason she's not taking the time to practice and she's not becoming a good driver. Then when she turns 16, hey, I'm sorry, I can't take you. You're going to have to ride your bike. You're going to have to find a ride with a friend. If I'm available, I'll come pick you up and drop you off. But I'm not going to continue to rearrange my schedule because you have this ability to practice, get better at it, and you can have some freedom.
Yeah, I don't relate to this at all. I wanted to get my driver's license. I wanted to have that freedom that comes with going places and not having to have mom and dad drive you everywhere.
Well, I agree. I was right there. I mean, the day I turned 16, I was getting my license, right?
Me too.
I couldn't wait. But I do feel like this is kind of a trend. I have seen it, heard it more of these younger generations that aren't as interested in driving as we were.
Right, because they want to be carted around. They want a chauffeur. Sorry, I'm not your chauffeur anymore.
Make them learn the hard way. Go ahead, Tom.
Just on this, because of technology and kids, like when they're growing up, 12, 13, they're 14, they're buried in their phones when they're in their car, that they don't pay attention to where you're going or how you're driving. Like I remember picking up on stuff when I was that age of how to drive.
Yeah.
Even though I wasn't even in driver's training yet. Like a Michigan turn,
Right.
knowing what it is.
I think that could be part of it. I also think part of it is maybe they're not as social in that they want to get out of the house to begin with.
Right.
They're more comfortable just being at home and being in a device.
On their screens.
Yeah.
Playing college football 25.
That's right. We're going to save car trouble. We're just out of time. We'll roll it into next week, but John will give advice on that. You can send them in dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but they've got 3 decades of experience, and it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes, and it's easy. All you have to do is visit them on the web at abrahamandrose.com, or you can give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Pistons lost last night. Not a great first game. Looked a lot more like the team that hadn't broken through yet last year. Didn't get any three-point shooting out of Duncan Robinson or the team as a whole. Cade missed some big shots late in the game. I didn't like the look that he took at the end, their final possession. And their defense, that's supposed to be the hallmark, right? That's how they won all those games last year, just outworking people for 4 quarters. The defense was non-existent until the last quarter. Having said all that, it is one game, and I don't think it's going to be some indictment on the season they're about to have.
Right.
We'll talk a little more about that coming up at the 8 o'clock hour, plus mix in the Red Wings loss 2. We've got Ross Tucker at 8:02, part of our Thursday kickoff of the football weekend. And without the Lions, we're going to hit a bunch of big NFL storylines.
Mm-hmm.
You see who the number 1 team is on his power rankings?
You sent it to me.
It's not the Lions.
Yeah.
So we'll pick a bone with him.
Yeah. Was it the Chiefs?
No.
Was it his Eagles?
No.
No.
There's only so many teams it could be at this point.
Yeah.
Colts, team with the best record.
That's Tom's Eagles.
That's right. Yes.
Mr. Philly, is that what I called you yesterday?
Mr. Philly, yeah. We always have to have one on the show.
That made me laugh. Like Mr. Philadelphia.
Instead of God, we'll have to call you Rocky.
Yeah. No, please.
There's no easy way
I'm not
out.
a Rocky.
A bunch of ticket texts on Dear John. Yeah, maybe Rocco. The 2 big things that stood out to people are the kids who don't want to drive, which is apparently a trend.
It blows my mind. I've heard about it. I just haven't experienced it in my house. And I know growing up, like I couldn't wait to get my license.
All of my friends. It was the day we turned 16, we were getting our license.
Yeah,
we were
Dad,
driving everywhere we could.
Dad, can I take the car?
Yeah. Just, I'll go fill it up with gas. Like, just let me drive it
Mom,
somewhere.
what do you need from the store?
Yeah.
It's the parents' fault. A lot of these kids don't want to drive at 16. They're overly coddled and babied. They don't seek independence.
I would agree with some of that. Yeah, it's the helicopter parent.
Guys, it's tough paying for insurance on multiple vehicles these days.
Okay, it's not necessarily, it doesn't mean you have to get your own vehicle. It can be using the family car.
Mm-hmm.
Kids these days don't want to drive. My 21-year-old nephew didn't even want to drive the lawnmower this summer. I don't get it. Roy in Clarkston.
What? Wait,
Driving the lawnmower is so much fun. If you have a riding lawnmower, that's awesome.
you don't have to do anything. I mean, you just ride on a lawnmower.
Right.
I mean, would he rather
yeah.
do a push mower? Or he just doesn't want to do the work in general. Who knows? We don't know the story there.
I don't know his
Well, see, the
backstory.
problem there, John, it's too fun. The parents wants to do it. Dad wants to do it. So you don't get a chance. Wave them off.
Yeah, and you want it to look a certain way, too. Like when Jack mows the lawn, I love it when he mows the lawn, but he doesn't do it how I do it.
You're a perfectionist.
Well, it needs to be done a certain way.
Of course. My nephew was the same way. Didn't want to drive till he was 18 or 19. I didn't understand. It's weird, but now he drives everywhere. It was short-lived. I think once you get a taste of...
Right. Well, short-lived, that's 2 or 3 years.
All it is, though, is that they're just postponing it till they're a little bit older.
If it's somebody who's just a horrible driver, I mean, like, I don't want to put somebody out there before they're ready to go.
Of course not.
But I will say this, the Michigan laws in regards to getting your license, I do like the adjustments that they've made since I was 16, which is a long time ago.
What's the adjustment?
You can, what is it?
Like at 15, you can...
No, you can even take driver's training at 14. I think it's 14 and it's 8 or 9 months.
Okay.
You can, and all of the kids. It has been as soon as you can do that way you spend a year and 3 months or a year and 2 months, however long it's usually a month to get your permit. You are driving with me for a year before you can even get your license.
It puts you in a better spot.
Yeah.
Gov is so right. Not only did my teenager not pick up on simple driving rules like Michigan lefts or it's okay to turn right on certain reds, they have no idea how to get to simple destinations and understand where places are relative to one another, east, west, north, south. He says these kids can't figure out how to get anywhere without navigation.
Yeah, you can count me in that group, too. I'm not good. If you tell me go north on a road, I mean, thank God my car tells me which direction I'm going in.
But that's the thing right now is
tell
a
you.
lot of cars or your phone, you can put it on a holder on an air vent and it'll tell you turn left. Like you don't even need to know the number of the highway or east, west, north, south. I do like to mess with the kids.
Because if I were telling you directions, I'd be like, go to the 7-Eleven, turn right, or whatever. You know, like that's how I'd not like go south. I'm
But
not
I
good
also
with
don't
that.
shame the people like you have the navigation tools now, so you've never had to do
Right.
it. So it's like a muscle memory you've never had to train.
Yeah.
But you should know how to do some things in life manually. I mean, my gosh, if we had the power outage of 2003 and today,
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I would stay in my house because I think all heck broke loose then.
Right.
Imagine now, people
it's-
wouldn't know how to get home.
Yeah, and like Lucy coming back from West Lafayette, I'll tell her, you got to head north on this highway, and then go, east when you get into state of Michigan on 94, and she's like, Dad, is that right or left? I'm like, I'm not telling you, figure it out.
Well, the thing is, to a freeway, sometimes you go in a circle to get instead of just right and left.
Right,
But they never realized that because they were looking at their phone in the back of the car.
Look, I'm going to push back on you should just know things like you said. Like, you got to learn things from
Yeah,
somewhere.
you do it, and if you don't have to do it, then you don't learn it. Some text on the bed situation, sleeping in separate beds. Ticket texter says Heather sounds like she has a roommate and not a husband, sleeping separately.
We
housemate.
don't always sleep separately.
Just during the week with the routine.
Pretty much during the week. Yeah, you guys. I have to go to. I try to get to bed by 9:30. He doesn't go to bed until I don't know 12:30.
Yeah.
It's just, and I wake up super early. It works for us.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all it is. It works for. And then on the weekends, we both stay up late. We both sleep in, so it
It works.
works.
Text says you don't need to make sacrifices to share a bed. Sacrificing sleep is moronic. No shame in sleeping in separate beds. We've been doing it for a decade and it's been great.
Yes.
Another vote for it says it's been amazing. I'm a big guy. I don't like to be touched when I'm sleeping. I only need my wife in bed for one thing, and she agrees.
We're on the same
I'd
page.
like to know I have maybe an option every time I get into bed. I know that's not always an option, but you like to be hopeful.
You think your percentage goes up?
Yeah. If she's not there, the percentage is 0.
It's 100% of the shots you don't take. For the guy who snores, look into mouth taping. It works wonders. Now, didn't
That's
we have a
the
story
dumbest
you
thing
said
I've
don't
ever
do
seen.
that, right?
Doctors are saying, "Hey, be careful with that because it could lead to some negative outcomes."
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I can't imagine the nightmare I would have waking up with tape over my mouth.
Hopefully, you don't get congested. What about? I think they have like mouth guards. There's like mouth
Yeah.
That's
something
one
for
path that
snoring.
you can
Then you
use,
don't
yes.
have to tape your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Another one just
I'd
says-
rather feel like I'm not getting ready to go into the game
I don't know. It's just,
with a mouth guard on.
but that's
I
an
mean,
option
maybe
if
it's
you are a
just- yeah.
snorer and you're looking for something to try. I think
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, if
don't
you get
snore.
lucky, you hate to knock out a tooth.
But I do. I think they have some sort of like mouthpiece for snorers, right?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And then there's a vote on Twitch for king beds. That
King
way you have a
beds,
little more of your own
yes.
space. Like you could
Yes.
do, look, if you do melatonin to help you get to sleep,
I do.
if you do the Scandinavian method with
Yes.
the duvets, the dueling duvets, a king bed. Like there's ways to still sleep in the same bed as
Yes,
your partner.
But when one is going to bed super early and waking up super early, and the other likes to stay up later and watch TV and sleep in, it sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. The reason it works
schedules
for
don't
us
work.
because sometimes Lisa will be putting Teddy down. I'll be sleeping and she comes in, or in the middle of the night Teddy comes in. I have no idea. Once I'm out,
Really?
I'm
I'm a
out.
light sleeper.
I am out.
Super light sleeper.
Yeah.
All right, we got Ross Tucker joining us next. Let's get to the update with Brendan Shabath. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service, Southeast Michigan. The Pistons lost 115-111 to the Bulls last night in their season opener. Chicago was led by 28 points from Nikola Vucevic, while Detroit rode on the back of Cade Cunningham's 23-point, 10-assist night. Isaiah Stewart also had a double-double off the bench, while second-year guard Ron Holland shined with 19 points, 4 boards, and 4 assists. Holland spoke after the game about his performance. Detroit got off to a slow start and never fully recovered. They trailed 35-19 after the first quarter and could not come back for a win despite tying or outscoring the Bulls in every quarter after that. Chicago came away with the 115-111 victory at the end of the night, and now the Pistons will regroup as they head to Houston to take on Kevin Durant and the Rockets. The Red Wings also suffered a loss last night, 4-2 in Buffalo, snapping their 5-game winning streak. Wings did not give up a goal in the opening period, but were called for 2 penalties in the first 4 minutes, giving Buffalo plenty of confidence to build off as the game continued. After the game, head coach Todd McClellan said, quote, "I don't think our group was ready for the pace, and that's probably why we took the penalties, and shame on us because we knew that they played that way," unquote. Wings will skate again tonight against the Islanders at 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Canadians took down the Calgary Flames 2-1 last night, pushing them back in front of the Wings in the Atlantic standings, and Victor Wembanyama, 40 points in the win over Dallas last night, the most in a season opener in Spurs history. He added 15 rebounds and 3 blocks in just 30 minutes played. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Lions on a bye this week means we'll get to kick up our feet and watch everybody else in the NFL. Talk us through it. Our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Make sure to check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, good morning.
Good morning, guys. A very early morning. I'm sure everybody in the hotel rooms next to me here in L.A. are very excited to hear about Detroit Lions football at 5 a.m. in this hotel.
They should be.
They should be.
So are you out there for the game tonight?
Yes, I got the Vikings and the Chargers tonight for Westwood One. Absolutely.
All right,
Let's start there, yeah.
Yeah, let's start there in regards. I know the Chargers, it kind of feels like it's a must-win for them. They also are a team that's been ravaged with injuries. So I'll just jump into it here. Which team do you think is going to be most active as we approach the trade deadline?
Ooh, that is a good question. By the way, it is crazy to me, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it a lot, but it feels like over the last 3 or 4 years or so, maybe longer, there's a few teams that every year they're ravaged by injury. You know, the Chargers, every single year, their top 5 tackles, offensive tackles, may or may not play tonight. You think about the 49ers, they lost 2 of the 10 best players in football. And honestly, the other team that's in that category the last few years, it's your Lions. And I don't know why, and somehow they make up for it. I'm watching that game Monday night, and they've got, who is Whiteside? I mean, the Lions have guys I've never even heard of.
We hadn't either.
On Monday Night Football against the Bucs. I mean, so on the one hand, I give Brad Holmes and the personnel department a ton of credit for having these guys I've never heard of out there making plays, and for Dan Campbell and the coaching staff putting them in position to make plays. The flip side, though, is the Lions need to get out of being one of these 3 or 4 teams that has more than their fair share of injuries every year. I don't know if that makes the Chargers more active at the trade deadline. I think tonight is a huge game for both these teams. You know, the Chargers are 4-3. The Vikings are 3-3. We're getting to that point in the season where, and especially with the trade deadline coming up in a couple of weeks, where teams are going to kind of decide whether or not they're going to really go for it. You know, I read where the Bengals might even make some trades to try to keep this thing afloat until Joe Burrow potentially comes back, kind of like they did with Flacco. So these next couple of weeks and these games starting tonight for these teams that are around 500 are going to go a really long way towards determining just how active certain teams are at the deadline.
Look at the Viking side of things. Does it feel like they're playing it safe with J.J. McCarthy, not expected to start tonight?
Playing it safe, Jim, would be one way to describe it. You know, it's a little bit risky what they're doing tonight in the sense that if Wentz plays really – my philosophy is the truth is McCarthy had 1 good quarter out of 8, okay? And they could kind of tell that he wasn't really ready yet and that he's not going to give them a chance to be a playoff team. So they wanted him to be 100%. John can tell you nobody's really 100% when you get to this part of the season. Everybody's playing through something. But I think they're going to keep Wentz in there. If he plays really, really well tonight, I have a tough time picturing them putting McCarthy in the next game. I think what they're waiting for is for McCarthy to be super duper, like ridiculously healthy, and for Wentz to be coming off a really bad game or two. Now, he had some horrendous plays against the Eagles on Sunday that cost them the game. The interesting thing about the Vikings is that if you go back to the offseason, they wanted to bring Darnold back. But then Darnold, the Seahawks said they wanted him to be the starter for sure and gave him the money, a commitment over a couple years. The Vikings weren't willing to go that far because McCarthy's their future. Okay. I had Tom Pelissero, the NFL Network guy, come on my show that you guys referenced, the Ross Tucker podcast. He actually told me this offseason the Vikings offered Daniel Jones more guaranteed money to come back there than the Colts did. But Daniel Jones looked at it and said, yeah, I'm just keeping the seat warm for whenever they put McCarthy in, maybe halfway through the year, whatever. And Daniel Jones, when I did a Colts game for CBS, he said he liked the quarterback situation in Indy more, a.k.a. he knew that they were kind of done with Anthony Richardson and he could start there. But think about where the Vikings might be right now if they had either Darnold or Daniel Jones there at quarterback. They would be firmly in the mix. Instead, they have the worst record in the NFC North.
The NFC North. Let's stay right there because the Bears quietly are 4-2. And maybe not so quietly, but we all know what happened to them in their second loss. Detroit handed them a 52-21 defeat. But they've also played the Cowboys, that was at home, on the road to the Raiders, the Commanders. And I would say the Commanders at that time, maybe that was a good win, but it's the Saints. Are the Bears for real? Could they contend in the division?
No, I don't think so. They have gotten an inordinate amount of turnover luck. I mean, again, on Sunday against the Saints, they forced 4 takeaways, and that's impressive and give them credit for that. But during this run they've been on, these 4 straight wins, a lot of them have been unforced errors. I mean, that game was done against the Commanders on Monday night a couple weeks ago. I called that game with Kevin Harlan, and Jaden Daniels fumbles the shotgun snap, trying to put it in the running back's belly. Now, give the Bears credit. They have made the most of people's mistakes, and they've won those games, and a win is a win is a win. But I think the Lions and Packers are both a good head and shoulders above the Bears. The Packers thing is interesting because, as you guys know, I have that betting show, Even Money, and, boy, my co-host is not believing in the Packers at all. It's interesting because with that tie, they actually have the best record in the NFC at 4-1-1, but it just doesn't feel like it. I mean, in my power rankings, I have the Lions ahead of them, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Eagles, the Bucks. Then I get to the Packers. So they have the best record, but I think there's at least 4 teams, 4 or 5 in the NFC that are still looking better and playing better than Green Bay right now.
We're talking to Ross Tucker. He's our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, I wonder if you agree with me. I've refused to bury the Ravens. Maybe get Lamar back? The line would suggest yes. The schedule for a 1-5 football team sets up for them to get right back in this. Where are you at with Baltimore?
No, I'm not burying them either. I'm with you, Jim. I'll tell you why. Because the Steelers still aren't that good. The Steelers had an unbelievable opportunity last Thursday night to have a 3.5-game lead in the AFC North. They would have had more wins than the rest of the division combined. They let Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase totally light them up. Now they're going to be in a dogfight because I still feel like the Steelers are going to end up with 9 or 10 wins. Maybe they get to 11, and I think that's where Baltimore will be. What will end up happening is those Steelers-Ravens head-to-head matchups, they will be huge. But to me, I think they both, if I had to guess, probably end up 10-7. I think the Ravens go on a major run now with Lamar back and only lose 2 games. I think the Steelers kind of regress a little bit, probably end up about 10-7, and then whoever wins those head-to-head meetings ends up winning the division with a tiebreaker.
And I know your power rankings, it's a snapshot in time, but when should NFL fans start believing in the Colts. And with what you're seeing from whether it's quarterback play, I think the best thing that they do is defense, but their offensive line is the top 2 or 3 offensive line in the NFL. When should fans start believing that the Colts are legit?
About 2 weeks ago. I mean, I think they're the best team in football. I think they've been the best team in football all year. I understand the skepticism. It's the Colts. It's Daniel Jones. I get that. Guys, they are a machine. You know what they remind me of, actually? They remind me of the Ben Johnson Detroit Lions, where it just feels like they're going to score every time they get the ball. I just saw this in prepping for this game, and I came across this stat. The Colts are averaging 3.6 points per drive, which is the highest since at least 2000. So think about all the good teams in the last 25 years. Nobody else has averaged. They're averaging more than half a touchdown every time they get the ball. I think they've punted 11 times in 7 games. They are an absolute machine. And you're right, John, the O-line's a huge part of it.
He's Ross Tucker. We check in with him every single week to help us get into the football weekend. Ross, appreciate your time.
Thanks, man.
Sounds great. See you, boys.
Yep.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Check out his podcast, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, coming up next, we do need to get a little deeper into the Pistons from last night and the Red Wings from last night. Both losses. It's 97-1.
Hey, excuse me. I've got your tailgating must-have this season. Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in convenient variety 8-packs. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and my favorite part, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ all day long. Look for the can with the sunset stripes and ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, time to tell you about KG Law. If someone you care about is injured in a car accident, hey, if it's you need someone that cares about you. Lawrence KG and KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com. They specialize in car accidents. Not going to settle for a lowball offer. They're going to get you what you deserve. Attention to detail that comes from someone who cares. So get Lawrence KG, 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com. Ken Cal on the call. Pistons season debut, loss. Red Wings 5-game winning streak snapped last night with a loss.
Mm-hmm.
John, my question. Both teams started slow. Both teams lost. Which was more disappointing from last night?
I'll say just because of the anticipation we hadn't seen, and we don't know. I'm not going to put anything on whether it's the first 5 games, 6 games, or 1 game. The anticipation of seeing Cade, the new look Pistons, I would have to say it was the Pistons. Just because it was, you're down 23 at one point, and it's very much, I know they came back to tie it up, but it's very much, I'm going to turn the channel because this isn't going anywhere. It's not what I had tuned in to see, not the hopes that I had for this team, albeit 1 game.
Yeah, and look, all of our teams lost the first game of their season.
Yeah, maybe that's just what you're supposed to do now.
I don't know.
Right?
The point is, none of this is disqualifying. Even the Wings losing in Buffalo, it's a team you should beat. It's not disqualifying. But when your head hit the pillow at the end of the night, which one disappointed you more? My answer is the Pistons.
Yeah.
Because that looked like a team that didn't break through. That looked like the team that was stuck from previous years. They didn't come out with the defensive intensity. They were down with 35-19 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Guys, that's non-negotiable. You're not a team full of superstars. Part of why you broke through last year is you played hard for 4 quarters. You were a team that defended for the majority of the basketball game, not only in the fourth quarter when you want to make your run. You're not that team yet. So don't feel yourself to that degree where you can just flip a switch in the fourth quarter. You still got to put your nose down and work. I did not like their defense. I didn't like the effort on the glass. They shot terribly. Duncan Robinson certainly didn't look like the Malik Beasley replacement on night 1. It was wholly disappointing. Even Cade Cunningham, who we are excited about taking yet another leap, he missed 3 of his last 4 shots in the game, including what I thought was just an ugly look to settle for with a chance to tie the game in the final possession. So it was disappointing all around. I could spotlight a little bit of a jolt from Ron Holland or Isaiah Stewart, but that felt like a Pistons team from 2 years ago. Not a Pistons team that won 44 games and made the playoffs and took the Knicks to the brink. That's what made it so disappointing is we finally have expectations. Yeah. And for a night, not overreacting, for a night, they did not live up to those expectations.
Well, and it's because I'm not going to say they're the Pistons from 2 years ago, but they're more like that team than they were the team from January on last year.
Yeah, I'm just saying it felt that way.
Yeah.
And I don't expect them to be that team the rest of the season.
Right. You don't expect them to go on a 28-game losing streak?
No, I don't. But it felt like a team that was hit the rewind button, and that's what made it so disappointing. For the Red Wings, they finally hit the road. I do expect them to come back down to earth a little bit. I would have thought it would have gone the other way. They would beat Buffalo and maybe lose to the Islanders.
Yeah.
But I'm disappointed they lost, but the first impression for the Pistons was a bad one.
Right. I'm just glad that for the Wings, we don't have to wait a day. We get a chance to see them again tonight, and it is Tom McClellan. It was fire and brimstone after game 1. I don't think this requires fire and brimstone, and so it'll be interesting to see how he gets his team to respond after a loss that they shouldn't have taken.
Yeah, because they were in a position, the Wings, to take advantage of a goalie making his NHL debut, and instead they spent the majority of that first period in their own end. I mean, some of that is you take stupid penalties, and McClellan even said that, we took too many penalties. Gibson bailed them out, but they didn't get to dictate the play and put the pressure on a guy making his NHL debut. 248-539-9797. You got thoughts on the Wings and the Pistons? Let's get to Bobby in Northville. Bobby, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
What's
Good
up?
morning.
Yeah, man. I'm not impressed at all. I thought they are what they would be, and they're they're a very smallish team, and they just don't have any bigs. I mean, if they go out west, I would bet they'd lose just about every game out west. I mean, they don't have a chance. If you can't defend Vucevic, what's his name, for Chicago?
Yeah.
If you can't defend him, you have no chance. I watched, what's his name, the guy we should have had, Wembanyama, or whatever his name is. The guy we should have had that guy. Okay, that's another story. Detroit have no chance whatsoever with their defense being the biggest problem. And what's surprising is I thought that's what, their backbone was. They have no chance out west whatsoever. I'm not sure if they're going to ever beat Milwaukee. And then just about everybody that's picked up someone in the Eastern Conference last year may be a little nudge better than the Pistons. I'm looking at maybe 35 wins this year. I want your opinion.
That's a big step back. Yeah.
Yeah, but the size is – I'm worried about the size, man. I looked at those teams out west. Just about everybody is 6'10", 6'9", 6'10", and above. They're frontline guys.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I get their – look, it's going to be far more important how they match up with teams in the East if we're being honest. I'm not going to dock 10 wins off of my preseason pick because they lost game 1 to the Chicago Bulls. Just not going to do it.
No,
I hated last night, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they can't defend. I mean, that's what they hung their hat on last year.
Was their backbone.
Yeah, and JB addressed it right after the game. Like, we can't – that's not us. We're going to have to be a team that's going to play all 4 quarters of hard physical defensive-style basketball.
Quick ticket text. Never liked Duncan Robinson, and he's starting. LeVert airballing threes like crazy. SMH. There's going to be a shooting vacuum if those guys don't knock down shots. Beasley was the difference last year. Another one says, sign Beasley now. During last night's game, I texted my cousin, these Pistons look like the reason we canceled season tickets years ago. John in Lake Orion. Is it just me, or for the past 3 or 4 seasons, have the Red Wings never played Buffalo good? They always lose or play poopy against them. Interesting word choice.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just – it seems like they always play them in March. And
well, that's MARCH to you.
Yes.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the NFL says it's not backing down from its choice of Bad Bunny as this year's Super Bowl halftime performer. Some fans obviously had mixed reactions online, but Commissioner Roger Goodell told reporters the decision is final. The league says Bad Bunny's global reach fits perfectly with what they want a halftime show to be. They want it to be huge, energetic, and international. Goodell said, quote, "We're confident it's going to be a great show. He understands the platform that he's on, and I think it's going to be exciting and a united moment." Rush just announced a second Detroit show for their 50-something reunion tour next August. Due to popular demand, they added another show. So there's going to be one on August 26th and August 28th at Little Caesars Arena. Tickets for both shows goes on sale on October 31st at noon, and it will mark Rush's first Detroit concerts in more than a decade. There's this little rare white squirrel that's been spotted in St. Clair Shores, and it's basically turned into this like neighborhood superstar. People are loving this white squirrel. Locals spotted this squirrel. They started posting photos and videos of it on social media, calling it, people are naming it Snowball, the ghost of fall.
Huh. It's just an albino squirrel?
Yeah, well, there's 2 types of white squirrels, an albino squirrel or another one, and they don't think that this is an actually albino squirrel. It's the other one. I don't know how to say it. So
yeah, that's all right.
Yes. So
we'll just go with white squirrel.
Yeah. So
Caucasian.
Sure. So apparently people are flocking to the area hoping to catch a glimpse. Even city officials have weighed in. Yeah. Yes. People are
just
loving
to see a white squirrel.
Well, I've never seen
Can somebody
one.
post a picture?
Well, they have all over social media. People are loving it, but they want to see it for themselves. So
I wonder if they taste the same as other
John.
squirrels.
Gross. Okay, so we're only
Not as big.
oh gosh. Gross. Okay. So
Not as meaty.
Good God. Okay, so we're only about a month away from Thanksgiving, and unfortunately, I have some bad news. A turkey shortage. Yes.
Oh, no.
So
At least
America's
we have our toilet paper.
We do. America's turkey flock has decreased to the smallest size in 40 years, partially due to an outbreak of the bird flu. So not only will there be less turkeys available, we could also see more expensive turkeys on the shelf. So get ready to shell out a little bit more money. Turkey prices are about 40% higher than they were this time last year. And apparently there's no signs that they're going to ease up in the next, 5 weeks. So
is this ever going to end us with all this nonsense to gouge everybody? I mean, do you see the gas prices shot up like 60 cents?
Dude, it was Monday morning. I thought, you know what, I'm going to stop and get some gas. And the gas station I go by, it was, I don't know, $2.55. And I thought, you know what, I'll just stop tomorrow morning because I was running a little bit late. I stopped by the next morning, it's $3.09. Are you serious? Overnight?
That's ridiculous.
What happened?
I don't know.
No explanation.
Well, I do have some good news when it comes to Thanksgiving. If you're looking for an affordable way to celebrate the holiday, Walmart has you covered. They just announced a Thanksgiving Day meal bundle. Can feed 10 people for under $40.
Yeah.
It includes all the classic things you'd have at a Thanksgiving Day dinner: turkey, stuffing, potatoes, cranberry sauce, more than 20 items in total. And it works out to less than $4 per person. So there
awesome.
you
That's
go. The retailer says it's trying to help families fight inflation and still enjoy the holiday. The bundle goes on sale online and in stores through December 25th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
pretty cool.
It's Heather with the news. Oh, we have one more comment on the squirrel.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you, Mike. Thursday touchdown next, 97.1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday, it's your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel because the FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's be honest, nobody's planning for a new roof, and it always seems to come at the worst time. You haven't been squirreling away the money, and the cost can feel overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means forget about the giant upfront payment. You can get the quality roof you need without the stress of having that money set aside today. Here's the thing. Shaner's not a fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing, 30 years in business, 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of homeowners who are satisfied and rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and the customer care. So, as tough as it is to admit, if your roof's leaking, if it's aging, if you just need that peace of mind that a new roof would provide, stop waiting. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Well, we were going to continue our heated conversation about are you a bad fan if you're rooting for your team to get blown out in a rivalry this Saturday, but
Breaking news.
I got breaking news. Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling.
I don't get it. And it's so he was arrested. So was Terry Rozier, who currently plays for the Heat, right?
Yeah.
He was arrested as well. And it sounds like Terry Rozier's arrest dates back to a March 2023 incident, or at least when we were first alerted about it. The NBA was alerted to unusual betting activity related to Terry Rozier's performance in a game between Charlotte and New Orleans.
Yeah, and the reporting on Rozier is from an hour ago. The Chauncey stuff is in the last 15, 20 minutes here.
Yeah. And I know, Heather, you found something on
there's
GMA.
not a ton of information, but this article from Good Morning America talks about how he's been charged in this illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, as well as being one of 6 people charged Thursday with turning professional basketball into a criminal gambling operation by using inside information to place unlawful wagers.
What, a press conference today at 10 a.m., FBI Director Kash Patel is going to announce these arrests.
So inside information, for example, could be he knows the injury report before it goes public.
Right.
Total speculation here, but I don't think it's too wild. If you're doing a poker thing and it's mafia's kind of behind it and all that, and you lose.
You owe them.
You owe them. Hey, how am I going to get this money? Well, I'll go fix a game. That's in very broad terms, but
that's the stuff they would investigate for. I mean,
that's what
you're
you
the
said.
coach. The coach controls minutes, rotations, the strategy.
Well, that's what happened before this was all legal, when you'd have an occasional point shaving thing.
Right. And so, I mean, we're obviously trying to figure out what happened. There's very little reporting on this. But to your point, I don't necessarily know that it is, or it's going to be as obvious as trying to fix the outcome of games. A lot of this comes with the prop bets, where you're trying to, and I know it for baseball pitchers, it's first pitch ball or first pitch strike. That's where we're seeing a lot of that. I know that's, go ahead, Greg, you're going to.
I was going to say, first basket. Hey, let's run a play on pick and roll and get a big man a bucket down low to start the game.
Right, yeah. This is how we're going to start the game. And all of a sudden, coach says, well, you know what? We got good odds of making that first basket score. So maybe I'll go put a couple bucks on it. It doesn't affect the outcome of the game unless the best play isn't that, and you're going to start some other way. But that's where a lot of these come from. It's the prop bet markets.
But inside knowledge, like, you guys remember when Brady signed with the Buccaneers? So there was a large bet placed on the Buccaneers hours before, meaning somebody knew.
The scope of this, we have really no idea. But, I mean, this is a huge headline. I mean, this calls into question the integrity of the sport. When you have a coach and several players that have been mentioned, the integrity of the sport has been called into question. And, of course, like, people here love the guy, but this is incredibly sad. Why do this? Like, you're an NBA Hall of Famer.
Right, that's always going to be the question. You're an NBA Hall of Famer. You are the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, 5 years now?
Yeah, you got a big extension, too.
And so you wouldn't think it would be a money issue unless you're deep into poker debts with the mob.
And the best way for him to get cash quick would be...
Well, I don't even know if it's cash quick. That might not be what they're after. If you're in debt to the mob, I'm like, they may just be after, okay, we know you could pay us, but that's not what we want. What we want is, we want a bigger score. We want you to do this for us, and then we'll excuse your debt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's going to take the cash and then give it to them. He's just going to give them
whatever information it is. And again, we don't
know. This is just us trying to make sense of what is a really disturbing story. I mean, this is a guy he's a Detroit sports hero, Chauncey Billups.
He's an NBA Hall of Famer.
And now he's tied up with the FBI about illegal gambling.
And the fact that it's popped 8:30 roughly, and they got a 10 a.m. press conference prepared, and the FBI is in it. I mean, usually they have the goods.
So where does this lead? Like, if you're Adam Silver, you got to be cold sweats right now.
Well, he was quoted. We're rushing to get information here, but he was on McAfee, and they asked
Earlier
him
this
about
week, yeah.
gambling, and he said he thinks there needs to be some regulations,
especially in the prop bet markets. And I mean, I had their quotes here just a minute ago. In terms of what he said in regards to some of what is going on, because he was on McAfee. I can't find it right now, but yeah, it's is
that the solution to take away player props?
I don't know what the solution is, because I mean, the solution is you get rid of it, but that's not happening. They're not just going to go away. And so it's going to be a part of this, and all of the leagues have dived in head first. I mean, you were talking about some of the comments underneath some of these articles about for information on this.
Brought to you by
FanDuel,
the big sponsors of these. Look, they're big league sponsors, they're big media sponsors. I do a podcast with one of them. I mean, like it's well stated how much they have attached themselves to the sports space and how prevalent they are part of the sports culture. And by the way, if you're a gambler, you're mad at this because this creates false markets. I'm not betting with the same information as the guy next to me if he has inside info and is manipulating the market. So I wouldn't want to be betting into a prop market that isn't even, that isn't a level playing field. I mean, the answer is you have to uproot all of these people, treat them incredibly harshly, and ban them all. Right? Anybody found guilty of this should never be allowed in the game again, because what we can't do is, one, compromise the integrity of the game first and foremost, and secondarily, if we are going to have betting and they are going to be a partner, the markets can't be false markets.
Right. And so you ask why. And here's what everybody's going to go to, and this is just one of his contracts. When you're talking about Rozier, he's in the final year of a 4-year, $96.3 million contract. If he were to be able to play this year out, in 4 years, he will gross $96.3 million. And that's just for on-field performance. So I don't know that you can look at it and say, well, he was just looking to make a little bit more money. Like, I don't understand that.
And what's getting flagged right now in these are the unusual prop bets, meaning large chunks of money are coming in out of nowhere in an odd situation, when usually, I think for the most part, first pitch, I mean, seriously, that's almost like betting on the coin toss in the Super Bowl. It's kind of like, it's for fun, and so it's a tiny bet. There's probably people out there making tiny bets so they don't get flagged.
Right.
You think this isn't going on more?
No, and that's why I say a lot of it has to go with prop bets, because you are talking about, and we do reads all the time for, next basket scorer or rebounds. And I mean, if you go back to the Jonte Porter, and he's going to be sentenced in December. I don't remember what the prop bets were, but I know it had to do with his performance and whether it was, it was an over-under on total rebounds or over-under on points scored or minutes played. And I think that was I remember that was one of the things that was minutes played that the prop bet was, and he came up, he said he was sick.
Right.
Or had an injury or something.
Got to come out of the game, coach.
Yeah.
It's deeply disturbing. Like, we're processing it. We'll open up the phone lines if you guys are processing it and have thoughts on it. Again, the news story from ESPN today, Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling. And a press conference is scheduled at 10 a.m. today with the FBI.
What does this do to the NBA, too? I mean, Tim Donaghy, what was that, 15, 17 years ago, something like that?
Yeah.
It's like, at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it raises questions to the legitimacy of everything.
Well, now and making it broader with the whole Chiefs debacle.
Sure.
It's just the integrity and the purity in sports has never been in more doubt.
Yeah, I mean, are you skeptical about what you watch when you read stuff like this? We'll get the phone calls in the mix. We'll reset 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Breaking news from ESPN NBA reporter Shams Charania. The FBI made 2 headline arrests this morning in relation to an active sports gambling probe. Former Detroit Pistons legend and current Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups was arrested this morning after the probe, as was current Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier early Thursday morning. FBI Director Kash Patel will hold a press conference regarding the situation today at 10 a.m. Billups is currently in his 5th season as head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. ABC News is reporting that Billups was arrested in Oregon this morning in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, per their law enforcement sources. Billups played for 6 seasons with the Pistons, leading them to an NBA championship in 2004, in which he was named Finals MVP. Terry Rozier is currently with the Miami Heat, although he did not play per a coach's decision in their season opener against the Magic last night. He was arrested this morning in a hotel in Orlando. Sportsbook in multiple states flagged suspicious betting interest on Rozier's stats ahead of a Charlotte Hornets-New Orleans Pelicans game on March 2023, back when Rozier was with the Hornets. An unexpected surge of bets, including 30 wagers in 46 minutes from a professional bettor totaling over $13,000, came in on the under on Rozier's points, rebounds, and assists, causing sportsbooks to halt betting on the veteran guard. Rozier then played just 10 minutes before leaving that game with a foot injury. Much more on this shocking developing story as the day continues. Also, the Red Wings in action tonight. They're at 7 o'clock on 97.1 The Ticket against the Islanders, looking to bounce back from a 4-2 loss to the Sabres last night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Talking about your relationship with sports gambling and, of course, your reaction to that bombshell story that Chauncey Billups arrested in connection with alleged sports gambling.
Is this the first coach that's gotten into something since this has all been going on?
Yes.
The one that, it's the only one I could think of.
And it's all problematic. Look, whether it's Porter or Rozier, individual players, their props, the manipulation. But the coach is so much worse. The coach has access to the starting lineup, who's in, who's out, how many minutes they play, set plays you want to run for guys, looks you want to generate, all of it. They are a puppeteer. And if they're slanting and shifting the results of the game, you call the integrity of the game into question. And that is the biggest issue. More than any sponsorship arrangement or dollar you're getting, the games people watch, they have to have faith that what they're watching is true competition. Stuff like this damages the league. And I don't know how they handle it. Like, John, I think it's been floated out there. You just eliminate player props.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it could curb this. I think the other thing you got to do is zero tolerance, man. There's not a... Well, I was trying to make a quick buck. You are never allowed to be part of this ever again.
No, I agree. Yeah, it needs to be you're done now, and there's no chance of recovery. The issue is, first of all, like we've seen it with Malik Beasley.
Yep.
And I mean, here's the other thing too is these are all handled differently. I don't know all of the details of Shohei Ohtani's interpreter and Shohei Ohtani, but did that one not feel like within about the span of 48, 72 hours, like, all right, hey, you're done. We know everything that's going on, and here's the results. And within a couple of months, the interpreter was sentenced, and the Major League Baseball season goes on. That's a superstar. And then you think about how long Malik Beasley has been going through this, and you think about all the other ones. They seem to drag out, and we never really hear what the final verdict is or what happened.
248-539-9797. We'll get the phones in the mix on this. But again, Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling, sources tell ESPN. Let's get to Greg in Royal Oak.
Hey, guys, zero tolerance is the absolute only way this is ever going to go away. I think if you're a college player signing an NIL deal or any kind of professional athlete, they have to be, once they sign on the dotted line, they have to know one and done. They almost need to drop a blanket on them and their immediate family. Any bets placed on the team, on any kind of prop involving your team, is a violation of that. Anybody doing this, they're either in the hole financially or they have a gambling addiction. And the real thing, though, guys, the real problem is I don't think you can ever curtail it because you can't eliminate greed from the human psyche. I don't know how you do it.
the truth is all you could do is curb it. Like, this stuff was happening before it was legal.
Right. Yeah, and obviously everybody knows about Tim Donaghy. Yeah. That was back in 2007, and that was an official.
What about T. Rose back in the day? I mean, he started doing that when he was, managing the Reds, supposedly. Yep. So right. I don't know if you can ever do anything about it.
You can go even further
money
back. Wasn't
the lot more money?
Yeah.
The 1919 Chicago Black Sox. I mean, we're going over 100 years. I mean, you've had it in college hoops in the past. They did a 30 for 30 on it. And that's before you had brought to you by insert sportsbook here.
Yeah.
It's clearly more prevalent and more in your face and maybe more tempting.
How is this affecting I'm curious to our listeners, how is this affecting how you view games or how you view sports, especially professional sports? And I'll even throw collegiate sports in there as well because
they've been involved.
Yeah, I mean, college football games, college basketball games are maybe not watched as much as the NFL or the NBA, but they're a big business. Are you now viewing this as can't trust the outcome of games? Is it how much is it affecting you as a fan and your fandom?
Well, I believe this was going on before sports gambling was legal. I don't know if it could have really been done in the prop bet market. I don't know if bookies took that kind of stuff or not.
Yeah.
There's probably some that did, but it's way more out there now. But
yeah, but now it's all on your phone.
Right.
So it's easier to access, and you can actually make that next basket score prop bet. Whereas before, I mean, you have to be sitting next to your bookie watching the game together.
But my opinion on this is we only know about the ones that get caught.
Right.
This is happening, guys, and I would equate it to somebody that drinks and drives. You know about the time they got caught. You think that's the only time they did it?
Right. Some ticket text coming in. The integrity of the NBA was lost years ago. I haven't watched in over 10 years. Guys, Alabama's baseball coach was fired for gambling involvement. It's happened with coaches. Billups was related to illegal poker ties to the mafia, has not been connected to basketball. Another one says, did you not read or hear anything? It's poker tied to the mafia, not sports gambling.
Okay, well, what we did say was this was breaking and we're trying to figure it out because they've been, at least in a bunch of news articles, tied together.
Yeah, they link, like a lot of the headlines include Chauncey with Rozier.
Yeah.
Right? Or, people put the connection that this is... Look, I guess, to be very clear,
okay?
we don't know. Well, first of all, it's not okay, but it's a separate conversation then. Is he manipulating NBA games or not? I suppose that's a fair distinction to make. But I think one of the first things we speculated, and that's all this has been is speculation, is, okay, well, if he owed money to the mafia, how's he going to get him the money? How's he going to make it good to him? How's he going to do right by him? Is he in a position where he could influence the results of NBA games?
Yeah.
Yes, and it's an investigation. We clearly don't have the final findings, but it's disturbing. And it's where everybody's mind goes to when you hear NBA coach and illicit activity involving gambling.
And we will get more information because at 10 o'clock they've scheduled a press conference. So they obviously have enough to come forward and say, here is what we know, here are the charges, and they'll formalize a lot of things in that press conference at 10 a.m.
Yeah, usually when they do it this way, like I said earlier, they have the goods. Nobody heard about this until they pretty much put it out there right before so that people could actually be at the press conference.
How about this text? You have a whole show planned, and then a Hall of Famer gets arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. Dante, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
Good morning.
First thing I wanted to say is when you guys dropped that news, I'm running around in my work truck. My mouth literally dropped when I heard Chauncey's name. After hearing you guys read those texts, my first hope is that this doesn't have anything to do with prop bets or anything like that, because my biggest concern was that this sounds like a separate situation from the Rozier situation, which was a separate situation from the Jontay Porter thing, and it just makes you think, how deep does this run? How many guys are in on this? And you guys made a good point earlier from a coach's standpoint, just how many things are able to be manipulated in a game from the viewpoint of a coach. And considering the types of props that are out there, you got live bets. You can literally bet on the next basket scored. It makes you really nervous about what this could mean for the league in terms of manipulating the gambling markets. And last thing I wanted to say is if this does have something to do with prop bets and manipulations of the market, it really pains me to say it, but they have to kind of drop the hammer on Chauncey. They have to make sure that this is a zero tolerance thing. So, I'm really disappointed. Really crazy to hear his name drop like that. I wasn't expecting that this morning. So, Enjoy the show. You guys take care.
Hey, thanks for calling in and giving us your 2 cents on it. We weren't expecting anything like this either.
No. And again, we have next to no details.
Right.
All we know is that they've released the fact that Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billup have been arrested, and we will get more information at the press conference at 10 a.m.
Yeah, we have a couple tweets, a couple stories that have just come up, and a couple tickers updating on TVs around us. It's a very much breaking news story. Ticket Text wants to know, is his new nickname Mr. Big Bet? Andrew and Pinckney. Steve in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I have an 8-year-old daughter who loves the Red Wings. We sit down to watch every game and tune into the FanDuel network and have to just listen to 2 hours of place your bet now, get your bet in, you're going to bet on the game. And she's asking me now, hey, Dad, can we bet on the game? My friends' dads are betting. When are we going to bet, Dad? What you have now is an entire generation that is being raised on the idea that you cannot watch sports without betting. And I think it's disgusting that our teams are submitting to this and that we have to be exposed to it when we just want to watch a game. I think it's ridiculous, and I'm totally disgusted by it.
Yeah, Steve, I remember, I don't even know how many times you're watching a game, and in the first quarter, they'll put parlays together, and they'll tell you where to go place that parlay.
And then they'll update that parlay throughout the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The pregame, all betting. The halftime show, all betting. Everything. And these young kids that are being raised to think that this is normal, that this is how, and then they turn 18 and they open their FanDuel account and here, get a $100 bet. And I'll tell you what, I listen to this network, 97.1, and I hear the ads all the time too. So I feel like we're speaking out of both sides of our mouth here.
Yeah, look, I'll just speak for myself as a guy who hosts a gambling podcast and likes and does gamble on sports. There is an oversaturation point,
Sure.
right? Like, I don't have an issue with them sponsoring a desk or a segment, but you should have to choose to participate in the process. And if it's being shoved down your throat, I totally understand being turned off by that.
Yes, but I also think that there is. You also have to be an adult.
Yeah.
Like you get a chance to make your own choices, and you don't have to bet.
No, you don't. And in fact, it's one of the things that we've stressed on our podcast is we are not a get-rich-quick scheme. You're not going to get your retirement fund from betting single games or some mega parlay that you're never going to hit. We approach it from an entertainment standpoint. To me, it's entertaining. Adds a little juice. I have a little more fun watching games that don't involve my team when I bet on them. But we're very transparent about do not bet more money than you can afford. Do not put yourself in a bad spot. Bet only enough. But again, that gets into personal responsibility. Mm-hmm. And
but
that
guys,
is part of this.
You look at guys like Henry Ruggs and why they do what they did. And Len Bias back in the day. You're throwing it all away. But it's the same thing, those addictions. It is the same thing. Why would those people make those choices?
No, I agree. I just can't understand them. And I know addiction is real. Like, okay, not breaking news there. I just can't understand making that decision as a professional athlete, being in that position and risking everything that I've worked for.
Yeah.
And the opportunity that I had to make a lot of money playing a game, and then somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, you can make." I don't know. Like we just talked about the contract that he said he's going to make $96 million in 4 years, but you're going to possibly throw it all away because
why would Pete Rose do what he did?
Well, addiction is the answer,
right?
And it doesn't matter how much money you make; you can still get addicted to something harmful to you.
I mean, Chauncey Billups is like it's more surprising with him, and even if it's just the poker stuff, because you would view him as how old is Chauncey? I mean. More mature than a Rozier who can be manipulated, hasn't lived a lot of life, but that's the power of it.
But this is almost, if you want to really make this a broader issue, should you advertise no vices? Like alcohol's addicting.
Exactly.
I mean, people have struggled. People have died because of alcohol addiction. Should you not have a major beer sponsor on the NFL? Should we not have major beer ads during the broadcasts? Like, we've kind of accepted those and understood that, like, if you need help, you need to seek help. If there's people in your life struggling, help those people. And it does come down to personal responsibility. Like, I don't think the answer is to not have vices in the world, because go to Prohibition, Go to sports before sports gambling. People could still find ways to do this.
See a cigarette ad anymore? I mean,
So is your answer, you want to ban advertising for all
because
vices?
the addiction was so bad for people smoking. That's why there's been some regulation there. It used to be all over the place when I was a kid.
I think regulation's fine.
My daughter is going to Washington, D.C. She's there right now on a bus, but we flew on a plane. When I went as a kid, you could smoke on a plane back then.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of layers to this. The phones are lighting up. We're going to take some of your thoughts next. 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
do a little reset just on what we know, and then we'll get back to the phones on this. We had breaking news this morning. Chauncey Billups, NBA Hall of Famer, Piston legend, current Trailblazers head coach, arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling. Stories everywhere today.
Yeah, it's...
Now, there was talk of this involving an illegal poker ring of some sorts involving
Tied to the mafia?
That's from ABC, Good Morning America. Look, I think the natural leap is to question, well, if he owed money to people, did this impact at all his job as the Blazers coach? We don't know, to be clear.
Yeah.
I think it's a natural connection that people are making. And everybody's bummed. Like, this is a dude that's a hero in the city of Detroit.
To a lot of people.
And he had a lucrative, successful career as a player, as a coach, as an analyst. And he's wrapped up in some messed up stuff here. And again, it's alleged. But for everybody that asked the question, how does this happen? I guess the answer is addiction. You get caught up in something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know if it's one bad decision leads to another one, leads to another, and then it snowballs. There's a lot of different ways you could go down that rabbit hole.
Press conference at 10 with the FBI. We'll get some more clarity on him. I know Terry Rozier is roped into their probe. Not sure the connection. You know, Jonte Porter of the NBA has been punished because of his role with illegal gambling.
Yeah, it's set to be punished. So I think he's sentenced in December.
Okay. And we've seen stuff with college. We saw stuff before the sports gambling was legal. But it's front and center, and people have thoughts, so we'll get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Roy. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Sad day for the Detroit sports world for sure, even if it's just at its base minimum and he's not, deep into all of this. It's still sad because let's just say from the back-to-back championships till the last OG Piston turned out the lights and the new Piston started, I would say there were all throughout that people that we really, really liked a lot. But Chauncey was the guy we loved. He was just our guy. A little lesser, but similar to like Tayshaun, because, when he can run down and slap a ball off the backboard repeatedly, Tayshaun was that guy as well, but Chauncey was it. I liken it to if you just substitute an athlete from the four major sports. If today it was Miggy, or if today it was Barry Sanders, or if today it was Stevie Y, that's how disappointed I'm guessing we are. And that, there's people that you think, they grew up this, they grew up, they were in, not Chauncey. Sad for sure.
Yeah, he's a lot of people's favorite player.
Yeah.
They played a preseason game. I couldn't really afford to go to the games up at the Palace, but they played a preseason game down here in Toledo. They changed the name of it so many times now. I went, and you could walk off your seat to the floor. There was, just like regular. And seeing those guys, my hair stood up basically the whole game because it's like, those are my guys, and man. I just hope that something happens, that it's not as bad or whatever, or something's misconstrued or whatever, and he can come out of this and still have at least himself, because he has family and stuff that's going to have to react to this as well.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying we're hoping that this isn't what it looks like. We've had ticket texters point out innocent until proven guilty. It's not our job to sentence him, but it is our job to get to this story and give you all the info we do have up to the minute, and understand that more is going to break and more info will come out, and nobody wants this to be true. You really hope that there is something that we're missing here.
Right. And I mean, the bigger concern is, if you just take the names out of it, is it feels like it's about to hit that point where one guy's connected to the next guy, connected to the next guy. And even if they're not in cahoots with each other, it's whatever service or whatever individual they're using, that it just leads to more of quote unquote our sports heroes succumbing to bad decisions.
Like, for some people, this will be their watershed moment because of who it is.
Yeah.
And also the position he's in. He's a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
He has, if this does connect to the on-court results, he's controlling the rotation, the minutes, the lineups, the plays they run, the game plan, who's injured, who's playing, who's not. He knows all of this. So anytime it's someone with that level of control or power, and we're talking about something as lucrative as betting on sports.
Yeah. But again, we will find out more information.
Yeah.
We're going off of reports and sources, but what we do know is that they've been arrested.
Yeah.
And we'll find more out at 10 a.m.
Let's get to the phones. Armin in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. My take is it might not just necessarily be an addiction, but it's just a lot of people making bad decisions. I do remember Gilbert Arenas. He got arrested and then got released and so forth. Early in the summer, Michael Porter Jr. was on a podcast literally stating how easy it would be to help one of his guys come up a couple of grand or so forth by him taking a seat on by faking an injury or so forth. Like I said, telling the coach, I'm not feeling it or just bad performance. As far as I said, so I think it's just guys trying to help guys that's from their neighborhood or back where they came from and just trying to give them a chance. But it's definitely it doesn't need to be happening at all because it definitely degrades the integrity of the sport.
It
on
does.
all levels.
And you can't help people if you get yourself arrested. It's
Right.
maybe not seeing or thinking clearly because while you might try to get your buddy $1,000, $2,000, hey, I'll help you. You get roped into this, you go from being the meal ticket to having no job and no legacy and no livelihood.
Or spending time behind bars.
Yeah. Losing your freedom.
Yeah.
Let's get to Paul in Madison Heights. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about the integrity of all sports, not just basketball here. This is really huge. It's making me think if I'm watching a football game, for instance, and something happens that's a little fishy, I'm thinking to myself, well, is the fix in or is this just bad officiating? And that when that doubt being there, that's going to really, really hurt all of professional sports. They need to come down hard on whoever's involved in this and set a big example with real time and real consequences to hopefully deter this from happening ever again.
That's the key, deterrence. Because what you don't want to do is even when things are above board, even when things are being run properly, you've invited doubt and questions. I mean, that's more harmful in a lot of ways than even like an isolated incident here or there. It's the cumulative effect of now people are doubting.
Well, I kind of laughed off the golf prop bet in the Chiefs game. Then this comes out, and I'm kind of like, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, if you're a tinfoil hat guy, like you got a lot of ammunition.
Maybe it's not a tinfoil hat anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Like it starts to make that guy look like a clairvoyant.
Or just aware.
Yeah. Brian in Rochester, good morning.
Hey, this is just really hard to all process because, and Heather, you probably grew up because I know you were from the area, and I worked at the TGI Fridays in Auburn Hills back in the day, and those guys would come in after the Pistons game and eat every night. And I'm not so much Ben Wallace or, Rasheed even, and Tayshaun Prince would never give you any spare minute to talk, but Chauncey always gave me 5 minutes of chit-chat, and he was so cool, so nice. And I'm just so heartbroken by this whole thing. But it just stems back to guys like, I think a lot of this, and maybe not so much pertaining to Chauncey, but just people in general in this day and age struggle. And it's hard to make ends meet. And I think, not that it's an excuse, but, when you can't get an extended line of credit or you need an extra $70 to pay the electric bill or something, what do you turn to? You're turning to a loan shark. And what's loan sharks connected to? Mafia. You could get, like John, you said, it could be a domino effect of just a snowball that gets bigger and bigger and harder to stop. But I just think, people need to make wise decisions and don't spend money you don't have. And however it ties into Chauncey on a bigger level is something totally different, but it's my take.
Well, Brian, appreciate you taking some time to give us your thoughts this morning.
So on Twitch, somebody posted a Twitter comment from CNN.
Okay.
And it reads, in a separate alleged scheme, Billups, a basketball Hall of Famer who was a 5-time All-Star and 2004 NBA champion, participated in an illegal poker game that took place in Manhattan, Miami, Las Vegas, and the Hamptons. Sources are officials. The poker game allegedly involved members of at least 3 of New York's mafia families, again, according to officials.
And again, nothing that has tied this directly to
Sports
basketball
betting.
and sports gambling or the books. That's where people's heads go.
Yeah.
But this is centered around poker.
Right. And it's, again, we will find out more at 10 a.m. when they have the news conference to break the news about why both guys have been arrested.
A few more phone calls, Heather's News. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
You hear the ads all the time. It's law firms bragging about how they got some giant verk, and then to them, it's a trophy. It's a number. That's great for them. But if you've just been injured in a car accident, what does that do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, and we all know that, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We've been piecing this together, processing it, just kind of talking out loud. Chauncey Billups arrested. FBI involving illegal poker games with potential ties to the mafia. Like, this is not your normal headline. And everybody's brain connects him to, well, he's an NBA coach. The NBA's had some issues with players and sports have had issues with coaching.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear that there's a connection right now to the games themselves with Chauncey Billups.
No.
Which is important that we say that, because I think we've out loud wondered.
Well, yeah, and whenever you look at Rozier, who was the other individual that was arrested,
and linked to him in certain headlines,
right? And so you're thinking, well, it's presented in a way that they're connected.
There's an NBA problem involving NBA people involved. As of right now, and we'll get more information as the day goes on. Press conference 10 o'clock with the FBI. It's a poker issue.
Yes, illegal poker games, and I don't know what makes them legal or illegal, or if they just don't happen at a casino, they're all illegal. I don't know. I don't know.
And clearly, when there's issues with sports gambling, people bring up the player props and how they could be manipulated, and all that's come up today. We'll get back to the phones. We got Heather's news, and then we're going to try to end with something a little less tense. Let's get to Will in Livonia. Will, what's up?
Hi, John. Hi, Jim. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. So I heard the caller about a half hour ago talking about how kids are growing up thinking that this gambling is normal for sports because that's all they've ever known. I actually have a different take on that. When sports gambling first became legal, my son was having a lot of trouble with his math at school. So he loved football. He loved college and NFL football. So we would make $1 bet on the overs. And I would, during the game, I would say, okay, how much do they have between the two of them? How much more do they need to cover? And we didn't call them bets, we called them votes. But he got really good at his math just doing that exercise while watching something that he really liked.
I mean, yeah, you could turn anything into educational. So, I mean, bravo to you for doing that. But it is.
And then I got a hot tip. I got a hot tip out of Portland. Bet the under and the Portland to lose. Parlay it.
Okay. Thanks, Will.
I like how you put a positive spin on it. You know, like there's stuff out there that's not good for you.
Sure. There's a lot of stuff out there that's not good for you. It's also this is if we're talking about kids that are growing up watching sports right now, it's not going away.
No,
it's not going to change. So you have to have honest conversations with them, and you also have to have. I mean, the conversation comes down to you are going to be in a position to make your own choices for your own life, and here are the consequences if you were to make a decision like a Rozier. Or if you go and you enter a poker game with the mafia.
Yep.
Like, there are going to be consequences to your decisions. These are the conversations parents have with their kids all the time.
Yep.
But it comes down to personal choices. You have a choice to partake or not.
100% there with you. You have a choice if you want to wager, how much you want to wager, if you want to wager at all. And it doesn't just have to do with gambling. You make a choice on how you want to live your life.
Yeah.
You want to smoke? You want to drink? I mean, you make decisions with what you want to do with your life.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's you are ultimately I don't want to say a victim. You are the product of your decisions.
Yep.
Because they could be some good decisions
and
too.
Make good decisions because those work too.
Yeah.
You're a product of those decisions too. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, guys, and some other news going on. Travis Kelce is apparently adding theme park investor to his resume. Have you heard? He's now part of a group trying to revive Six Flags. So Kelce says he grew up a huge fan of Cedar Point.
Sure.
Used to go there with his family, with his friends. So he's joined this investment effort to modernize Six Flags parks and bring back some of the, old school thrill.
Why not Cedar Point?
Well, I think Cedar Point is actually now connected
under the umbrella?
to yes,
okay.
Cedar Point as well. But specifically, the article talks about Six Flags. But I do believe, just recently, there was a merger with Six Flags and Cedar Point, at least the umbrella of Cedar Point.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, all of them wants to make sure amusement parks are still a thing people want to go to and bring back, what was so fun about them when we were younger. So the plan involves upgrading rides, improving food and entertainment, and making the parks more year-round destinations. Here's kind of a wild story, also a bittersweet story. Alan Hamill is the husband of the late Suzanne Summers, and he says he's created an AI version of her 2 years after she has passed away. He told People magazine that he worked with a company to develop this artificial intelligence model that talks and sounds exactly like her. And so real, he says, you can't tell the difference. And he says he uses the AI version to help keep her memory alive. Says she can even respond in her own voice and mannerisms and
yeah,
fascinating.
And they were together for over 50 years.
Yes, married for nearly 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is incredible.
Yes.
Nonetheless. So it's
but this is all on a computer, right?
Yeah.
There's not an actual.
It's not like he created a live doll or like a 3D or whatever.
I don't know what
A real doll.
a robot.
Whatever,
Yeah, there's no
doll.
robot that looks
no,
like. Yeah,
it's all over the computer. So it
right. So he talks to it and it talks back to him.
a little. I mean,
It's kind of creepy.
it's a little eerie, also sentimental, but
Yeah.
interesting the things that we can do nowadays, isn't it?
Sure.
This is also kind of depressing. There's a new survey that found nearly 25% of U.S. workers didn't take any vacation days in 2025, despite having access to PTO. So people cited a whole lot of different reasons. Workload, guilt about leaving coworkers hanging, the fear of falling behind. And experts are saying, though, it's a serious burnout warning sign. So even among those who did take time off, almost half said they worked during their vacation.
Sure.
So there's a lot of benefits to taking PTO, and experts are saying, hey, taking time off actually makes you a better worker in the long run. So it is important to use your vacation days if you have them. People who are getting enough rest, relaxation are more focused. They're more creative in their work. They're more resilient when challenges arise compared to people who are just always working and never take time off.
Burnout's real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for what we do too, it's sometimes hard not to do work when you're on vacation.
I know.
Because sports is still not just the job, but it's also a hobby.
Right.
And you have access to it right in your hand 24/7.
Right, but for what we do, like the knowledge is cumulative.
Yes.
So if
Yeah.
you take a 2-week break and then all of a sudden you come back and you're like, yeah, I don't know what happened those middle 2 weeks of July of the baseball season.
Yeah, I know.
So and I know there's a lot of, that's a reference to our job, but there's a lot of other people that have jobs like that too.
So Hollywood might have to rethink its go-to formula because there's a new report that says Gen Z aren't into romance or sex storylines anymore. So they don't want to see sex and romance or love triangles in movies and shows. They're instead into stories about friendship, growth, adventure. John has an eye roll there. So writers say that it's a big shift from, the days when every teen drama had a big love triangle. And all the streaming shows have love scenes and nudity and things like that. So,
but these are movies for teens, right? That's what we're talking about.
This is Gen Z. So this is what
Gen
like
Z is
10.
not necessarily teens.
No, I think it's like 10. I mean, well, it's little, but we're talking 10 to 25, 28 years old.
So
late 20s.
There's a lot of different phases of life in there.
Oh, here it is. So they looked at age 10 to 24.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, adults.
Sure, yeah. I mean, making movies for a 10-year-old is much different than making movies for a 22-year-old.
Correct.
Yes, without a doubt. Finally, it turns out a lot of people are disqualified from reality TV shows because of STDs. Yeah. So there's a reality TV casting director named Kristen Moss who says STD testing disqualifies a lot of people from making the cut. And I had heard about this. A lot of people, before you're able to go on the show, oh, great, you got an awesome personality. You'd be a great contestant. And then they have to take an STD test and they fail. And then it's oh, I'm sorry, you're out. But you do watch some of these shows like the Love Island and things, and you're like, God, this guy's a creep. And then
do they ask
you would
the
imagine,
question before, hey, before we take this test, is there anything we need to know?
Probably.
Yeah.
Or I'm guessing that some of them might just back out in general, oh shoot, you need this. I'm not even gonna.
Yeah. Sorry, penicillin drip.
Oh.
Blame it on the syphilis.
Oh, jeez.
Tale as old as time. All right, Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, you've probably heard by now me rave about my new hot tub. I got it from Beninati Pool and Spa, and I'm telling you, it has made a game changer for me and my family. It's relaxing in the evenings. It's cooling off now, so there's something about getting in a hot tub when it's cooler outside and you're sitting in the nice warm water. It's relaxing. It's helped me sleep better. It's helped some of my back pain. So if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa will make the entire process a breeze. They're going to be there to help you find the right tub for you and your family. They're going to deliver it, install it, and take care of maintenance as well. They're in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township as well. It's right off M59 and I-94. No matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience, help you find the right hot tub. Plus, this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase, just like that. Go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
I'm glad you have a sense of humor, Greg. A little levity because it's very useful. It's a bombshell story we had fall in our lap today. It's 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. Should be getting updates later in the day, but Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI. Illegal gambling activity seems to be about poker, but headlines are, of course, including that he is an NBA coach and other NBA players are being thrown in this FBI probe. So everyone's left to wonder and speculate, which some of it's understandable and normal and healthy, but at the same time, we truly don't know. But Chauncey's beloved. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a lot of people's hero. So it's landed poorly. And then it, of course, opens the door of all of the sports gambling stuff that people are very nervous about.
Yeah, and the FBI, an FBI spokesperson also confirming former NBA player Damon Jones, who last played for the Cleveland Cavaliers, also arrested.
Was he arrested for poker or was he arrested for sports gambling? You don't know.
No, I read you the bullet point.
All right.
So I was looking. Damon Jones, former Piston, he played here the year, I think, before Chauncey was brought in. He was on the first team where Carlisle flipped it around, but they did not play together here.
Okay. That texture says, y'all are wrong for poker face. Ha ha ha. Kirk and Milford. Just needed a laugh, man. This is a lousy story. Nobody likes hearing this stuff. Nobody wants to question the games. Nobody wants to take away props that in theory could just be a fun thing to do. No one wants to, even if it's not related to basketball, nobody wants their hero to be tied up and investigated by the FBI.
Right.
And arrested by the FBI. So
I just tried going to Chauncey Billups' basketball reference page, and it says 502 Bag Gateway. It won't let me go to his basketball reference. Have they already taken it down?
I don't know.
I don't know. Or it could just be so many people are doing exactly what you just
probably.
did. Yeah,
Chauncey.
No, the reason I was going there because Damon Jones played in Boston in the late 90s, and I was trying to see is that when
do they
Billups was
also
there.
cross over there? Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to talk about like the games before we get out of here?
Yeah, the Pistons games, and the Red Wings game.
And the Wings both played last night.
Yeah, let's talk about a couple losses.
I was saying, it's not that much better because they both lost, but at least we can talk some ball before we head out.
Well, I'm not gonna. It was disappointing to watch the Pistons last night, to watch them get down 23, not play the defense that they played last year until the fourth quarter. They made a valiant effort to come back, came up short. I'm not going to sit here and say, don't watch the rest of the season. It's over. It's one game.
Well, and specifically, all of our teams have had awful game ones this year.
Yeah.
The Lions, the Packer game.
And we saw
the
what the
Tigers
Wings
with
did.
the Dodgers, the Wings 5-1.
Yeah. But, okay, so they lose that way, but then they rattle off 5 wins. So, I mean, it could be the schedule is tough for the Pistons to rattle off 5 wins, but I don't think that team that we saw last night is going to be the team that we know as the Pistons of 25 and 26.
Well, I certainly didn't recognize them. Well, I did, but in a bad way. They looked like a team from, maybe the first half of last year, second half of the year before. They looked like the young Pistons who hadn't found their identity yet because they didn't come out playing defense, which was what they did so well at the end of last year. They didn't have reliable shooting around Cade Cunningham. Duncan Robinson 0 in his debut.
Yeah.
And Cade himself had chances late after they rallied and tied the game, and he missed 3 of his last 4 shots. Do I think that's who they are? No, I don't. I do believe they grew up last season. I don't think one night is indicative, but it was super disappointing. It was a game you probably wanted to turn off, which did remind you of the Pistons of a year prior.
And then
more than a year prior.
You're thinking, oh well, maybe I'll turn over to the Wings. This isn't going well for the Pistons. Let's turn over to the Wings.
Hey,
They've won 5 in a row.
The Wings have won 5 in a row.
They're playing Buffalo.
They got a goalie making his NHL debut.
It's tied 2-2. All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Didn't end well.
It did not, and I think McClellan correctly pointed out after the game, they just gave them too many penalties. Like the PK has been a pleasant surprise early in the year, but their 4th power play of the game, like eventually Buffalo's going to make you pay, and they did. Kind of broke the game open, and the Red Wings' 5-game win streak was snapped. They'll play tonight against the Islanders. We'll have tickets to give away for their next home game tomorrow on the show. They'll play Saturday at Little Caesars Arena against the Blues.
Yeah, and they'll get a chance to respond tonight And that's. I'm curious to see, as we learn more about Todd McClellan, now that we've seen what he did at the end of the year, and okay, you take over midseason, you're not really sure how much influence or little influence he has. Now he's had an entire offseason, has had his training camp. We saw his response after game 1, and we saw him rattle off 5 wins. How is he going to handle this loss? Because it's not always going to be fire and brimstone. They're going to lose more games.
Oh, yeah.
And so how do they respond as we learn more about them?
Yeah. Which loss was more disappointing?
For me, it was the Pistons. And part of it was just because it's our first look at them. Didn't love the look, but it was so disappointing.
Yeah. Look, when you put the head on the pillow at the end of the night, it is one night.
Yeah.
But I was more disappointed in the Pistons, too, just because it felt like we're past this stuff, right?
Right. And we always build things up in our minds more than they really should be. But
they're going to hit the ground running, and they're going to build up 44 wins, and they're never going to look back, and there will be more bumps in the road along the way.
Yeah.
Gators in the studio.
How you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled with either game last night. Nobody was.
No.
And then the Chauncey news. Please tell me that's not true. I
know.
I absolutely love Chauncey Billups, so I do not want any of this to be true.
Well, so it's interesting that these are going to be announced together. They've been written about together, and it is gambling. But if his is illegal poker games versus betting on basketball,
I get that, but
that's different.
I'm such a big fan of him,
Yeah.
From the player and as a person. I love Chauncey, so it's like he could have gotten picked up for jaywalking, and I'd be no, don't do that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
it's more serious. And yes, thankfully, it's not something we're betting on sports, but nonetheless, I don't want any, black cloud hanging over his head.
Right. Yeah, we don't want to hear his fall.
Guy's great.
Yeah.
We love him. No.
What are you guys talking about today?
We're going to talk about that for sure. First impressions of the Pistons game last night. You don't like to see a team, kind of not perform all that well for 3 quarters and then pick it up in the fourth quarter. I get it. That's the NBA. I mean, teams come back from 20 points literally every night. But I don't want to see it to start the season.
Right.
That's not the way that I wanted the season to start. Like, you can lose, right? But things I didn't want to see happen was those first 3 quarters, and then Duncan Robinson going 0 for 5 from 3-point range. It's like that's not good either. So yeah, we'll get into the Pistons opener and maybe some way too early conclusions to draw, which is always fun after one game. The Red Wings, we'll get into that as well. That was a whole other headache with the first period of how that unfolded, and obviously the Chauncey story.
All right, Carson Anderson, they're next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks, Detroit Pistons legend and current Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups, current Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, and now former NBA guard Damon Jones were all arrested Thursday morning as part of investigations by the FBI related to illegal gambling, as reported by ESPN's Shams Charania today. Terry Rozier was arrested this morning at a hotel in Orlando, Florida. He did not play yesterday in the Miami Heat season opener to the Magic last night. His decision not to play was a coach's decision. Rozier's arrest is believed to be in relation to a March 2023 game between the Charlotte Hornets and the New Orleans Pelicans, of which he was a member of the Hornets. Chauncey was arrested in Oregon this morning. His arrest was made as part of a separate but related illegal gambling case linked to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, according to an ABC News report. Chauncey is expected to make an initial court appearance later today. He's in year 5 as the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers and was on the sidelines last night for their 118-114 season opening loss to the Timberwolves. Billups obviously is a legend here in Detroit, played for 6 seasons with the Pistons, led them to the NBA championship in 2004, and was named Finals MVP. Damon Jones Jones was arrested this morning as well. That report from NBC News. He played in the league for 11 seasons from 1999 to 2009. He was a member of the Pistons in the 01-02 season and also spent 3 years as a Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach. The Eastern District of New York and FBI Director Kash Patel are holding a press conference right now starting at 10 a.m. with more information about this. We'll bring you all the latest on this shocking developing story right here on 97.1 The Ticket later on in the day. Also, the Red Wings taking on the Islanders tonight, trying to bounce back after their 4-2 loss to the Sabres last night. That's at 7 o'clock. Pregame show with Jeff Rieger at 6:45 right here on The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Suffice it to say, this is not where we expected today's show to go. Look, gambling in sports has become so prevalent. I don't know that there is a sports league, a sports station, a sports network. Everybody is in bed with the sports books, present company included. And maybe this shouldn't come as a surprise that stuff like this is happening. I find it, I always go, wait. No, this doesn't make sense. And then Kang always comes back and says the exact same thing to me. Doug, people are stupid. And whether or not they are stupid or just make stupid decisions, we all, in the course of our day, in any given day, I make multiple stupid decisions. But not with ramifications that have the FBI knocking on my hotel room door at 6 a.m. and placing me under arrest. And, I mean, here, obviously, we're concerned about Chauncey Billups and the legacy, currently the head coach of Portland, and this being, the wording of this is interesting. The term separate but related. How is it related to what is appears to be point shaving accusations against Terry Rozier? How is it related? I don't know. But anyway, Gator, this our whole show. Yeah, I mean, it just took a sharp right turn right before, about an hour ago.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. I get ready to leave the house, and when I saw it, I'm like, no, come on. Mm-hmm. Chauncey's one of my all-time favorite Detroit athletes, and love the guy, and root for him. You know, not a Piston. I don't care. I root for the guy. You know, hopefully wins an NBA championship as a coach at some point. And this sucks. Obviously, let the case unfold and see what happens.
Everyone is innocent until proven guilty.
And see what was going on there. And his initially the participation, whatever this ring is, appears that involved with the poker aspect of it. So that's better news than what Rozier is facing, which is a sports betting thing. So I guess just we'll see what happens with it. But I don't like it initially. You just don't like to hear it.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, Damon Jones' name now being included, that I heard during the update. Did not know that. Jeff Passan reported that his sources are telling him this is part of a widespread gambling investigation. Pete Thamel just tweeted out, press conference is about to start. The title online says more than 30 defendants charged in illegal gambling schemes. Is this going to be a net that takes in more players, coaches,
it may,
athletes?
But when you see 30, I mean, when you also see the word mafia attached to it,
yeah, dude,
then that brings a whole different element to it, which is unsavory, but also adds to the total of people that are being investigated. So I don't know if this is going to include more athletes or not, but it's something certainly to keep an eye on.
Yeah, this is You just hate seeing Chauncey's name because Chauncey has this mass appeal in Detroit. Whoever says a bad thing about Chauncey?
Nobody.
He's one of the most beloved Detroit athletes that has come through in our time in doing this job. It feels like everybody loves Chauncey Billups. And, this might, again, innocent till proven guilty. We always emphasize that on this show because we don't like to try and convict people on the air. And hopefully there's some explanation to this and something that isn't as bad as it looks. But I fear what it might be. Kang, what did you think when you saw the story?
Oh, God. I thought, why? Why? I was kind of like Gator. Chauncey's one of my favorite Detroit athletes of all time. And that's the local picture. But the bigger picture is it's gambling and sports betting has taken over what we used to just enjoy for the competition, right? It was just see who's the best at what they did. And now it's, well, also, did he hit my parlay? And that just takes away from the true point of why we even like sports in the beginning. As far as Chauncey's concerned, you hope, if you're a Chauncey fan, you hope that he didn't know what he was involved in, right? I mean, that's probably the best case scenario for him, that he was either tricked or, rooked into something that he didn't know was illegal. I think the separate but related thing, Doug, is they're separate as Terry Rozier is a part of basketball betting and gambling. Chauncey is part of an illegal poker ring, but they might be ran by the same guy up top. Do you know what I'm saying? Whoever that mafia guy or whatever it is, he might be also dealing with Rozier and dealing with Chauncey separately. So that's where they may be connected, by the way. But yeah, it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the tube. But I said it, a few months ago that do we go back to where it's legal only in Vegas? Because I don't know if we can handle this as a society.
It doesn't feel like we can.
The professionals can't handle it, let alone us.
It doesn't feel like we can. That's not to mention, look, we talk about this, and I joke that for me it's $1, $2, $5, $10 usually max, but literally plenty of $1 and $2 bets because I know how easy how easy it is to get in trouble with this stuff, and I'm not. I've said it before in the air. I don't like parlays. But we're talking about the people on the professional level can't handle it, let alone anybody who might have got themselves in trouble out there just betting.
Yeah.
Legally.
Yeah.
But then this gets back into the Rozier case. This goes back to a game on March 23rd of 2023. So 2.5 years ago.
My birthday.
You remember that one specifically?
2023?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Did you make any bets that day, Gator?
Did you have any unders on Rozier? Yeah. Because you might get looped into this. He played, I think, 9 minutes and then left the game with a foot.
Well, I will tell you that I do not participate in the single game parlays. Any parlays that I do are with teams, betting 3 teams to win a game. That's my parlay. So no. Although I think I was at a Mexican restaurant watching the NCAA tournament on this night.
Wow.
That's a very likely scenario.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, on that day, on March 23rd of 2023, 30 wagers in 46 minutes came in on Rozier unders. It got flagged in multiple states. He played 10 minutes, left the game with a foot injury. And here we go. So we'll see. We'll see what comes out of this. But breaking news today, and we'll see if there's more names. Widespread, they are saying. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got the Blitz thing. We'll have some Michigan and Michigan State talk, Pistons and Red Wings. All coming up here on Carson Anderson. Hey, when it comes to your home, peace of mind matters. CGC Home Services is your trusted partner for plumbing, water treatment, and air purification. As an authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services provides the highest quality water systems along with expert service that you can count on. From leaky pipes to clean air solutions, their team is there for you. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242 or online at cgchomeservices.com, 855-339-4242. They're dependable, reliable, and ready to serve. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, reacting to the breaking news today. And what is, I'm just listening to some of the news conference FBI related. It sounds like tip of the iceberg, and will we have more athletes brought in on this? We will find out. Maybe more coaches, more prominent figures. In a widespread investigation that resulted in this morning the arrests of Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones in separate but related cases with illegal gambling. Chauncey's case is related to an illegal poker operation, but related to the mafia, and that is also scary. Portland played last night, lost to the Timberwolves, and he was arrested in Portland this morning. Chauncey. 248-539-9797. Matt, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing? Love your show. I've been listening to you guys for years, the station for years. But one of you guys just brought something up a few moments ago about, possibly hoping that he didn't know what he was involved in, or any of these guys for that matter. I really, really hope that I'm not going to be insulted with something like that. And these guys are educated, taught by their organizations, taught by the league. It's pathetic and incomprehensible to me that I'm going to have to listen to one of these guys or any of these guys say that.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I get it. Part of this is, and what we're trying to and understand where we're coming from with that. I get so sick of trying and convicting people in the court of public opinion that I always want to wait for all of these cases, for all of the facts to come out, and hope that there's that there's not truth to it. But I mean, you're right. The excuses and the defense that people use a lot of times is hard to fathom. But we do have a court of law for these reasons. Investigations are allowed to take course, and if we're gonna, let me put it to you like this, Matt. I'm in no rush, and I don't think Gator is either. We're in no rush to give final judgment on this one.
Yeah, well, don't be in a rush to create excuses either. I mean, this is the facts haven't come out, but this is pretty pathetic. And that's why a lot of people I know, including myself, have been turned off by this league for, a quarter century or better. So that's just my take on it. And I love your show, guys. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, well, whether we're in a rush to make excuses or just trying to give somebody a fair shake here. And there's examples of, I can think back to very embarrassing moments in my career, okay, which I don't like to bring up, but you learn from your mistakes about coming to conclusions on very serious cases like this. And,
Yes.
and I'm sure you can find people, if you want to find people giving their final conclusions on this, literally an hour and 19 minutes into the story, I'm sure you can find those out there. From an unnamed texter, suffice it to say, they're going to ring these guys up. Gambling's big money in this country, and they're going to make an example of them. Next text. This is just the beginning. You think drugs are addictive. Sports gambling and gambling in general has the potential to affect millions more than drugs. It's cheaper and more accessible to everybody. We as a nation better be careful.
It's
that last statement, by the way, is one that rings true in a lot of ways.
Which was the last part?
We as a nation better be careful.
It's I everything is when you talk about sports gambling or just gambling in general, it is absolutely addictive. There's a rush that comes with it. Money won and the whole bit better than money earned, and it really is something. This is not fake news. I mean, it's absolutely can be addictive, and that's why you hear disclaimers after every one of the ads. It's why you always you've been hearing forever about Gamblers Anonymous and things like that when people have issues. I'm not saying that there was a problem that any of these guys had. Maybe these guys didn't have a gambling problem. They just gambled. And if it was easier for them, I don't know how this was working. We talked a little bit before the show, was maybe this is like a Molly's Game type poker situation from the movie and the book of Molly Bloom and the poker rooms that she ran, I think on both coasts. It's that's people, consenting adults, deciding that they're going to play a poker game. But there are legalities, and if you're going around it, then that's the issue.
But obviously, people gamble for money, right? And then you mentioned also they gamble for the rush. That's how it becomes addictive, guys. But Doug, when I tell you like people are stupid, another reason people do things like this, and I'll just point to the Chauncey situation, like how could he run an illegal poker ring? It's glorified to be like a mafioso type or the head boss. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you would think he does not need the money, right? He has an NBA coaching job right now. He had an NBA career. He
made
has
over $100 million in his NBA
Yes.
career, makes over $4 million as a coach.
And he has other businesses I know that he is invested in. So why does he need to do this? I don't know, but players do it. Gilbert Arenas just got popped for something like this recently where he's on trial currently for it, running illegal poker. Like, I don't know if it's stature or status, whatever, but people do things like weird things like this when they don't have to. And so money, the rush, status, whatever, it's ridiculous, but it happens.
And there are obviously different levels of involvement from just being a player, a poker player in this, or if you're helping to run this, or if you're the actual mafia boss involved with this that's being reported. Whatever it is, we'll see what falls out of this. But it's sad when you see your heroes being brought down like this. But I'll reserve judgment fully until I know exactly what was going on here.
248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Hey, what's up? Again, like you guys said, I'm going to wait for judgment because I can't believe, Mr. Big Shot is caught up in this. And then I wanted to get you guys' opinion on contracts. I think any professional sport going forward, there should be something in the contract where you're not allowed to gamble. And if you're caught gambling, any incentives or promised money, anything like that is null and void, and your contract's immediately terminated because it brings bad heat to the teams.
Well, it undermines the credibility of the leagues. And look, I know that the first caller, he gave up on this league 25 years ago, whatever he said. There are plenty of people that don't buy the authenticity of the results. When I watch games, it never enters my mind that the game is fixed. And I get every time I bring that up in the air, I do bring it up in the air. People say the same thing. You're so naive. And maybe I am. I'm blissfully naive. I watch games and I think the results are authentic. But when stuff like this happens, it undermines that authenticity.
Yeah, I really think there should be something in contracts where if like an instance like that happens, your contract's immediately terminated. Because it happens too much.
Here's the thing. It's going the other way, John. On November 1st, it becomes legal for college student athletes to bet on professional sports. They're not taking rights away. They're expanding them. Like we're going the other direction. You want to terminate contracts. And I understand that. I mean, I think that would serve as lifetime bans and all that does happen, right? There are lifetime bans. Who's the kid that played at Georgetown? Jonte Porter? Wasn't that him? I don't want to get it wrong. There are lifetime bans. And that you'd think that would be reason enough to keep people away from, but we're expanding the rights. And I'm telling you, man, that's... As soon as I heard that, I thought, that sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a great idea. No. I don't like the idea of letting college players get involved with sports gambling at all. I think it's a horrible, horrible idea. It's already brought in, but I understand why they're doing it. It's like they have to, because if you're allowing everybody else to do it, why is it that they can't do it? They're old enough. It's not against the law, but it's about optics. It doesn't look right. There's something that we know it could lead to fishiness and just outright illegalities, and nobody wants that. This is all part of that. Is the sports bubble going to burst? And you feel like there are stories that can get bigger and bigger and bigger, and this is one of them. That when you bring gambling into it and it starts to uncover and you peel back layers and there are other layers and more layers and here's this and more people get involved, and it takes away, or has the potential anyway, to take away the true integrity of the sport, and that can bring it to its knees.
Wood in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Wood.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Hey, listen, this is a far bigger problem than the NBA. We here in Detroit lived it a couple weeks ago. If you think these millionaires gambling is setting up rings and taking money, what about the refs that don't make as much money? Nowhere near it. You can easily get to them. So, and then if you're going to talk about they can't bet or gamble, a lot of these guys golf in the off season. And that's all they do. Michael Jordan's been golfing and betting people, and it's well known and documented for years. All of these guys do it on the golf course. So you're saying they can't gamble on the golf course either? So now you really just have to start looking at sports as entertainment, and that's it, like wrestling. Like it's probably fixed or something else, because this is a widespread problem, and it has been for years. It's been going on long before now. So I'll hang up and listen.
And I guess I have a hard time believing that guys train too hard, and men and women, professional athletes train way too hard. They're way too good at their craft. And for the majority of them to be, buying into some sort of sinister plot that would take down the sport. Do I think there are some bad apples out there? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think it's really hard to discern who's doing what and when. I think that they've got some pretty interesting things in place that can flag situations, and when they do, it's like, wow, that happened. Okay, and here's the investigation that leads to show it. But I don't think this is something that is as widespread as what the nightmares would be. And I certainly hope it doesn't ever get to that point.
248-539-9797. We got the Blitz thingy scheduled. We're going to push it back a little bit because people want to sound off on this breaking news story today. If you are just joining us, a widespread FBI investigation has resulted so far in the arrests of Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier from the Orlando Magic, former NBA player Damon Jones, all gambling investigations. There sounds like more to come, but it's all evolving at this hour. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
I don't like these details coming out.
No. During the commercial break there, we were able to listen to some of the news conference going on. And one member, I don't know who it is, at the podium with the FBI mentioned that it sounds like some celebrity athletes were used to lure people to gamble with them.
Like the idea of gambling next to a former player or current player.
Yeah. And shuffling decks were fixed, rigged
to put the odds in favor of the house.
Yeah. And some of these illegal poker games. But again, this case is just breaking right now.
Yeah, according to the presser, a lot of illegal stuff was going on, right? Rigged machines.
Yeah.
Yep.
Marked cards.
That's
X-ray machines. Just straight up. This is not even a straight up game.
No, this is completely.
It's not even just illegal
this is
poker or
different,
gambling. This is like.
This goes beyond. I said to Doug during a break. I hate this story because this is. If this stuff is true, and people like Chauncey knew of it, that's awful. I mean, you're gone. You're
Could
done.
he have been lured unknowingly?
I mean, I suppose that's possible. Yes, but
I don't
that's
want to
why
go fishing for excuses like the first caller said.
But this is what I said initially. I said if he knows that these shuffling machines are rigged in favor, if he knows there are cards that are marked or there are X-ray machines being used, or whatever, if he knows all this and still participates in it, good God, then whoever is involved in this you're just a criminal. And beyond that, as someone who self-admittedly loves going to Vegas and loves playing the cards at Vegas, I love playing blackjack, I love the dice and craps and all that. You hear a story like this, and the first thought that goes through my mind is, wait a minute, okay. I mean, what's to protect anybody from any casino in the country from knowing absolutely that this is a legit game and not rigged shuffling machines?
Well, there's a gaming commission, so you feel like protected.
hope.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at least there's that. When you go to a house game, there's nothing.
No, there is nothing
but
in a house.
hope and a trust, right? That's why I'll admit it. I host poker games with my friends. I don't host poker games with people I don't know and I don't go to poker games with people I don't know, honestly, because of things like this. If I'm going to play poker, I go to MGM or I go to Vegas in a real poker room where there is a gaming commission, whether you believe them or not. At least that's there, right? It's regulated for what we know. When you go to someone's mansion, dude, you have no idea.
No, but in the back of my mind, I'm not going to lie. As someone who goes to a casino, in the back of my mind now, because of a story like this, I'm thinking, when you get on a bad streak, when you're on a bad run, and the dealer's pulling 6-card 21s or whatever, and you're losing on 20s every time.
You speak like this has happened.
I'm just saying. In the back of my mind, because this story comes out there, I can't help but shake it. Like, wait a minute, is this all legit? And hopefully, of course, most of it's all legit. But some cases like this, they're not.
248-539-9797. Julian is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Julian.
Hey, fellas. It's been a while. Good to talk to you. Obviously, in this Detroit area, to hear Mr. Big Shot caught up in this, everyone's like, no. Hopefully we'll find out more information. I'm trying to reserve judgment, like you said, Doug. And then you mentioned credibility. The word integrity is key here. But the whole thing is exposing, I think, that larger, wider culture. People have already mentioned this. The NBA culture of gambling, these high-stakes gambling, poker games, whatever that they're doing outside of casinos. So when we heard this news at first, everyone probably thought, wait, the gambling on games or sports? But this is that other part of it, that culture that we've heard about through Gilbert Arenas' situation when he pulled the gun on a teammate. That was related to high-stakes poker games. We've heard about Jordan, obviously in the past. Even Zeke was caught up in something back in the day. But one thing that definitely is a red flag about this is when you hear mafia, and like you guys are telling me now, because I haven't read a lot yet either, about rigged games and things like this. This is huge. And can you imagine this is at the start of the NBA season?
Yeah.
This is like PR nightmare 101.
Oh, and it's like this is, I mean, up in lights with the big names. It's talking about the Genovese crime family, the Gambino crime family.
Oh,
I mean,
wow. Yeah.
they're using
This
words
is
like La
huge.
Cosa Nostra and capos and soldiers. Like, you know, they can't wait to use the names like that.
Oh,
I feel like,
and
you know what we
before
are?
we did,
We're living a movie script right
We
now.
are.
There's going to be a movie
Well,
about this.
you know, fellas, that's what I was going to say. This is Molly's Game, the film, great film, as you guys know. But Molly's Game was a story of this same type of situation: high stakes, behind the scenes gambling poker games in Hollywood that got busted.
But the difference is that, at least according to the movie, those games weren't rigged. That's the difference.
No, right. But it still was like technically,
Yes,
you know,
it's an
illegal
illegal
high
gambling,
stakes.
absolutely, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Yeah, Kang referenced it
It's
before
really
the
good
show.
movie.
So I've only heard of it.
Very good. Very good acting.
Harrison in Ann Arbor, you're next. Hi, Harrison.
Hey there. Hey, gentlemen, nice talking to you. I've been listening a little bit. I just have something to throw out there, food for thought, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around this like everybody else. But I'm a huge sports fan. So when Ohtani got tied up and everyone downplayed his involvement in this, and now you see the World Series, I'm sure Major League Baseball wrote the script on how to downplay and try to isolate, because I just felt like that whole story kind of went away. He's a $700 million player. He's the golden goose. And it just kind of, they got the guy that was his whatever, his translator or what have you. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on just in general, like, is that what the NBA, because I know the commissioner back when Jordan was kind of tied, kept it kind of under wraps. I'm wondering if these are smaller characters in the game, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier and such, but I just think that the Ohtani example needs to be kind of like brought back up, because that went away pretty quick. It's like people didn't even remember it. Like I don't even remember it. Like 2 or 3 weeks after they got the guy, the fall guy, it was gone. I was like, damn, Ohtani. I mean, I still feel in my gut. You're too smart, dude. You're too good at what you do to just know that kind of money was just being thrown around like, oh, I didn't know it was just him.
And it's interesting. I just
know.
saw a story the other day that said that Shohei Ohtani's $700 million investment is already paid off 1 year into it.
Yeah, I don't know, Harrison.
I just wanted to throw it out there. I want to throw it out there.
I will say this,
I'm
Harrison.
a huge sports guy.
Yeah,
but
no, you brought up a whole bunch of stuff that clearly you suspect, but as like stuff that hasn't been confirmed. Like you're convinced it was Ohtani, and you're convinced that the NBA swept stuff under the rug previously. And I don't know whether they did or they didn't. We can all have our suspicions. At least all of this is going to get investigated. We'll probably get some conclusions out of this and find out what's real and what isn't. But I hate any undermining of the authenticity of results.
Yeah.
And, it sounds like Chauncey's name is brought into this for something off the court that has nothing to do with on the court, but all came under the umbrella of, as Kang, you pointed out, and I think as I'm getting bits and pieces of this news conference, it sounds like it starts at a top, and then the different tentacles of them in terms of
umbrella,
illegal gambling included some point shaving and also included maybe some illegal gambling that perhaps Chauncey got caught up in, whether or not he was used as bait for people. Hey, come gamble with Chauncey, or Chauncey Billups is going to be there. And did he know that these poker games were fixed? But
Well, and of course, you're going to want to hear from Chauncey himself and
Yep.
hear how he defends himself.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. Got the Blitz thingy straight ahead here on 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the deep back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And right now, these deals are unbeatable. You start with employee pricing for everyone on every 2025 demo in stock. You can get a 2025 Silverado or 2026 Equinox for $299 a month, and that's with zero down. There's no games. There's no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. We're talking big money, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line.
Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Quite a few phone calls on this breaking news. NBA figures are wrapped up in a sports gambling investigation. The FBI arrests this morning, including former player Damon Jones, current member of the Orlando Magic Terry Rozier, and unfortunately former Piston and Portland Trailblazer head coach Chauncey Billups. We'll get back to that at 11 o'clock straight up, but it's time now for the Blitz thingy. I lead off today. Let's go.
All right, question number 1. The drama continues between Sean Payton, the coach of the Denver Broncos, and former Denver Bronco quarterback Russell Wilson. It appeared Payton took a shot at Wilson post-game by praising Giants' new quarterback, Jackson Dart. Wilson then called Payton out on X by posting that he was classless, of course. Now Payton has come back and said that was not his intention to take a shot at Russell Wilson. Hey, whose back you got in this little drama show?
Okay, I think this is a non-story if Wilson doesn't ever even reference it. The quote that I saw was relatively innocuous. Peyton was talking about how Jackson Dart is now a problem with the Giants and he had to face him. And he said after the game, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mara not too long ago, and I said, we're hoping that change would have happened long after our game. Okay, he's praising Dart. It seems pretty innocuous to me, and it makes Wilson seem super sensitive. Who is tying that to a direct shot at Russell Wilson? I would say pretty much I only interpret that as a roundabout way to praise Dart, but unless there's more. I haven't seen more than that.
If this was the only thing going on between those two, then okay, then you kind of ignore it. But I think two things can be right here. I don't think it was necessarily Sean Payton's intention, but it was certainly the byproduct of what he said because he clearly sent a message to Russell Wilson and he reacted. It's a happy mistake for Sean Payton. I think he likes this smoke. I mean, mentioning the owner of the other team and saying, oh, I was really hoping to go to this guy after our game, the implication is that so we would have to face Russell Wilson, who we know is done. I think it's both things here. Whose back do I have? I got nobody's back in this. I mean, if anything, I think I might have more of Russell Wilson's back than Sean Payton, because Sean Payton can say, well, that's not what I meant. And you could certainly interpret like you had that it's not. But I think this thing goes back a few years here.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly get Russell Wilson's back on this too, Gator. I know Russell gets a bad rep for being kind of corny and not genuine, but honestly, I think deep down he is a good guy and it's not malicious, right? I think that's just his personality. Sean Payton, though, I'm starting to just think he's a Richard. Like when he was a head coach of the Saints and the whole Bounty Gate thing, and he oversaw that. He kind of got away scot-free with that one, even though he was the head coach of the team. Then he went into broadcasting, started talking a lot of crap about people. Remember when he called Nathaniel Hackett the worst coaching job in history when he was coaching the Broncos? Yep. My God, he went at him. And then they had to play the Jets, and that whole thing came out again. So in the end, I got Wilson's back on this. I think Payton's kind of a jerk. All right, the NFL sent a memo last week to the Lions using Jack Campbell as an example to remind players, hey, when you punch for the football for a fumble, make sure to punch the football and not the opponent. Should the NFL just ban punching the ball altogether?
No, I don't think there's any problem with punching the football out. I mean, what's the problem? If you miss the ball, that you punch somebody in the shoulder pad? Ooh. These guys are all padded up. So if you miss the punch, you miss the punch, and then you don't knock the ball out, and the guy keeps it. I mean, it's not like they're practicing jiu-jitsu out there. I mean, nobody's doing a rear naked choke, a omoplata. I mean, come on. What are we talking about? It's not that big of a deal.
The punching out of the football is a great defensive play. And I don't think there's any evidence that this is a serious danger to offensive players carrying the football, unless I've missed it. Has there been a bunch of offensive players sidelined for weeks because they got punched? An epidemic? This is not.
So week 5, guys, I don't know if you remember, the 49ers defensive tackle, Alfred Collins, punched the ball out of the Rams running back, Kyron Williams, at the goal line, forcing a fumble, a game-changing fumble. But before he punched the ball out, he actually punched him across the face mask. It was clear as day. I don't think they should ban punching the ball out, okay? But I think the NFL needs to start officiating it better, because if you hit someone in the face,
well, that's different.
That's a foul.
Yeah.
And if you hit someone, I mean, I don't want to see a bunch of defenders just coming into it and all of a sudden it looks like a beatdown, like they're jumping a guy, and all you see is punches, even though they're going for the ball. You could get someone in the solar plex. The pads don't cover there. So like I said, I don't think you should get rid of banning the punching the football out. But I think the refs need to, they do need to emphasize, hey, remember, you're responsible, like in hockey, you're responsible for your stick. You're responsible for your punches in football.
I agree 100% with that. If you're going to swing and hit somebody in the helmet, well, that's illegal contact in the helmet. That's a penalty all day long, you know?
Okay, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, all products of the 2018 NFL Draft. Guys, do we need to start thinking about this as being one of the greatest QB drafts of all time?
It depends how many QB draft classes that envelops, right? How many, when we say one of the greatest, is that, okay, are the top 5 the greatest? Because the 2020 class, I think, is better with Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, and Jalen Hurts. And the 1983 class, I think, is better with Elway, Marino, Jim Kelly, and others. So, I mean, is it one of the greatest? It might be. It's amazing if you go back and look at quarterback classes. How many are terrible? So this one's pretty good. It's in the conversation, but I don't think it's the greatest. Could it be one of the greatest? I think it's included in that group, yes.
Yeah, I mean, more time needs to play out. I think the one thing automatically that strikes it from the record at this point is that nobody has won a Super Bowl out of that group yet. In fact, has anybody even played for a Super Bowl out of that group? So until that happens, I can't really look at it. But right now, they're all pretty good. In fact, a couple of these guys have flirted with being elite quarterbacks. When you look at Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, they've absolutely flirted with being elite. But as a group, it's a really nice group of quarterbacks. But until somebody actually hoists the Lombardi Trophy, no.
Yeah, I personally think Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are elite quarterbacks. But of course, they're not one of the greatest QB drafts of all time yet, because you're right. They have to start winning Super Bowls. They definitely have the MVPs between Lamar and Josh Allen. And if they start winning Super Bowls as a group, they should enter the conversation for sure. But I will dub them the greatest redemption quarterback draft of all time, because Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, these guys were left for dead multiple times. And look at them now. It's pretty crazy. So I think the lesson here is patience can pay off sometimes, especially with really young quarterbacks that have to develop. All right, who's more to blame for the Dolphins' disaster, Mike McDaniel or Tua Tagovailoa?
I think more blame goes on the head coach. Miami's problems aren't just with the offense and just with Tua. There's absolutely Tua's a big problem with that, turning the ball over. Not the right time. You don't want to do that. But football is more than just the offense. It's everything else. Maybe it might help you out if you didn't give up 29 points a game. Your defense is bad. It's not just your offensive scheming, even though he's supposed to be this offensive guru, and perhaps he's not. He was the hot name a couple years ago when they were utilizing all that speed they had there on the field. Well, now they've got some injuries and things are starting to mount, and when you don't have all the players at your disposal, the quarterback's not going to look as good, and then when you start losing games, the coach isn't going to look as good. But ultimately, he's in charge of the whole thing. It's more on the coach. Curious with what you're going to say.
Tua.
Any more, Doug?
Actually, it's probably Chris Greer, the GM that drafted Tua.
Wow.
But
don't stop.
Tua.
All right, this is tough because I think it's really tough to have a good team without a good quarterback play, right? But the blame starts at the top, so I'll go with Mike McDaniel. He's supposed to be an offensive guy. He's supposed to be a QB guy. They thought he had it turned around a little bit with Tua that one year, right? And they put up the numbers, made the playoffs, all that stuff. But I think obviously the concussions have played a big role on Tua's development, and he's obviously gotten worse. I think it's easier to find a guy to fix Tua than actually find a new QB, so I'll put the blame on McDaniel more for their disaster this year. All right, Sunday Night Football this week. Who you rooting for? And you have to say the full phrase. You're rooting for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, or you're rooting for Jordan Love and the Packers?
You're a jerk. I know you did this for this reason, to put us in this uncomfortable position. I think you specifically asked this question to make us uncomfortable. I'm rooting for Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow.
Jerk.
Well, stop humping his leg.
I mean, it helps the Lions. So whatevs. I'm rooting for Rodgers.
Yeah, I too hate Kang for this question. I think when I had to start looking at this question, it reminded me of the movie The Dark Knight Rises. And when people were sentenced, they were sentenced to exile or death. And if they chose exile, it basically became death by exile. It's the same thing. There's no choice here. I hate this. That being said,
say the phrase.
I'm rooting for Mason Rudolph and the Pittsburgh Steelers because it's twofold. Beat the Packers, absolutely. Give the Lions a chance to get back on top in the division. Beat the Packers is first and foremost. The other little byproduct of having the Steelers win this game is it becomes that much harder for Cincinnati to get to the top. And if Cincinnati's not going to get to the top in the next few weeks, then maybe they have more of an opportunity to trade Trey Hendrickson.
So I also hated writing this question out, guys. Okay, so just to make
Can you believe that?
clear.
No, I don't believe that for a little bit.
But I mean, you got to do it. You got to do it. It's all about the division. You have to say it. You got to root for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. It sounds disgusting, icky to say, but it helps the Lions the most. I just want to hear you guys say it, even though I had to say it too.
Sure.
Ugh. All right, last one, guys. Light one here. Bad Bunny, I don't know if you heard, he will be performing at the Super Bowl halftime show this year. That's right. If you were a musical artist, but your name had to consist of an adjective and a non-threatening animal, such as Bad Bunny, what would your name be?
I love this question, as you might have expected. there's some great harmless animals, but I think some of them have already been used, like hamster. You got muscle hamster, which is awesome.
That's a good one. Rest in peace.
Hedgehogs are great, but there's Sonic the Hedgehog and all that. I went with malicious meerkat. Love the meerkat. You see those things in the nature shows.
I thought you were going to have a sound effect after.
I don't have any sound effect for malicious meerkat.
My stage name would be Bored Turtle.
All right, for me, and coming to the stage is mild manatee.
Nice.
I enjoy the ocean. I'm over being emotional, guys, at my age with my kids. Other than my kids, I'm not emotional about anything anymore, I feel like. And I just want to float around all day minding my own business, and that's what a manatee does.
That's a manatee will do.
Yep.
There you go. And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We'll get back to the big story of the day, the gambling probe, NBA, FBI, arrests made, including Chauncey Billups. We'll have all the details, including the FBI's press conference just wrapped up. We'll have a summation of what was said coming up straight ahead, and your phone calls and reaction. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Detroit Pistons legend and current Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups, along with Miami Heat guard and former NBA guard Damon Jones, all arrested this morning by the FBI as part of investigations related to illegal gambling. Terry Rozier was arrested this morning at a hotel in Orlando, Florida, after not playing in last night's season opening game with the Heat against the Magic. He will appear in federal court in Florida this afternoon around 1 to 2 p.m. Chauncey Billups, the Pistons legend and 2004 NBA Finals MVP, was arrested in Oregon. His arrest was made as part of a separate but related illegal gambling case linked to an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. We learned in a press conference from the East District of New York and FBI Director Kash Patel just moments ago that Billups was involved in illegally rigged poker games played in Manhattan, backed by the La Cosa Nostra Italian crime syndicate made up of multiple families in the Italian mafia. The two indictments that were released by the FBI today involve fraud in sports betting and illegally gambling, specifically rigged poker games. They are separate indictments. In the second indictment, 31 defendants were arrested across 11 states this morning by the FBI in relation to illegally rigged poker games by La Cosa Nostra. FBI Director Kash Patel quotes, tens of millions of dollars of fraud and theft and robbery across multiple years, end quote, is what was involved with this case. Much more on this shocking and developing story as we continue throughout the day here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also in the NHL, the Red Wings taking on the Islanders tonight. That's at 7 o'clock. Jeff Rieger hosts the pregame show right here on The Ticket at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The story is a bummer if you're a fan of Chauncey Billups, and it's a bummer if it further undermines the authenticity of sports. These are prop bets that were manipulated in the case of Terry Rozier. This does tie into Jonte Porter. There's a great summation put together by Joe Pompliano, who is a sports and business writer and a guy that we follow, and he kind of has the whole case laid out, and we'll try and sum it up as quickly as possible coming up in a minute, although you heard much of it there in the update with Brendan. Let's go to Todd. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Doug and Gator, longtime listener.
What's up?
I had to bring up, first of all, I got to praise Kang for raising the question of Pittsburgh poop against Green Bay crap.
Yeah.
But that was a great one. But no, everybody forgets, and the NBA is so great at sweeping things under the rug, that Donahue started this thing before sports betting was even legal. And that was multiple NBA refs and the mafia and their people who would manipulate
That was
games.
Tim Donaghy, for those that...
Yeah. And
yeah.
was it multiple NBA refs?
It was multiple. Watch the Netflix documentary.
I did.
Where they admitted that it was multiple NBA refs that were his friends and his buddies from college, and they asked him multiple times in that documentary if he did it, and he kept smirking like he was on like hush hush. That was part of the deal.
I don't recall him concluding that it was multiple NBA refs, but maybe you're right.
I do believe it was multiple NBA refs, and they were all benefiting from it. And I remember the NBA wanted to sweep that under the rug as fast as possible. And with the rise of AI and technology and sports betting being legal, you can only imagine 10 or 15 years later what that looks like.
Well, look, that was a bad story for the league for sure. And in the case of Tim Donaghy, and I know that there was a lot of ahas out there. It hasn't occurred to me watching games again that this ref is on the take. But every time these stories come up, do I get closer to thinking things are fixed? Because there's so much money being made already. Now the refs, they probably are a little bit more susceptible to this. They don't get paid the way a lot of athletes do. College athletes
They just get paid really well.
College athletes don't get paid the way, well, some of them do now. Many of them don't, though.
No, many of them don't.
And I don't know. They
get scholarships and everything else that comes with it, and now they get NIL as well.
Yep. So look, that Netflix documentary took a lot of criticism because of some debunked things that Tim Donaghy was claiming that later were called not true. It's pretty clear that Donaghy did it. I do not remember there being others in that net that were accused of that, but still, I mean, that was a bad story for the league. This is a bad story for the league. Here's a total summation from Joe Pompliano. This was an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation. It spanned years across 11 states. 30 individuals have been arrested. 13 are mafia members. Then we have the 3 that we know about with the NBA ties. So that's 14, 15, 16. There are 14 more that we don't know who they are. Who knows who they are? But it was indeed a mafia case. There are 2 separate indictments. So there's 2 things here. This, again, a summation from Joe Pompliano. The first involves 6 defendants accused of participating in sports corruption that exploited insider information involving NBA players. The defendants leveraged their connections to place prop bets on confidential insider information, winning tens of thousands of dollars. The second indictment is the rigging of illegal poker games. So you have point shaving over here, and you have rigging of illegal poker games. One was involved in both. Damon Jones was involved in point shaving, again, according to this story, according to the news conference, and he was involved in the rigging of poker games.
So the poker games being rigged this is the scary part, because if this is where NBA players' involvement or former players like Chauncey involvement, if they knew that they were being used like this, hey, we need you to come in and be the lure for people to come in so they want to gamble next to you because you're a superstar, and we're going to rig the game so you win. That's horrible, and that seems like this is kind of what this is, that they used high-tech cheating technology to steal millions of dollars from victims in underground poker games that were secretly fixed.
Okay, so what is the cheating tech? So now we're just talking about the poker games, right?
Yep.
In the 2 separate, the defendants utilized altered shuffling machines to read the cards in the deck. Then that information was relayed to an offsite operator who then sent that information to someone at the table. So these shuffling machines would tell what cards were in people's hands. Other cheating technologies included poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards, and X-ray poker tables that could read cards that were face down. The poker scheme targeted victims who are lured to participate in rigged poker games by a chance to play alongside former professional athletes. These athletes included Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. So this implies that there's more. As far as the point shaving, there's 2 tentacles of that have been outed. The FBI says the NBA player Terry Rozier told the defendants he was going to leave a game early on March 23rd, 2023 with an injury. The defendants placed more than $200,000 on wagers on the unders for his prop bets. The FBI says that former Raptors player Jontay Porter was threatened to participate in the sports gambling scheme because of his gambling debts. And Porter's already been banned from the league. At this point, let me be clear, because we have a player that there was great interest here in Detroit who is not on an NBA roster right now because of what is an ongoing investigation. Sound like he was cleared, but it also sounded like Terry Rozier was cleared on an accusation years ago.
Yeah, and that's a bone of contention. Rozier's agent has come out and released a statement, and he's not real thrilled with this because it seemed like he was told that, first of all, that his client was cleared, and second of all, that they had worked out some kind of an arrangement where he thought that he would be able to, if there was going to be more questioning, that he'd be able to go ahead and self-surrender. And that wasn't the case, that the FBI did all this this morning to get the perp walk and all that. To which I would say, look, if they've got evidence that says you're guilty, I don't care what sort of prearrangement you had. If they want to do the perp walk, go ahead and do it. You know, if they've got evidence to show that you're guilty and that you're going to be indicted, so be it.
248-539-9797. Brandon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's going on, Doug and Gator? How you guys doing today?
Okay.
All right, Brandon.
I have a question. Is the evidence showing that Chauncey was doing this while he was playing?
I don't think
I don't
so.
think it hasn't. It says.
This investigation has gone over, 4 years or something like
It
that?
says the rigged poker games were a chance to play alongside former professional athletes. These athletes include Chauncey Billups, so that means Chauncey it is post-playing days.
Okay, good. Because I was telling the screener, can we finally say that they threw the Eastern Conference Championship with LeBron score?
No, I don't think we can.
Listen, guys.
I don't think we can. But, I mean, you got to figure for all of these, for what has been uncovered, here's where I'm not naive. For what has been uncovered, there are I'm sure, other schemes that have not been uncovered and maybe never will be uncovered. Maybe I need to start doubting stuff more. 248-539-9797. It's Doug Carson, Scott Anderson. We'll get to some Michigan State talk at 11:30. 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback regarding this major breaking story in the NBA. Well, I'm optimistic thinking along these lines. If you had a big party at your house and a poker game got out of control and people started betting big money, it's technically an illegal poker game. That's not what this is about. And this text was sent before we read the details of X-ray chip trays and shuffling machines. And
they were rigged.
Yeah.
That they used people at the tables to draw celebrity former players to draw people in so they could say they played alongside, and then they allegedly rigged the games to bilk those people out of millions of dollars.
Yep.
So that the other people would win the games.
Yep.
It's a horrible story.
Mm-hmm.
But right now it's a story that's developing, but the indictments are coming down.
More here. There was a time when sports leagues totally distanced themselves from gambling, wouldn't even put a team in Vegas. Now they're basically sponsored by gambling sites, and gambling is being glorified as if it isn't a harmful vice. This type of thing was bound to happen. Money ruins everything.
You literally can't get away from it when watching any sporting event. Does not matter. Literally, I'm watching the Pistons last night, and it's on a network called the FanDuel, network.
Right.
I mean, like, you
Sports
can't.
Net.
Yeah, you can't.
Yep.
We're going to be entering, DraftKings Arena and whatever, name your betting site, right? And they already have sections, in the stadium.
So here's what's interesting is, I always found it amazing how prominent it was when I went to England. It was gambling or sports books everywhere. There were the leagues and all that. And I'm like, how do they do it here? And I guess I'm not paying attention if there's major scandals going on in the EPL or anything like that, but horse racing and et cetera, et cetera. Although I should be suspicious because I used to read Dick Francis novels, who was a mystery writer, and they were all centered around horse racing. True story. Anyway, long story short, I wondered how they did it there. And whether it was working there or not, I don't know. This feels like it's kind of turning into a bit of a broken system. I'm not going to read this one because it is trying and convicting someone on the air, and I don't appreciate that. Do you think there's a chance the major sports leagues distance themselves from the sports books now? It's such a strange double standard. Don't gamble. Sign the NBA. Brought to you by DraftKings. I do wonder about that. I do wonder about a lot of this stuff. Here's Adam Silver was recently on the Pat McAfee show and was asked about it, the commissioner of the NBA, and here's what he said.
Well, I mean, it sounds great, but in the meantime, you're still cashing checks.
Would eliminating player props be a big step towards this? Just eliminate them?
I would have no issue if they did that. I think that would help to
seems like the easiest thing to
take away
manipulate,
some
right?
of the anxiety over it. Yeah, because absolutely it's easy. I mean, when you're talking about with whichever player it is that left the game with a foot. Right?
Yep.
That's the easiest way in the world to manipulate. Bet the under, guys. I'm going to fake an injury or whatever it is. I'll be out of this by halftime. Yeah. Ow.
Yep.
There goes a spasm. I got to come out of the game, coach.
I mean, it still doesn't guard against all manipulation, but you are in total control of manipulating your own stats for the purposes of an under. If you leave the game with a back in an effort to manipulate a point spread, your team still might come through. You don't have as much control over that. And look, I'm sitting here as someone who doesn't do much exotic and big gambling, but eliminating player props wouldn't change my life at all. But I'm only speaking on my own behalf. Maybe there's people out there that love the player props. But Rick and Estelle, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey there, fellas. Just my first time calling into your show. I've listened to it for a long time, and hats off to you guys. You do the best job in sports media in the city, so I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Listen, this is really about, well, it could be principally about addiction. And I worked in addiction medicine for about 20 years. I'm not a clinician, but I worked in an administrative capacity. So I worked side by side with the people who treated addicts, and the whole situation where you get somebody like Chauncey who risks so much. You got to believe that the odds are pretty high that there might be some addiction type thing going on here, because that's one of the warning signs of addiction is when, the consequences keep getting steeper and steeper, and yet you won't change your behavior in terms of doing something that's really dangerous. So it could be that that's part of what's going on here. And I think probably other callers have covered this idea that gambling is just not a good mix, in my opinion, for sports. This is kind of going to be the tip of the iceberg over the next, however many years, where you're just going to continue to have these kinds of problems with professional athletes and everything. And I hate to say it, but you guys, you kind of contribute yourselves, Doug. I heard you doing a promo about an hour ago for one of the gambling sites,
Rick, we gave a disclosure at the beginning of the show that everybody knows that this station and some of us have live reads that we are contractually obligated to. And, it is definitely part of this story.
Well, that's what I figured, is that it probably is a contractual thing. But just for reference sake, at the next staff meeting where this might be discussed.
Rick, I'm not going to get into all that, what's going on in staff meetings, but there's a long look in the mirror that I think can be done by a lot of people. And the leagues and the networks and, even here, it can all get discussed.
I think this is part of it. I think when the leagues get in bed with the gambling companies, they know there's potential risk. They know it, and this is their worst nightmare, that something like this could happen and can take them down a peg or take them down completely. I don't think this is something that's going to take them down completely by any means. Let this all play out and see how widespread it is. Like you said, there's two parts of the story. There's the part that's the illegal poker games are going on that were rigged, that has nothing to do with sports other than they may have used former athletes to help lure in people. And then there's the sports wagering part. That's the part that really concerns me. The other part concerns me because it's Chauncey. And I love Chauncey. And I don't want him.
Jones, a former Piston, too. We haven't even mentioned
that.
that.
You don't love no love for Damon Jones?
I don't even remember Damon Jones. But for me, it's Chauncey. And I love Chauncey, and I don't want to see him get tied up in any of this. But if he is, then that sucks. It really sucks. But for the bigger picture, it's about sports. And this is troublesome. I don't think anybody's gonna be surprised if they find out that there was poker rooms that were owned by mafia that you mean it was fixed? Really? Okay.
The thing is, Chauncey's allegations are just poker related right now, but it's not outlandish to draw a line towards sports and sports gambling because of the connection, right? And I do want to make something clear with that caller that bring up, like our station doing live reads or any other plays, even teams and leagues getting sponsored money by gambling sites. What we're doing is very, very legal. You know what I mean? No, we're not doing mafioso type stuff here. What Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier are accused of doing, that stuff is illegal. So there is a difference. I do want to say that.
Straight ahead, we'll talk some Michigan and Michigan State. Circle back to this a little bit later. Interesting backdrop to this game between the Wolverines and Spartans on Saturday. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Saturday, Michigan and Michigan State will play a night game. And Scott Anderson, backdrop to this game is, I think, some griping, certainly more one fan base than the other, about the coaching situation. And, I was thinking about the Michigan State stuff, and I want your opinion on this. You cover the team, you know more, well, you know more about the team than I do, and admittedly so, and I don't know if people particularly care what I think. So I feel like sometimes removing ourselves from a situation and looking at it from the outside maybe gives you a better perspective on what is really going on. Around college football, this is the year of the fired coach. And I've admitted I'm very uncomfortable with this. I don't like how quick, and I don't know why. These coaches are well compensated. They get fired. They get buyouts. They get paid to do nothing. It's probably a great job to have, an elite contract to have when you get paid to do nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because it feeds into hot takes, and we aren't the most hot takey show in the world. Fire the coach. Fire everybody. But in year 2 here, Jonathan Smith is clearly under heat. And yet, I don't know if it's real heat from the athletic department or it's just fans, but there's grumbling. There's talk about Fickell on the national stage, whether or not he's going to survive. There's talk about Mike Norvell at Florida State, if he's going to survive. There was talk about Napier at Florida, if he was going to survive. James Franklin. Like these stories, there's not talk about Jonathan Smith. And I think it's on a national level. And is it because it's year 2 and people haven't even, outside of this area, haven't even considered it?
I'm not sure why it hasn't gotten to a national level yet, unless people have sources and they've talked to people and they're like, no, he's fine. I don't know. I look at the situation and, when you see that James Franklin is fired, anybody can be fired, regardless of what's left in your contract. And certainly what's on Jonathan Smith's contract is nowhere near the scale that was left on James Franklin's contract. I'm not necessarily there to say, got to get a new coach. I'm not there yet. I'd like to see a full second year play out. I mean, he's literally like one game below 500 in his career at Michigan State at this point. My concerns are that the team doesn't look like they're progressing all that well. And I think in large part, though, it's because of a lack of elite players or just good players. I think that they've been bitten by the portal in one way and helped out in another way. I mean, they've had an interesting past with the portal. They've had amazing players out of the portal, and then they've maybe relied too much on it and got nothing out of it in other regards. And, there's such a balancing act with college football coaches and what they have to do. Balancing the portal, balancing keeping the players that are already on your roster so they don't enter the portal. And all at the same time, you're trying to recruit high school kids to come to your university. And then you have to constantly re-recruit those guys because there's always going to be, the threat of going to the portal. It's really difficult in today's landscape. But I don't feel bad, and I won't feel bad for any coach that gets fired because their compensation is just too good.
Yeah.
And, to be bought out of a contract, you got a 5-year deal, and if you're bought out after year 2, wow, you're still getting paid a ridiculous amount to do nothing, to not coach is what's happening. With Michigan State, I really hope that they give him more of a chance. Now, they have way more information than I'll ever have on this. They'll know what the players feel about this. They know what the boosters feel about it, which is more pronounced now than ever before. Before, it was kind of like an untold thing. We don't know what influence boosters have on a program at like Michigan or Michigan State. We didn't know. Now, because of NIL and it's legally paying players over the table now, above the table, it's totally different. And that does play a role. Now, is that the coach's responsibility or is that the athletic director's responsibility, or is that something that is in conjunction with all of them? And I think it's probably, a shared responsibility, but nonetheless, it's something that you have to be good at. You have to help fundraise. And if at Michigan State, if the athletic director and the head football coach aren't on the same page in trying to
get those donations so that you can get the better players, so that you can have better results, then the athletic director eventually will move on if you're not producing on the field. So at the end of this season, if Michigan State, after 2 years of Jonathan Smith, is 10-14 or something like that, is that enough for them to say it's just not good enough? We need to find somebody else. The fact that you've got a brand new athletic director who didn't hire this guy, I mean, maybe you're already on the hot seat from moment one.
Again, I feel like I'm interviewing you on this one, but what about this? Because I look at Derek Harmon, who was a first-round pick, transferred from Michigan State, went to Oregon, would have looked good on the defensive line last year.
Sure would have.
Zion Young, who has got 5 sacks this year from Missouri, would have looked good on Michigan State's defensive line transfer. Sam Levitt, one of the top quarterbacks in college football at Arizona State, transferred from Michigan State.
Jeremy Bernard.
These things all seem to be, that's a bigger problem.
Keon Coleman.
Instead of buying out the coach, can you take the $30 million and invest in the roster?
Well,
does that make sense?
That makes 100% sense. And when you spell it out like that, yeah, like that's what I would be screaming to Michigan State. Like, okay, hold on, do you really want to buy this guy out, or do you want to use that money instead? And you're 100% right. That's probably what should happen. But that's only what should happen if you believe this is the right guy for X's and O's. If you think this is the right motivator of the players, if this is the guy that's going to keep players at Michigan State, because it's one thing to pay them, but it's another thing to make sure they're going to buy into it and they're not just going for the top dollar. I mean, I don't
know if you have access to that money, right? I mean, that's the question. Is do you have access to that money to pay players that you would have to pay for a coach and a buyout, which under contractually, I don't know how that money's distributed or whatever. But
yeah, I think that the rules are very loose and undefined as to how and what you can do with money.
It feels like he's lost momentum. Is that a safe?
Oh, I think it's very safe to say that. And that's why I think this week is very important, because there have been flashes this year where you watch Michigan State play football and you're like, wait a minute, that's not terrible. That's actually quite good. There were moments against USC where Michigan State they were going toe-to-toe with them, and it looked good. The whole first half against Indiana. Yeah, and again, Michigan State's defense couldn't stop Indiana, but they had a good game plan to stay in the game and have a lead.
Consuming drives.
Yeah, and they were doing just fine. And then the second half starts, and okay, you ran out of gas or whatever you want to say about it. But there have been times this year where they've looked good. And the game against Indiana, is it just simply they ran out of gas? And if that's the case, then that's what you're trying to sell to the team. That you were hanging with one of the top teams in the country. You had a lead against this team for a minute, but it was a lead nonetheless. We need to tap into that mentality. And then you buy into all the rivalry stuff with Michigan. And I think all the players and coaches this week have said the right things, and it's a bitter taste in your mouth. They don't like this. They didn't like how the game ended last year with the fracas on the field and all that stuff. And they can get back and really channel that inner, for lack of a better term, inner hatred that you have for the other school that may or may not have recruited you, or whatever you've got. Whatever you hold to motivate you, do it. And this feels like it's kind of a last stand. If Michigan State doesn't get off to a good start, or if they're not hanging with Michigan by halftime, then it could get ugly in the second half. And that's what you don't want to see. You don't want to have that report, hey, have you lost the players? The Mickey York question to Bobby Williams, after the Michigan game years ago. You don't want to have that question asked, and you certainly don't want to have the response either. But I think that they have lost momentum. The momentum that was really, it started last year when you hired a new coach, a coach that had done some good things at Oregon State, that was bringing with him a young quarterback that was supposed to be really good, bringing with them a very talented tight end that was supposed to be very good, that was bringing with him at the time an offensive lineman that was supposed to be very good. And after the first season, it was all, And now here it is, another year later. Aiden Childs has gotten better at times, and the game he had against Indiana was a very good game for Aiden Childs. He looked very good. You get that, Aiden Childs, okay, maybe you got something here. But it can't just be the quarterback that takes a step forward. It's got to be everybody else, and it just seems this every year you're recobbling together a new offensive line. It's not just germane to Jonathan Smith. This goes back to Mel Tucker and Harlan Barnett too. It's been a bit of a disaster, and you're looking for some way to kind of get the ship back on the right track. Ship on the right track. Train on the right track.
Sure. Well, there's more to the backdrop of this game, and we'll talk about the Michigan perspective coming up in 5 minutes here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark, Twin Peaks is up the game. Starts with the culture, employees that believe in the brand and just flat out produce a better product. Starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes. And then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serve it all up. 29-degree draft beer that you crave. What brings it all together is sports, the wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches that brings you right into the stadium. Like this weekend, Saturday will be an action-packed day you won't want to miss. Their Madison Heights Lodge is throwing the tailgate party of the season with the biggest in-state rivalry game this year. It starts at 1 p.m., the party does, a live broadcast from us here at 97.1, along with special beer partners with samplings, handing out swag and games, as well as $500 ABC Warehouse gift cards raffled off at the end of every quarter of the big game. Not to mention afternoon of pay-per-view, UFC, and boxing. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so talk a little bit about Michigan State, the backdrop there. For Michigan, I do see online grumbling. People who, certainly don't like the USC loss and thinks it's an overall reflection of where the program is. I'll say this about where Michigan is right now, and that is they haven't lost recruiting momentum. And in fact, Sharon and the staff is actually killing it in recruiting. And they've got perhaps time will tell how good this freshman quarterback is. They have 4 other freshman eligible players on offense. They have a young secondary. And I said at the beginning of the year, Gator, I kind of talked about tamping down expectations. Got a little chesty as the season went on. I've geared him back here a little bit. But overall, it feels like they're headed in a better direction. Then, certainly they look like a better product on the field than last year. And last year, they really kind of in the vapor trail, the jet wash of what was left behind when Jim Harbaugh left. They fielded a team. They did indeed field a team, but it was somewhat short on personnel. They had a really good couple of defensive linemen, but got very little done offensively. This team coming off a really good performance last week. And seasons are filled with challenges. The challenge last week was responding to adversity. The challenge this week is, going and being the best version of yourself in a game against a team that's going to put everything on the line. And as far as the rivalry stuff, I've heard more this week the phrase "don't engage." Just don't engage. Just focus on the football. Don't engage. So that's their effort this week, is just to focus on the football and try and go be the best version of themselves in what will be a hostile environment.
Yeah, I think what we saw last year is they did a great job. Michigan did during the game of not engaging, I guess, and Michigan State didn't do much of that either last year. But once the game ended, Katie barred the door. It was on to go ahead and gloat and do whatever you want. And when you win, you get to do things like that. And I think it's something Sharon Moore has done a pretty good job of keeping it between the lines from whistle to whistle. Afterwards, it's a whole different thing. But they've been successful. They've got a good young team, and I think they're well aware that Michigan State, what's going on in East Lansing with their situation. So they know that this game means everything to Michigan State. It always does. Nothing has changed. But maybe what's changed now is it's even more of a sense of urgency for Michigan State because the coach might be embattled. And whether or not these guys want to fight and play for the coach, we'll see on the field on Saturday night.
You are not going, correct? Or are you thinking about going?
I'm still thinking about it. I doubt it.
Looking at the buy-in price right now appears to be around $100. But that could change. I don't know if it'll go up and down before game time. The tailgating situation with the night game can lead to an atmosphere.
Without question. Without question. I personally love the 3:30 kick. That's always good. Don't have to get up too early to get out there. The 7:30 kick, what's intriguing to me about wanting to go outside of just the game is that there's no Lions game on Sunday. And that is still on my mind. Do I want to get out there and do this? I mean, it's what time you want to get home and all that. It is a long, long day and evening, but it's so much fun. It's great to tailgate. And even with this rivalry and the hostility, you've got friends on the other side. And it ends up being, you just walk tailgate to tailgate, and there's Michigan State fans part of each tailgate because everybody's friends. And then the game starts.
Well, I'll say this, even when the game starts, I've talked about for the last few years, I'm a huge fan of taking the temperature down in this rivalry. I don't think it's as much, I might be wrong on this. Maybe people find it to be more fun than ever, but I don't think it's as much fun as it used to be. And what tends to happen is, is online personas don't represent the real world. Don't overreact to online personas of people you know or don't know. One. Two is when I talk about this game and this rivalry, and I actually do the same thing. I'm going to have beers tomorrow night with one of my friends who's a big Ohio State guy. I always try and think of, that's the person I'm talking to. That's the person I engage with. Michigan State, it's you, it's Evan, it's my buddy Steve. It's like all these people that are, those are the ones that I should be foremost and prominent in your thoughts, not the toxic online representations where people are calling your fan base a cult and talking about how awful you are, and take the worst take by a Michigan or Michigan State fan and then think that's the whole fan base. That's not the way it is.
No.
And so I've been a fan for a long time of taking the temperature down and just getting back to having a celebration of our state. I've said for a while I'm not a fan of Michigander on Michigander crime, and hopefully I beg for it every year, and it seems to happen not as frequently as I'd like. An incident-free, regular, intercollegiate football game.
Oh, it would be nice if we had one of those. I'm not going to lie. I'd like to not talk about what happened seconds after the game or with 30 seconds to go in the game. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to have to say, look, can't you just either side, can't you just run over to your fans in the corner and celebrate with them rather than, putting it in the face of your opponent after the game.
Yeah, I've seen it. When I was down on the field, I saw it. It was not always the greatest of handshakes, but you don't want to say skip the handshake, because that's that would be a sad state of affairs. Hopefully, the leaders at both programs will set the tone.
As it comes to an actual football game, though, I'm excited about it. I'm getting more excited as we get closer and closer to it. I think we've got two young quarterbacks that are both very talented, and we'll see which one has the more of the opportunity to show off that talent. I think Michigan, by and large, has more talent than Michigan State does as a team, but you can never count the team out in a rivalry game like this.
No, I mean, I've referenced it in the past. The out-of-body Rocky Lombardi, Ricky White experience, right? Was it 11 catches?
It was something crazy, yeah.
And so you never know what's going to happen. I know I heard this said by a
Keep
player.
bringing up guys that transfer out of the program. You're killing me.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
But I was thinking back to something a player said this week, who said, "Oh, we know to take him seriously. It's less than a year ago, we were in that position going down to Columbus when we were being told that we didn't have a chance in this game, and look at the records and blah, blah, blah. We understand how that can bring out the best in you when a program is going through some bumps in the road."
And think of this. Do you think last year's Michigan team is better than this year's Michigan team?
No.
You don't think last year's team was better than this year's?
No.
Okay.
I think this year's team's better than last year.
So much talent on a team last year.
I know.
I was a little surprised.
They lost 5 games.
This is true.
Yep.
Schedule's different each year, but I got it. Because I would have said last year's Michigan team was more talented and was a better team than this year's team.
Well, they had veteran talent. I think there's more talent on this team, but that team had veteran talent at one really important position. That's the defensive line.
My point was going to be,
okay,
I'll still say it, is that last year's game was a one-score game. And Michigan State had a chance to tie that game as they got to within one score with 6 minutes to go, and they didn't get it done. They eventually lost. I think it was 24-17 was the final.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not a good Michigan State team. But that was a team that got up for this game. This team, I think, is better than last year, slightly better. But we'll see. We'll see how fired up. Imagine they're fired up, but maybe the injuries come at different positions this year that'll be more punitive to Michigan State than where they were last year. But nonetheless, I think you should expect a pretty spirited game. I don't see this as being a blowout. And last I checked, it was 11.5 points or something like that. I think this would be a well played game.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines 248-539-9797 with the breaking news in the NBA. If you're just joining us, you'll hear it during the update. We haven't touched on the Pistons and Red Wings last night. We'll get to that in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The FBI announced today that former Detroit Pistons Hall of Famer and current Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups was arrested this morning and is now a defendant in an illegal gambling case involving the Italian crime syndicate La Casa Nostra. Current Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and former NBA guard and one-time Piston Damon Jones were also arrested in this sweeping effort by the FBI that rounded up over 30 defendants across 11 states this morning. Billups' arrest is not related to sports gambling. The indictment released by the FBI today alleges that Billups took part in illegally rigged poker games backed by La Casa Nostra that involved rigged shuffling machines, x-ray tables, and special glasses for reading cards to rig games for profit and fund the Italian crime syndicate. Here's U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella Jr. at an FBI press conference this morning.
If Chauncey's wearing those glasses, it'd be heartbreaking. That's how they were able to read the card.
After the arrests, former Pistons guard Malik Beasley's lawyer released a statement today. Beasley's lawyer, Steve Haney, told the Detroit News, quote, "I want to make this perfectly clear. Any avoidance Malik Beasley has in connection with today's developments in the federal gambling arrests has no relationship whatsoever to any alleged or accused cooperation or information provided to the Eastern District in New York. Malik has not and will not cooperate with any pending federal investigations," unquote. Beasley was investigated by both the NBA and FBI this summer in relation to sports betting. He's currently a free agent but resides in Detroit while trying to get back to the NBA. Some good news in sports today. Detroit Tigers hitters Riley Green and Zach McKinstry have been announced as Silver Slugger finalists. The AL Silver Slugger winners will be announced on November 7th. Red Wings taking on the Islanders tonight in New York. That's at 7 o'clock. Jeff Rieger hosts the pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gator, I've over the years, and I'm not alone in this, I think it's something a lot of guys do. I think it's a safe assumption a lot of guys watch a lot of mob movies.
Oh, yeah.
And
mob movies and gambling movies.
We're living in a timeline right now in sports that feels like it's going to be a movie someday.
Mm-hmm.
This story out of the NBA is one that is disturbing. It speaks to the dangers of what, gambling can lead to, how bad it is, how widespread it is as far as any kind of manipulation of personal stats is where some real vulnerabilities lie. And it's a sad story. I hate that Chauncey's involved. Another former Piston, Damon Jones, is involved. Chauncey Billups, it sounds as though right now the extent of the accusation that his name is used as bait for illegal poker games or gambling where people would, hey, come play cards with Chauncey Billups. And then people that were putting on the card games had altered shuffling machines to read cards. They had other cheating technologies, including poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards, and x-ray poker tables that could read cards face down. And so part of this whole, hey, come play poker with Chauncey included the people that were coming to play poker with Chauncey getting ripped off as they were the hosts were cheating. And I guess the best we can hope for, if you're a fan of Chauncey Billups, who I think is one of the more underratedly beloved athletes in Detroit sports, Chauncey had a cool about him. Kang, you knew people in his inner circle. This is, I don't know if they still are or they aren't, but comes pretty surprising to you based upon what you had heard.
Yeah, everything I heard about Chauncey is what you see on the court is, just real measured, calm, cool, collected. Doesn't make any, rash decisions and things like this, seems pretty irresponsible, of course, if these allegations are true. But yeah, it didn't seem in character for something like for him. And we all know he made a ton of money playing basketball. He still makes money coaching basketball. He had investments outside of basketball. So I don't know if it was a money thing or a rush thing, or you spoke about, mafia movies and a movie being made out of this one day. There's a glorification about being a a guy, right? A mafia type guy, a leader. And I'm not saying he was the
in
leader.
the movies,
in the
people,
movies,
okay.
How many people have a poster of Scarface at home or on a screenshot on their phone or whatever? You know what I mean? Like it goes from Goodfellas, whatever. Pick your mob movie. People think it's cool, and I don't think that loses on a lot of guys as they even get older. You know, and they're unfortunately, whatever reason is, it's all stupid to do it, but. That's the only thing I can explain why someone would do things like this, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes back to people make dumb decisions. So, but yeah, it doesn't seem like a Chauncey move, but then again, we don't really know these guys either outside of what they show us, you know, or what they want to show us.
No, you're right about that. It's just sad. And hopefully we'll see what the details come out as we tend to do with stories of a very serious nature is let them play out and get the details as they become the facts as they become more prominent. But these were arrests, man. Chauncey coached his team last night. They lost to the Timberwolves. They got arrested this morning. Terry Rozier was with the Magic. They beat Miami last night. He did not play in that game. He got arrested this morning. I think they said 6 a.m. at a hotel in Orlando. Now, Rozier, this goes back to a game in March of 2023 when 30 wagers in 46 minutes came in on unders on his prop bets. He played 10 minutes and left with a foot injury. But Joe Pampliano, who's a sports business writer who did a summation of everything, said that the defendants placed more than $200,000 of wagers on the unders for his prop bets. Played 10 minutes, foot, left the game.
You asked a question earlier in the show about does the NBA need to just, or sports in general, need to eliminate prop bets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's too easily manipulated. It just is. It's too easy to get to somebody to say, throw it this way or throw it that way when it comes to a prop bet, which is something specific to the game. You know, how many over-under on turnovers, over-under on points or rebounds or whatever. It's way too easily manipulated to get, specifically to get the under, because you can simply take yourself out of the game. I don't think that's a bad idea for these for the leagues to consider doing that.
Doesn't change my life
No,
at all.
It does not. And you and I both have gambled online when it comes to sports.
Very small.
We gamble differently, but
okay, fair enough.
but we both gamble, but neither of us really do the prop bets.
No.
So it wouldn't change me at all.
248-539-9797 if you want to continue down that road. In the meantime, Scott, the Pistons played their opener last night. No Ivy, no Sasser. Started Cade, Duncan Asur, Tobias, and Jalen Duren. Two things that stood out in that game. One was their lack of three-point shooting. A guy who shot 41% from three in his career against Detroit went 0 for the floor from three in Duncan Robinson. I think Cade was 1 for 6.
He was?
Yeah. Ultimately, the shooting didn't help them. But you know what else doesn't help? And I feel like this was a story a bunch last year, and I don't have the data to support this. How many times at the end of the first quarter did we look around and go, did they just give up 39 points in the first quarter?
You're right.
Did that feel like that happened a lot last year?
It was 35 last night, but yes. It did. No, 100%. Like they got off to a slow start, and the other team gets off to a hot start. Afterwards, JB Bickerstaff was talking about they didn't come to play defense in the first 3 quarters of the game. They gave up 35, 29, and 30 over the first 3 quarters, and then 21 in the fourth when they made the furious comeback. I mean, that's not winning basketball, and basically they got blown out because they got blown out in the first quarter, and that was the difference in the game, 35-19, and then the next 2 quarters you're down 1 between the second and third quarter, and in the fourth quarter you're up by 11. I don't like the formula of waiting until the end to do something that can be done easily. It's not dependent on, is he hot or not? It's, are you giving the effort to play defense or not? And that wasn't there. As was pointed out last night on the text thread with some friends of mine from around the country, were paying attention to this, and also the Red Wings. Is this just a new hotness for Detroit sports, that the first game of the year is horrible? Between the Tigers getting swept by the Dodgers. You get the Lions losing to Green Bay and look awful.
They look terrible.
Then you get the Red Wings lose to a bad Montreal team on opening night.
Fire everybody.
Yeah, and then now you get the Pistons losing to what, a mediocre at best Chicago team?
I don't recommend this as a formula. Go get smoked on the first night of the season. But yeah, weird trend, huh?
Yes. Now, the good part of that trend is that the Tigers ended up making a run, being the best team in baseball for half the season, made it to the playoffs, won a playoff round, and then lost in a game 5. The Lions have rebounded, and now they're 5-2, and they look like could be the best team in the NFC. The Red Wings have rebounded, although their game last night was a different kind of game too. But they're one of the better teams to start the season in a very short sample size. So can the Pistons take that next step? And okay, that one's out of the way. Now let's play basketball.
248-539-9797 if you want to give your first impressions, and as we always acknowledge, perhaps overreactions to the opener. Pistons last night opening their season. Plus, if you want to keep talking about this NBA scandal, really, really bad story. Undermines authenticity of games. I hate these. I still haven't gotten so cynical that I really think about this much when I'm watching games, but this continues, I suppose that'll probably change. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. The car Scott Anderson open lines 248-539-9797. Let's go to Pete. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Pete.
Hey guys, thanks for always taking the call.
Sure.
as the lone Detroit fan in Chicago, I went to the game last night, and I'm pretty worried about this team. I know it's only one game. It just feels like we're losing the plot and losing the identity with bringing in Robinson and LeVert. Tobias Harris kind of falls into that camp too. Schroeder, Hardaway, Beasley, I know that's a maybe. Those guys fit a Detroit team identity and provided really strong leadership, coaching up the young guys on the side. And I just don't think these replacements are going to replace the closest thing to back-to-work Pistons and bad boy Pistons we've seen in decades.
Well, I wouldn't try and mimic that group. I don't know that that's the way I would go about building the team. I had concerns that the players they brought in, while good, weren't as good to help you to win a game right now as the three that they relied on heavily last year, being Hardaway, Beasley, and Schroeder. Then you get into, so how are they going to be better? Well, your young players are going to step up and they're all going to make improvements, et cetera, et cetera. But at this point, I felt like they'd skipped the step. I said this yesterday of the building process and probably overachieved last year. I expect them to be around the same, maybe even a little fewer wins this year. It's one game. You can look unbeatable in one game and you can look terrible in one game. So, and in fact, the Pistons looked both in that game last night. They looked terrible. I mean, they looked terrible from about the 6-minute mark of the first quarter to, well into the second half, and built a 23-point deficit. That was disturbing. Duncan Robinson will make a three-pointer this year. He's not going to go 0 for the season. At some point they are going to have Jaden Ivey back, and you can recover from an opening night loss in a season that's 82 games long.
I wonder when you go back and you look at the bad boy teams and the going to work Pistons and how they were constructed. And they were two totally different constructed teams. The bad boys were. They had a core group of like 4 guys that were drafted, and then they went out and acquired guys like Lambeer and Mahorn and Mark Aguirre that made them even stronger. The going to work Pistons were almost completely cobbled together from other teams' cast-offs, with the exception of like Tayshaun Prince. Is this Piston version, if they're going to compete for a championship, are they going to do it a different way, and it's like almost the entire team will be homegrown?
Maybe.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. I mean, they've had a lot of high draft picks, and they've got a lot of players with a lot of promise. But they have to, capitalize and come through on that promise. But Pete, I'm not worried about an identity after one game. That game was not a work of art. Not a work of art. But everything you said, if it keeps up, all of that is true if we're like into December. But as of right now, I'm withholding the judgment long term.
I think it's wise.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Jalen Duren gets killed against bigs that can stretch the floor. Put him in a screen and rolls, and it's pretty much a bucket. He has to be better. You know what's funny? They come out of the game, the first 2 baskets of the game, lobs to Duren. They come out in the second half, first set, lob to Duren. I'm like, this looks like a really effective offense. It's just lob it to Jalen Duren. But he has his shortcomings. And there was like times where he's in the middle and he's looked like a good rim protector, and other times not so much. But it'd be last night's defensive effort left a lot to be desired. And I felt like one other thing I didn't love in that game, they got back and they tied it. And I thought the shots they got in the last minute and a half were all terrible.
Yeah.
They ran a play where it led to a Cade fadeaway, which, they got no open look out of a timeout. Then they took a forced 3 and another well-guarded 3. I thought late in games, I want to see you execute something a little bit better than getting off bad shots.
They made this furious comeback. They did come back, and then it looked like, oh my God, here's the play that's going to change everything when the ball went out of bounds.
Yeah.
And looked like that's Pistons basketball. That's how they called it, and then they're going to review it. I'm like, okay, well, review it. It's off the Chicago player, but was it a foul on Cade? And I'm like, is that a foul? Maybe not. I mean, is it one of those that's just too close to say definitely that's a foul? And no, the NBA stepped up, said that's definitively a foul, and unfortunately, it was the worst time possible because that was if the Pistons had the ball, it was a tie game at that point. They could have taken the lead.
When they gave the Chiefs a touchdown, I turned off the TV. I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, this is enough. It's completely rigged. I'm out.
NBA rules in favor of the Chiefs.
Yeah. No, but the first 5 minutes, the Pistons look, all right, this is a good team, right? This is just picking up where they left off. And then for the next, 20 minutes, they were literally the worst team I'd ever seen play in the league.
So
I felt
bad.
like it was so bad. So bad. And at the end, they came back, like you said, Gator, and ferocious comeback. And then there was a chance, I think Cade had a chance to hit a 3, and he missed that. And it just felt like they were going to get close, but I never felt like they were actually going to go over that final hump to get the lead. You know what I mean? But because every time they would, I think, have a poor possession, and then the Bulls would come down and hit a 3 or something like that.
The Bulls they fended very well.
Yes.
They did a good job of fending for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know how the NBA is. It's not unusual to see late game runs, and last night was no exception. I hated the execution of the offense when it got
It
right
seemed
down
like
to
everything was a real struggle for
Yes.
so long, just a struggle to get by a guy or come off a pick or anything. You know, it was just really tough to watch. Like, how come the other team's doing it so easily?
Right?
And then I'm like, we're counting on Isaiah Stewart to hit threes? Like that. Thank God he was hitting threes.
Which he
yesterday.
did.
Yeah, like that's what it kind of kept him within, if you call it 20-point striking distance.
But it's weird because, like, statistically, they scored 30, and 32 in the last 3 quarters. Like, that's winning basketball. And it doesn't look like
the
it's that
Pistons
awful.
offensively is what you're talking about.
Offensively and defensively over the last 3 quarters, they outscored them. But that first quarter, when you get hammered 35-19, that's not a good look. It's not a good start. And you get down by over 20, that's difficult. But it's not insurmountable in the NBA. I just kept waiting for the run, and there was the run to go after it in the fourth quarter, and they got it tied. Just didn't have enough.
Coming up today at 12:31, 1/3 of people believe they could survive this. 1/3 of people believe they could survive this. I can't wait to get Gator's take on this. Official statement now from the NBA. We are in the process of reviewing federal indictments announced today. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups are being placed on immediate leave from their teams and will continue to cooperate, and we will continue to cooperate with the relevant authorities. We take these allegations with the utmost seriousness, and integrity of our game remains our top priority. That is a statement from the league. If you're just joining us, Terry Rozier, current Orlando Magic, Chauncey Billups, former Piston head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, and former NBA player and one-time Piston Damon Jones, all arrested today and part of a FBI gambling sting. Chauncey's involvement appears to be with illegal gambling, illegal card games where a lot of they were rigged and a lot of technology was used. And Chauncey, as announced, it sounded like he was the bait. Come play cards with Chauncey Billups, and then the people that would do it were being ripped off. Terry Rozier goes back to a game in 2023 where a whole bunch of bets came in on his unders, prop bets on his points, rebounds, and assists. All of this has mob ties, and it feels like we're living in a timeline of a movie. Here's feedback coming in. I think the solution for prop bets is having a $200 maximum on prop bets. It can still be rigged, but is it worth it at that point? I mean, possibly. What if they just eliminate the under bets and you don't have to I don't know what that means. What if you just eliminate the under bets, not eliminate props altogether? I skip a part that makes no sense here in this text.
I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah. You guys are crazy. There's no way sports books are going to eliminate prop bets. All the craziness we see in sports today is money related, and sports books make 90% of their money on prop bets. They don't care about the integrity of anything. They only care about money. Chad in a car. Chad, I don't think that they want to do it. It's if the leagues say you can't do this anymore. We're not going to allow you to bet on these. The leagues are the ones that need to step in. I don't expect those that are taking your bets to say, we're going to get rid of a popular bet. If the league wants to guard against, the prop bet is the easiest thing to manipulate.
I tell you what, that's an interesting battle that could take place because, I mean, wait, the sports books are just, they're setting up bets based on what the game is, right? They can do whatever they want with that. I mean, the problem was with the NBA, actually, it was a couple of years ago, the NBA and other leagues decided to have a partnership with it because they wanted a piece of it. This could be a really crazy battle if it gets to that.
This is what Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, said on the Pat McAfee show recently about prop bets and oversight of them. There you go. So can they actually do that? Well, we'll see if they decide that this is a vulnerability that they need to try and tie up.
Well, I mean, I guess it becomes a battle of consent, right? And do you need consent or not? They didn't have it before.
What do you mean?
When it comes to like prop bets or something like that, it's like if I had a sports book and I look outside and we've got a gathering of people and I just make up a bet. I can do that bet. I don't need their consent. The people are outside who that's what I'm betting. I don't need their consent. Is the NBA trying to get that now? Like, say, wait a minute. If you're going to do this, you have to have our blessing to do this.
Well, if they're business partners, I mean, these are business contracts they have.
They are now. But like I said, they weren't before. So I wonder how valid these contracts really are.
I guess I'm not following you. I just feel like the NBA can sit down with their business partner and say, yeah, no more prop bets. If not, we're canceling the contract.
I guess it's interesting to see what the contract actually is. Because
we don't have the contract.
Because sports betting existed well before they started doing that.
What relevance does that have to do with today? Is what I'm not following.
Because today, now you're getting, or whenever Adam Silver spoke on this and said that this is what they're thinking about, and they're having limits on or whatever it is, but it wasn't the case before. So I don't know. Like if you're a sports book, are they going to push back and say, "Well, no, we're making good cash"?
You mean in Vegas?
Yeah, or wherever.
All right, we'll get to this thing. 1/3 of people believe they could survive this. We'll get to that today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Look at Cade's last 3 minutes. Absolutely ugly. That's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, look, the ball was in his hands. They came out of a timeout. They diagrammed a play. It led to a fadeaway shot. Then they needed a three. He took a covered three. Yeah, I wasn't crazy about. Look, I think JB Bickerstaff's a good coach. I didn't think the whiteboard drew up any great plays at the end of the game last night. It can happen. The other team could just be in the right defense. But yeah, the last couple of minutes of that game, when they got back into it and tied it, they had some ugly possessions. From an unnamed texter, is the captain of the Asar Thompson bandwagon. I'm going to be concerned if his lack of aggression on offense continues. He's our second best player. We need him badly. Dimitri writes in, Duncan Robinson had 2 points with no other stat for 32 minutes. They lost because of him, he writes. Well, he had FGA.
Field goals attempted?
Yeah, he had 7 of those. He had 3 fouls, 1 turnover. But yeah, he was not particularly effective last night.
No, when you go 0 for 5 doing what you're supposed to do, which is knock down those shots.
Yep.
That's not a good start.
Yeah, last night, it's one game, guys, but it showed that they really need someone to help Cade. Someone's got to step up every night to be that second scoring option. Without Malik Beasley, a guy you can count on to, it's supposed to be Duncan Robinson or Asar Thompson, like that text just mentioned. Like, somebody has to step up and alleviate the scoring when Cade leaves the game, or if he's just not on, because last night Stewart luckily was able to score a little bit, and that kept him in the game coming back, but you can't count on Isaiah Stewart hitting threes every night.
No, but they had Stewart and they had Ron Holland. Both of those guys, I think, had 20 and 19 respectively. And I think that's Jaden Ivey's role, right? If they expect him to be the secondary scorer, the second scorer behind Cade Cunningham. But they're going to be without him for like 6 weeks. They're not even going to evaluate him for another 3.5.
All right, Gator. Survey. 1/3 of people believe they could survive horror movies. A survey of 2,000 adults revealed 34% of adults think they could survive a horror slasher film and defeat the villain.
Oh, and defeat.
Three-quarters credit their quick thinking and survival instincts for potential success, while 42% admit they're likely to be eliminated first. The OnePoll.com study found 14% would use logic and reason to outsmart the villains, and 13% would simply run away.
So this is slasher movies, right?
Yeah.
So when I think slasher movies, I think the classics, Friday the 13th and Halloween. So you're talking Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers.
I think Freddy Krueger probably should be included.
Okay,
in this
if you want to throw Freddy in there, Nightmare on Elm Street, that's fine too. Here's the problem with all three of those villains, so to speak, the slashers, is that they all have a component that you can't just. They're not a person. Like Freddy was a figment of somebody's imagination. Would kill you in your dreams.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a whole different ballgame. How can you possibly defeat that? Even though they have sequels and movies where they show that they do it. Jason Voorhees was lying at the bottom of a lake for years, comes out, and then all of a sudden becomes this mass murderer out there and has been resurrected in countless movies, but he's got this otherworldly strength to him, and he's not a human being anymore. Michael Myers, the child who murdered his I think the babysitter or the mother or whatever it was when he was a kid and then was put in a sanitarium at Smith's Grove Sanitarium in Haddonfield, outside Haddonfield. I mean, he was a kid, and then all of a sudden now he becomes some supernatural guy because he was killed in several movies, surviving, being stabbed in the eyes with knitting needles, falling off a balcony from 20 feet up, to being burned alive in Halloween 2, to being shot about 50 times at least by a bunch of troopers at the end of, I think it was Halloween 4, falling into a mine shaft, somehow miraculously is able to survive that because some dude who's living in underground tunnels starts performing some Celtic ritual that keeps him alive. And then Michael wakes up and turns on that guy. And then there's some other whole weird kind of storyline going on in him with some guy who's wearing boots, who I used to call Boot Tool, and this weird black hat. Didn't know who the hell that guy was. They're not normal people.
This isn't like, Doug all of a sudden went crazy, went on a killing spree, and can I outsmart that guy? That's different. These are like you're talking slashers. These aren't normal people. These are like supernatural beings. You can't survive that. You can't outsmart it.
So you've seen these movies?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them. Watched a few.
I know that I remember when I did watch a Friday the 13th movie, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween. People would always say the same thing they were watching: just run away. And I'd always say the following: they don't know they're in a horror movie. They don't know that there's imminent danger. They're just trying to make out at the graveyard. They don't know that they're about to get slaughtered. They don't know. They have no idea. They don't know what happened earlier in the night.
Right. They don't know that, hey, I'm not related to Laurie Strode. You know what I can do? I can just leave Haddonfield. I'll make a new life in Chicago, and I'll be okay. I don't have to worry about that. Hey, Jason Voorhees, let me see. I don't know. Maybe not camp out at Camp Crystal Lake.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe avoid Crystal Lake
How about
altogether.
Just go to Atlantic City for a long weekend.
Yeah,
something like
we'll
that.
Go there instead. That's
they
good.
don't know they're in a horror movie.
I mean, those are the most obvious ways to avoid Jason and Michael, or simply, I'll just leave town.
Somebody just brought this. Somebody brought it up on Twitch because I'm not very versed when it comes to movies, but I am versed on a TV series. There is one horror movie that I'm sure I could survive. And FBG 25 would give you credit for triggering this. I'm sure I could survive in the world of The Walking Dead because I would just walk swiftly. All the zombies are slow.
Yeah, but next thing you know, you're surrounded by them, and then what, Glenn?
How do you next thing you know when you're faster than all of them?
But they come from different directions, and next thing you know, you're running away. Oh, I got it here, and then you run another direction. Wait, there's some more over there. And then
okay, let me ask you: do you think, surrounded? Out of all of the villains you just mentioned, which would be the easiest to survive? And I'm throwing in the zombies from The Walking Dead.
Okay, so you're just saying, and assuming that I'm in the horror movie, right?
Yes,
So I don't know that Michael's chasing me. I just turn around and there's the shape is right there.
Yes.
What do I do? Okay, and you're screwed. But if I turn around and I see zombies, from The Walking Dead, they're not exactly fleet of foot. Yeah, I guess to an extent, I think I could free myself for some difficulties there, and yet. You watched the show. You watched it for 5 seasons. You know the difficulty that you get yourself in.
I thought they overplayed it. I think these slow-moving zombies would be easy to escape from.
I didn't watch The Walking Dead, but I know of it, of course. Isn't it just strictly a numbers game with them? Like you're just outnumbered at a point where, right?
So it is a numbers game, but I mean, the guy, you don't get yourself in trouble when you're that much faster than all of them.
I mean, they did have episodes literally where the humans are like the shepherd leading the flock of zombies, literally walking just 2 steps ahead of them to get them out and lure them into a different spot.
Like the Pied Piper.
Yes, 100%. Like there were multiple episodes like that.
A light jog would go a long way in the world of The Walking Dead.
So the problem is that the zombies are not just germane to Camp Crystal Lake or Haddonfield.
They're everywhere.
Or Elm Street. They are everywhere.
Okay, did anyone think about building a giant treadmill on the show or anything like that?
Just putting the zombies on a treadmill.
That's a great idea.
That's fantastic.
That actually,
really? No one thought of this? I just thought of this.
You just thought of it,
I just shred all the zombies.
The treadmill defense.
Wait for next season.
Brilliant.
Oh, there's still a season going on?
Yeah, there's all offshoots and
1/3 of people believe they can survive horror movies. Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street topped the list of most memorable villains at 40%, followed by Hannibal Lecter at 39 and Michael Myers at 33.
You're going to survive Hannibal Lecter?
That's what they.
Good luck there.
Nearly half the respondents said the most important survival rate is never splitting up. 37% think they'd most likely die by trusting the wrong people.
I
think that's probably true in society in a lot of fronts.
Who would you trust the most when it comes to if you're thrown in a horror movie?
Who would I trust the most?
Yeah, to help you out.
Like with the best survival skills in my family, or that I know?
Here, let's go here in the building. Somebody that you
Jansen.
feel. Yeah?
Jansen, I'm sure, has a, I think
Jansen might be able
would
to match up with, he might be able to match up pretty well with with Michael Myers and with Jason.
I also think he probably has the best survival skills.
Probably.
Followed closely by me. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings with low payments on the remaining 2025s. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for just $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $299. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends November 3rd. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons feedback still coming in. This is the first time them guys have played together Give it some time. There's no way anybody that knows anything about sports think these guys were going to pick up where they left off from last season. That's from Fletch in Detroit. He put a question mark at the end.
Now, does the same thing go for the Bulls?
I mean,
It's the first time them guys have played together, right?
It is the first time them guys played together.
First time everybody.
Well, I mean, there could be bigger growing pains one team than another, but yeah, it's the first time them guys played together. The Pistons showed a lot of good last night. Cade, Ron, Stu, Duren went out with only 2 fouls early, and clearly Robinson needs to produce more. Cade was getting all-star calls from the refs. Respect has been earned. Well, he didn't on the overturn. And you know, every once in a while, there's a player in the other team that just annoys the crap out of you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can I guess?
Sure.
Want to say it on the count of 3?
Sure.
Just the last name?
Yep.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Gilly.
Giddy.
Is it Guinea or is it Gilly?
Giddy.
Is it?
It's Giddy, yeah.
Oh.
What'd you say, Gator?
I thought it was Gilly.
Gilly?
Yeah. It's not Gilly. I'll call him Gilly from now on. Josh Gilly. Yeah. It's Gilly from Game of Thrones.
I don't know where you got Gilly because it says his name on the back of the jersey.
I wasn't feeling giddy when I saw him play, so I'm going to call him Gilly from now
Who
on.
is Gilly? I want to see who this might be.
Gilly's the girl.
Gilly from Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
a wilding woman who is the daughter and wife of Craster and close companion of Samwell Tarly.
Yeah. They had a kid together. Well, they didn't have a kid.
Was she the one from up north or whatever? One of the
Yeah, she's a wildling.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
wildling. Yeah, that's
Right,
it.
yeah.
Not up north like Michigan, like Sagatuck. Like I was thinking.
Well, Sagatuck is out west.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's from Marquette.
Anyway, she had 10 and 8 for the Bulls last night.
And she was annoying the crap out of Gator.
She was. 11 assists.
Is it because he puts a? Is it because he does his hair?
It
doesn't help.
Would you
No,
do your
it
hair?
doesn't help.
All right, Gator. I know you don't have the long hair like him. You could if you wanted to because you got
yeah,
great hair.
yeah.
But would you do your hair if you're a professional basketball player, like put gel in and everything like that?
I mean, I use product in my hair on a daily basis, but would I
For a game, like
put it like that and then the part down the middle and kind of over the side? No.
see, I never did do my hair. If like I played basketball, I'd be like, no, the hair is just gonna be like bedhead. I don't care.
I would. You know what I would do? Honestly, probably wear a headband just to keep it out of my eyes or whatever.
You know who he reminded me of? He reminded me,
Gilly?
yeah, of Trent Krim, who is the journalist in the show Ted Lasso.
There you go.
He had that look. He looked like Trent Krim's son.
Ken, you know who Trent Krim or his son is?
Yes, I don't know the son. I don't remember the son. I only watched.
No,
like,
no. I'm saying he looks like he would be
Oh,
Trent
okay.
Krim's son.
That's
So
why
you
I
know
don't
Trent
remember.
Krim.
Yes.
You're down with Trent Krim? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, not bad, Doug.
Okay, no, I'm the odd man out.
No, yeah. See, feel good for Doug. He gets to reference the show.
I'm happy for Doug.
Anyway, Giddy was annoying as hell.
So is Gilly.
More feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the 1/3 of Americans think that they can survive in horror movies. Scott writes in, a mummy or Frankenstein you just run, they have no speed. Jason, lead him home into a lake he can't swim. Myers, I haven't figured this one out yet. Dracula, stake through the heart. Godzilla, stay out of Tokyo. all quality strategies.
Well, except for, okay, here's a couple things. The latest version of The Mummy that I saw that had Tom Cruise in it, the Mummy was a female, and she was stealth AF.
Really?
Yes. Very difficult to escape from. Godzilla, last we checked, under the careful watch of Monarch, Godzilla's all over the place. Okay? Mm-hmm. He's not just hanging out in Tokyo. Godzilla can go where the hell he wants. So, and he's not a slasher. I think he's free from this conversation.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
That's a whole different ballgame.
But
yes, getting out of Haddonfield or getting off of Elm Street or not going to Camp Crystal Lake or Crystal Lake in general.
These are good
you're gonna be
strategies.
fine.
Yeah, good strategies. So, not that it's any more fun to talk about, but the Red Wings played last night and led 1-0, led 2-1, lost 4-2. We did see the first career goal from Finney, but overall, your thoughts on the game?
Well, not last night.
Wasn't it his first? I thought they said it was his
No.
first. My apologies.
No, he is because he had 3 points on Sunday, including 2 goals.
Okay, I swore they said on the broadcast that was his first goal. My bad. Anyway, or maybe it wasn't him. Did anybody else score their first goal?
The first goal of the season for
it was
Comfer.
Comfer's first goal of the season, yes. What was a throw it at the net. There was actually a couple of rebounds, but they lost to a rookie goalie. You never like that, making his debut.
Oh, and they trailed 2-1. By the way, they tied it up.
I thought they were up 2-1. I'm all over the place with this.
Okay.
Let's talk more about Gilly. No, 4-2. They lose a game. Buffalo's not a good team. I expected to be a good team.
No, they got beat by a rookie goaltender, and that sucks. Look, the first period of the game, they were shorthanded considerably. I mean,
dude, the first 4 minutes they had 2 penalties.
Yeah, it was brutal. So when you're killing penalties that early, Todd McClellan said afterwards, he's like, yeah, we had guys that didn't see the ice 10 minutes into the game where they hadn't seen the ice yet. Other guys had played 5 minutes because of penalty kill. So it shouldn't be an excuse. That said, you still had leads. After you get past that first period, it's a scoreless period. You have the chance to put things away. You got up 1-0. They looked listless at times, and other times they had tons of opportunities to score, but they just couldn't bury it. They try the one-timer, and they'd either break the stick or they'd whiff on it partially, and they didn't get enough on the shot or whatever. But they had a bunch of opportunities, particularly in that third period. They just couldn't answer, and they've been very good early this season when pulling the goalie, helping them out. But last night they just couldn't. And Gibson wasn't great in net either. The defense in front of him wasn't great. They get back at it tonight. That's the good news. I'm sure Todd McClellan loves that part. Like, well, flush it. Here we go. Another opportunity. And I imagine Talbot will probably be in net tonight against the Islanders.
What do you think of Gibson?
I guess I thought at times he looked great. I think the first half of the game he was great. And then, a couple goals go by, like, ooh, was that? I mean, that's not his fault. And then that one wasn't that. But then the third and fourth goals, I wasn't thrilled.
He had that post-to-post save early on the penalty kill that was pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
But, all in all, kind of disappointing. I just felt like I want that team to change the narrative about him so bad that that's a game you don't want to give away.
No, it's not a game you want to give away. And watching it looked like you had DeBrincat missed his opportunities, and he still hasn't scored a goal yet this year. Lucas Raymond had chances that were, these one-time passes that yawning net couldn't do it. Marco Casper, same thing. Dylan Larkin on a breakaway. Just missed opportunities. It's a yuck, throw it in the garbage game. Get back at it tonight.
248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream this show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You can also stream through our website, 9someonetheticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan are responsible for great content. There is streaming with video with twitch.tv and youtube.com. You can go to those sites and watch the show, see into our studios. There was a big station meeting, and people were commenting because the backdrop behind you was rather crowded earlier. Speaking of rather crowded, the backdrop behind me is about to get a little crowded.
Oh, it is crowded. Look at that.
Yeah.
Maybe
we should,
one,
2, 3.
2, 3 of those. Huh?
Yeah.
We just got another one?
I don't know if yes, perhaps that's why the meeting, but you can't see him in the current camera shot.
What does it say, Marconi? Is that what that says?
Anyway, you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com and search up 9someone the ticket. Comment on the streaming chat in those sites. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
The big news in the sports world today, Pistons legend and current Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups, along with Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and former NBA guard Damon Jones, all arrested today in a wide-scale sports gambling and illegal gambling indictment by the FBI that spans 11 states and over 30 arrests this morning involving the Italian mob and crime syndicate La Cosa Nostra. The charges include wire fraud, money laundering, extortion, robbery, and illegal gambling. Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones are involved in a wide-scale illegal poker rigging scheme by La Cosa Nostra, backed by the Italian crime syndicate. Billups and Jones charged with wire fraud and money laundering per the detention letter released by the FBI today. The NBA released a statement moments ago that both Billups and Rozier have been put on immediate leave. Tiago Splitter will serve as the Trailblazers' interim head coach. Billups allegedly took part in underground poker games in various cities across the country. These games were illegally rigged primarily with technology to rob other players at the table. Billups and Jones' fame and popularity as public sports figures were reportedly used as a lure to entice other players into these games. Rozier is accused of manipulating games he participated in the NBA by notifying other co-defendants in the case of his plan to leave a game early. Those co-defendants then bet roughly $200,000 on Rozier to underperform in the game. Both Billups in Oregon and Rozier in Florida will appear in federal court this afternoon and will be arraigned in Brooklyn at a later date. The good news in Detroit today, Tigers hitters Riley Green and Zach McKinstry have been announced as Silver Slugger finalists. The winners of the Silver Slugger in the American League will be announced on November 7th. Also, the Red Wings looking to bounce back after a 4-2 loss to the Sabres last night. They've got the Islanders in New York tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two things.
Okay.
A very, very detailed sports update from Two Cuts.
Yep.
And secondly, you can admit this or not.
Yeah.
You love saying La Cosa Nostra, don't you?
It's so crazy that I am allowed to say it in relation to a 90-second long sports update here at 97.1 The Ticket. That you can't not say La Cosa Nostra Italian crime syndicate. How nuts is that sentence that I just said?
It's nuts, and you're owning it. You are loving it. You're just embracing it. Mafia works. Organized crime, that works.
Yeah.
But La Cosa Nostra.
Italian organized crime syndicate. I think it is a first in 18 years of doing it that we brought this up and it came up on the show.
The thing is, every time I say it, I'm picturing like the Al Capone type mobsters in the trench coats and the hats. And I know they don't look like that anymore. I don't know what they look like. I'm not involved in the La Cosa Nostra syndicate at all. But
I don't know. I'm picturing making sauce by taking a razor blade to the garlic and slicing it very thin while you're imprisoned.
Yeah, that works.
And we got some prosciutto.
Goodfellas, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we can eat.
Yeah.
I keep thinking of Molly's Game, too. Every time I read about the technology,
So I didn't
think
see
about the
Molly's
scenes
Game.
with the
Molly's
table.
Game has come up. Can we get a quick synopsis of Molly's Game?
Molly's Game is a true story of Molly.
Based on a true story?
Yes. Well, it's a true story. Molly Bloom, remember Jeremy Bloom, the skier and Colorado football player?
Yep.
Who was told he couldn't play both. So his sister, Molly, was once a competitive skier, but injuries kept her out of it. She started working for a group that put on poker rooms, high stakes poker rooms. She then got into an argument and ended up doing it herself out I think in Los Angeles.
Okay,
and so she created these amazing poker rooms there in a hotel with some celebrities that they never said who they were. The FBI found out about it. They raided her apartment. I think it was in New York at the time, and so she was in trouble with the law, and basically they wanted her to give up all of the people that were her clients, and she refused to do it. It's
so she gets sent.
It's a really I don't want to ruin the movie, so go watch because it's really good.
Okay.
Jessica Chastain plays Molly Bloom. Idris Elba plays her attorney. Michael Cera plays the whoever the character plays the character of who the Hollywood person is.
And Michael Cera is who I keep thinking of in relation to Chauncey and Damon Jones in the story, because in the movie they talk about his character being a movie star. He's not Michael Cera in the movie, but he's just the actor playing that character. And they talk about his character being used as like this big actor to get other rich people to come play in the game.
Yeah,
in the movie.
But the movie, and at least with Molly Bloom's game, if you will, it wasn't a rigged game.
Okay.
It was just illegal.
Just illegal.
To do.
It was
one
legal
thing
until
she took a portion of it.
So I guess this question, and this is what is, I mean, I'm not friends with Chauncey Billups. None of us are friends with Chauncey Billups. And I imagine most of our audience aren't friends with Chauncey Billups, but you feel a connection to Chauncey Billups. And Chauncey Billups, in his time as a Piston, when you list the coolest athletes in Detroit sports history, if he's not at the top, he's near the top, and unflappable, and just doesn't seem like you get caught up in something like this based upon our limited knowledge of who he is, right? And our limited knowledge is crafted through watching him play and listening to him talk. He's just the coolest MFer under the sun. There is a huge point of distinction in this whole story. Was Chauncey Billups asked, hey, we need a celebrity to be part of a poker to draw people in to play poker. Will you come play poker? Was he asked, just do that? Or did Chauncey Billups, did he know what was going on? Was he wearing glasses? Was he getting tips as to what cards to play? Was he part of that part of the scheme?
So if you read the indictment, they actually specify how the system worked, at least for example, the rigged shufflers. And so what the shuffler did per the indictment, it read the cards that were in the pile and calculated who was going to have the best chance to win the hand. That information was then sent electronically and wirelessly to an operator, as they call it.
The quarterback.
Somewhere off-site.
Yep.
Well, the operator's different than the quarterback. It goes to the operator. That operator essentially texts to the quarterback who is at the table the information of who has the best hand. The quarterback then uses hand signals at the table to the other players who are in on it as to who has the best hand and who is going to win and stuff like that.
So the question I would have is Chauncey Billups one of those people that was in the know?
What I'm going to say is I don't know how you're involved in that complex of a system and you're not really aware.
I mean, it's conceivable. It's
Yes,
conceivable that
absolutely.
Chauncey was just used as the bait to get the big fish.
Yes.
And that Chauncey sat at the table, just thought he was playing cards while others were getting scammed here. But if Chauncey was losing money and he was getting scammed, would he even, I mean, he might not know he's getting scammed, but why would he want to come back? Maybe they said, we're going to give you $10,000 to gamble with, or
it sounds like some of these guys maybe have debts too. There's screenshots of text in there, and there's a text from Damon Jones asking for a $10K advance on one of the jobs. When you question how these guys get involved in the Italian mafia, you think about all
You mean La Cosa Nostra?
Yeah, La Cosa Nostra, the Italian crime syndicate, mafia, Sicilian, Italian American mob. When you think about how they get involved in that, I think about all the pro athletes that have gambling stories. Pete Rose, Michael Jordan,
Right,
Allen
sure.
Iverson, all these different guys. They have major, massive gambling debts. A lot of them.
Dante Porter was,
Exactly. Banned for life from even recently with Malik Beasley. And Terry Rozier, this was a rumor. I mean, obviously it happened 2 years ago, the game that a lot of people are referring to. So that's been around circulating for a while as well.
at this point, there's no connection between this story and Beasley, though.
Correct.
Yes. All right. Just wanted to make sure that nobody misinterpreted what you said there. Shabbat, thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it from the update desk. And did he have reading a federal indictment on his bingo card today, what he was going to be doing at work? Probably not. Here is the latest on Malik Beasley. This is from Dan Wetzel, who is a friend of the show, long time with Yahoo, now with ESPN. Former Detroit Piston Malik Beasley, currently out of the NBA due to gambling concerns, was not named in any indictment today. Beasley, who's seeking a return to the NBA, cites that as proof of his complete innocence and reiterates he has never cooperated with authorities. Beasley's attorney, Steve Haney, said, I want to make this perfectly clear. Any avoidance Malik Beasley has in connection with today's developments in the federal gambling arrest has no relationship whatsoever to any alleged or accused cooperation or information provided to the Eastern District of New York. Malik has not and will not cooperate with any pending federal investigations.
It's kind of a weird thing to say.
I think so, too.
He's not going to snitch. Is that what that says?
I think he's saying he's so far removed from this, he hasn't talked to anybody about it.
But then
if he's trying to
will
defend,
he?
Yeah, that's an odd statement.
I mean, he doesn't have to help anybody in the investigation.
What the heck is his attorney trying to say?
It's like he's trying to distance him from this whole mess, which might be the right thing to do, but at the same time, that statement was weird.
I agree. Can anybody help us out? Because this sounds like I'm not helping you. I'm not snitching more than it's.
I haven't talked to you, so don't put my name out there as if like that you're coming down on these other people because of information that I gave it, because I gave you nothing. I didn't talk to you. Nor will I talk to you. It's basically what it says, right?
Beasley, who is seeking a return to the NBA, cites that as proof of his complete innocence and reiterates he has never cooperated with authorities. Okay, he wasn't named today.
No,
he cites that as proof of his complete innocence and reiterates he's never cooperated with. I don't know why you'd reiterate he's never cooperated with authorities. I can see how saying, hey, I'm not involved in this one. This has nothing to do with me. Which very well, I suspect until we hear otherwise, I'll believe is the case. But 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1, Michigan Auto Law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it really does matter. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take their case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Open lines, Carson Anderson. I just read the statement from Malik Beasley's attorney. I want to make this perfectly clear. Any avoidance Malik Beasley has in connection with today's developments in the federal gambling arrests has no relationship whatsoever to any alleged or accused cooperation or information provided to the Eastern District in New York. Malik has not and will not cooperate with any pending federal investigations. Huds, I think I'm not a lawyer. I'm done. Maybe I don't understand the way this is written. This seems really odd. In the court of public opinion, it's okay to say, hey, I haven't talked to anybody about this case, saying I will not cooperate with any federal investigation. It feels like a strange thing for an attorney to say about his client.
It does. It does seem like a strange thing to say.
I think my guess, guys, is one, obviously he wants to let everyone know he has no involvement in this whatsoever. Clearly he says that, right? I think the second part is he didn't get any kind of deal for ratting anybody out. Do you know what I'm saying? So he's basically saying, I've never spoken about this at all.
Maybe he's responding to an accusation that we don't see.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not guilty of anything ever. I didn't get a deal. You know what I mean? I didn't talk to anybody, and I won't talk to anybody because I have no involvement in this whatsoever. So he's trying to clear himself completely of everything, even his own case, which means I didn't get some kind of sweetheart deal to rat out this other, allegation going on. So I think that's what that means.
DJ writes in, Doug and Gator, perfect example of sometimes just don't say anything. Yeah. Let's get to your phone calls. Kevin is next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, or actually good afternoon.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I saw that whole press conference, but before I get to Chauncey, it's obvious why Malik is saying this. I mean, you'd be looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life if you got tied into this with the mafia.
That's true.
As far as the press conference, I saw the whole thing. You guys are correct on the terms they used, and they had a term for the stars who played. It was face something. Can't remember the term for them. But the FBI and the Attorney General said they absolutely knew what was going on. I don't remember if it said they profited in it, but they absolutely knew that the games were set up, and that's why they're indicted.
Well, that would be very, very disappointing. I have not seen that report today, so we'll take your word for it.
It was on all the networks. I happened to catch the whole thing.
We've been on the air, but I haven't seen any tweets saying they knew about it.
There was the card scandal, and then there were prop bet scandals.
Yep.
The only name I heard that's familiar that was involved in both was Damon Jones. Is the only one that I heard carried over to both of them.
Yes, we did know that, and we did, again, that we've been on the air. I'm looking for tweets that say Billups absolutely knew. I'm not seeing anybody else reporting that.
It's heartbreaking. I don't know that they specifically said Chauncey knew, but what they said was...
That's what you said.
Yeah, but that's the big thing.
They had a term for the stars that were involved in the games. It was face something. And then the players that didn't know were called fish.
Okay. Look, Kevin, I don't have any reason to doubt you. It might have been said. I feel like one of the reporters that covered this case would have tweeted that Chauncey absolutely knew. And I have not seen that. But again, we're doing a radio show while we're trying to take in this breaking story. So we'll continue to look for it. Jay in White Lake, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, boys. Good afternoon.
What's up?
The guy, your last caller, Kevin, the term they used, because I watched the press conference too, the term they used for Billups was what they called a face card. He was a face card. He was a king or a queen or whatever, I guess they were insinuating.
Okay.
I personally, I think that the statement that Beasley and his attorney put out, to be honest, I think it made a lot of sense. I think he's got an attorney who's trying to get in front of the 8 ball by saying, all right, if there's going to be any direct or indirect correlation or connection with the timing and Beasley, what he's been going through, just in case anybody wants to try and make some kind of connection, his name is not being spoken, not because he gave up any information, but because he has completely nothing to do with this, hasn't spoken to anybody, won't speak to anybody, and is completely removed from it. I think that's all they were doing, was trying to get ahead of any speculation that may come.
Maybe.
Yeah, I when you guys read that, that was my first thought. I thought,
Okay.
well, that's pretty sharp, in my mind.
I got another news I'm not going to talk to you about because I clearly have nothing to do with it. Yes, Chauncey Billups was used as a tweet I see that was used as a face card to lure fish into illegal and rigged poker games.
Who is that from?
John Canzano.
And he does not say that Chauncey
Doesn't say that he knew. It's just a
here's
statement that
here's the
says he
thing
was
that would
used
suck,
as,
right?
that he was used.
Here's the thing that would suck. It would be, Chauncey, we're going to pay you to come play cards with big spenders. You are the lure to play cards with a
Right.
famous former professional athlete. Okay, cool. Shows up, gets paid, gambles a little bit, walks out.
Right. Yeah, we
Gets
give
invited
him
back.
15 grand worth
Yeah.
of chips each time
Yeah.
you come out. Whatever.
Gets to do it a little bit more, walks out, and then, wait, they were doing what? Like, that's the part, if Chauncey is as stunned today as anybody, he may say that as a defense, but I have not seen that Chauncey was part of the masterminding the scheme or knew about it.
No, we haven't seen that link, and I'm waiting to see that because obviously he's a beloved figure in town, and you don't want to think the worst of somebody. You
No,
want
but the other side is he did know, and he did this willingly
Yes, of course.
because
Of course,
he was
yeah.
arrested.
I hope
that's the part that I don't want to believe in until we find out that's exactly what happened. That he knew he was in on it. He knew what was going on. He went along with it. There's a lot to still be uncovered with it, but it is quite possible that he was simply approached and said, "Hey, we want to use you as somebody that you're a celebrity, so we want to use you and your name and your stature to bring other players to the table. People want to play poker next to Chauncey Billups. Is that okay with you?" Sure, sounds good. And that might be the end of it. May not be, probably isn't, but that's why you let this
I'm
thing
not
play
sure
out
you get
and see what it is.
arrested if they don't know, but again,
If you're part of it.
Bill, you're next. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I think it was smart in a couple of ways for his lawyer to make that statement. And like you said, like Kang said too, hey, I'm not the rat, I'm not the rat, Frank, so.
Could be.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons because, you don't want to be looked at, as you ratted out your boys or whatever, something like that. But it's obvious that they wouldn't. I would think the prosecution. It sounds like they've been working on this case for a long time, and they wouldn't have charged Chauncey with money laundering unless they knew he was in on it. I mean, the mob's laundering money through Chauncey Billups, and they think Chauncey knew about it. They wouldn't have charged him. That's really about it.
Yeah, I hope that Chauncey. I hope the best. I hope the best. I hope he associated with some bad people and it got him in this thing, and that's the end of it. But he's suspended. He got arrested. I don't want to assume the worst, but it's hard not to draw that conclusion. But we're not going to do that. 248-539-9797. Tony in Plymouth, you're next. Hi, Tony.
Hi. I think we figured out the lawyer's statement, but it's an emphatic statement of innocence. The only reason you're in a position to cooperate or quote unquote snitch, as you said earlier, is if you're looking for a deal. And he's saying we're not talking to him because we don't need a deal. He didn't do anything. So it might have been a little inarticulate, but that's what they're saying.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Tony. 248-539-9797. Jay is in Farmington Hills and next. Hi, Jay.
Fellas, how you doing today?
All right, Jay.
I think you're missing I think potentially there could be a whole other aspect of this that nobody is really even considering, and that's Cosa Nostra, the mafia. They're going to maximize their profits. What they're going to do is, and I don't even know if Chauncey Billups knew what was happening, but let's just say that hypothetically that a lot of these guys got in heavy gambling debt, $500,000, $1 million. Let's just say maybe that Carmine shows up next and he goes, "Hey, Chauncey, you got a lot of connections with the NBA. Could you give me a little information that might help prop up our NBA gambling operation?"
Joe, Jay, he's not. There's a whole nother aspect of this case, and that is the Terry Rozier and the Jonte Porter and Damon Jones. They were in the point shaving part of it. Chauncey is just the illegal gambling. It's all started with the mafia, but apparently there's no ties between Chauncey, but there's ties between the three players doing this.
I just think that these guys, these mafia people, they don't play around.
No,
and I wouldn't have put anything past them.
No, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with this case. Brian is next. Hello, Brian.
How you doing?
Good.
So my take, I've been in law enforcement for 36 years, and I would say as soon as I heard that statement from Malik Beasley, I'm thinking he's telling the mob, I had nothing to do with this, and I will not cooperate with them.
Yeah.
Because witnesses for the mafia or against the mafia have a habit of disappearing. That's my take on it.
I can't believe these are real conversations we're having on this show. I can't believe that because you're probably right. And we've all seen movies, but I feel like the timeline, we are in a movie timeline right now. We are living a script in this story right now. 248-539-9797. We'll talk some NFL next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Was a lot of fun stuff to talk about today. So I'm going to bring up something that's kind of fun. Briefly, we were scolded years ago, so I'm going to bring it up briefly. Have you seen the recent USCHO college hockey top 10?
I just know Michigan State's number 1. I think, is Michigan number 2?
No, Western Michigan is number 2. Michigan is number 3. There's your top 3 in college hockey right now.
And then Penn State's in the mix too.
But Michigan,
but the
both
fact
Michigan,
that the state of Michigan has
we
the top 3 teams is amazing.
Defending Stanley Cup. I almost said the defending Stanley Cup champion Western Michigan Broncos, the defending national champion Western Michigan Broncos, Michigan State, who just swept what is now number 4 BU. Michigan swept the top, both on the road, by the way. Michigan went to Providence and swept the top 10 Providence team. Michigan State, Western Michigan, Michigan. 1, 2, 3. Western Michigan and Michigan start a home and home tonight at Yost Ice Arena. So there we go. There we go. So there's that. Also, coming up this weekend, it's not just Michigan, Michigan State. You know, Grand Valley and Ferris play this weekend?
I did not know that.
Yep.
Well, that's a big matchup.
Yes, these teams just win natties at the D2 level. So, big game. Ferris number 1 again, and Grand Valley a traditional power. I think this has a nickname. Or does Grand Valley have a rivalry game with Saginaw Valley? Do they have
I imagine they do.
Somebody play for an anchor or something?
That sounds good. If not, they should. But Grand Valley and Ferris, that's become the rivalry because both those programs have been so good.
Yeah. The Grand Valley and Ferris rivalry is known as the Anchor Bone Classic, Gator. That delivered.
The Anchor Bone?
The Anchor Bone Classic. So how about that?
Anchor Bone.
Well, Ferris, the Bulldogs. With the bone
there
and
it is.
the
Okay,
anchor
gotcha.
for the
Bone.
Lakers, so Anchor Bone.
It's a big bone.
Meanwhile, feedback coming in here regarding Kang's last question, an adjective and a passive animal. Scott and Carlton says, I'd be the dirty dingo.
Dingoes are not harmless.
No, aren't they accused of eating babies?
They ate babies.
Yeah.
Josh and Warren says, I feel like you guys should wash your mouth out for saying you'd root for Aaron Rodgers.
You guys are gross.
I said Mason Rudolph and the Steelers will
You did. Gator cheated. Corey and Holly, I'm negative narwhal. What's a narwhal?
Narwhal is it's like a whale that has a swordfish type.
It's like a unicorn-looking thing, but
Yeah.
I think it's actually
Horn.
a tooth,
Yeah.
or it's not. Most people think it's a horn, but I think it's actually like a tooth or
It
something.
might be.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'd be rotten tortoise. That's from an unnamed texter.
Oh, he's trying to steal your stuff.
Bored turtle. Paul from St. Clair said, I'd be savage giraffe.
Doug, you
don't
think you
upset
could
the
beat up
giraffe.
a giraffe, Doug? Right, a savage one?
I don't think I could beat up a giraffe. At one point I did, and then I got flooded with videos.
Giraffe just destroying
Giraffe
people.
giraffe would like knocking over cars and stuff. Unnamed texter, I'd be naughty donkey.
Gator, have you been there?
I can't talk about it. I was young.
Yeah, I understand. It was a bachelor party.
I mean, how often do you go to Tijuana?
TJ? Not TJ Lang. I mean, Tijuana.
Whoa.
But yeah, I don't know if he's been there.
You're breaking news? I will not be cooperating with any investigation regarding.
Just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
I have not and will not.
Yeah.
All right, from Eric, NBA has been shady. I still don't believe that Dallas traded Doncic before his prime for a first rounder and glass Anthony Davis to LA of all places, and they convincingly get the first overall pick too. It stinks of something for sure. NBA players gamble on team airplanes all the time for years. They gamble after their careers with the same guys for high stakes. Bad people want a piece of the action, none the wiser. It's from Michael.
Or, playing cards on a plane is a way to pass time.
Roy and Clarkston, there has to be more players involved because Chauncey is the only one I'm paying to play poker with the other two, not with the other two scrubs. Can't wait to see who's next. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to lead to, but I'm a huge sports fan, and this is why I never bet a cent on games. You're throwing away your money if you do. The casinos always win. That's from Roger and Mount Clemens.
Well, now you know.
Paulina.
Ooh, Paulina.
Oh, wait a minute. It's Paul in a truck with no spacing in between. It's PAULINATRUCK. No spaces.
So not the supermodel from the 80s, Paulina
So
Poroskova.
It's Paulina Truck.
It's not Paulina Gretzky.
It's Paul
Paul,
in
another
a
Paul.
truck. Paul, hit the space bar for us, brother. I watch the kids and they watch. I watch the kids and they are more into fantasy than actual games. They're all on their phones betting. Well, there's a lot of warnings going on in the Karsh household with the kids. One of them, let's just say that we have had discussions about what you can and cannot do and what you
Sure.
should or should not do.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. That's why I always say this, and maybe it's just me. If you put $1 down on a Red Wing game, you feel it. Maybe you won't. I do, even if it's just a damn dollar. That's why I keep myself out. How to keep yourself out of trouble.
It's a great way to do it. But
It
once you've gone past it,
Yeah,
Well, sure.
I mean, for
I mean,
you
it-
it works. That dollar is.
I get
you
it.
know,
Doesn't work for
1,000
everybody.
somebody else.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work for everybody. It works for me.
I'm glad it works for you.
Yep. So
We're getting a bunch more musician names if it was a adjective and a non-threatening animal.
like Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Horny toad.
Sure.
Outrageous otter.
Okay.
Otters
yeah.
are great.
Pissed off platypus.
They got. There's a poison spur that they have.
Sleepy mouse.
Sleepy Mouse. Stage name. Sleep now. Welcome to the stage. Sleepy Mouse.
Opening for Bad Bunny is Pissy Panda.
Oh.
I think the red panda is nice. I don't know about regular pandas.
Right.
Angry chicken.
I don't know, I see some great video. See some great videos of pandas.
Yeah, they're great, right? They seem great.
They look like they are just. You could just fix a camera in on their cage and they're hysterical.
Aren't they vicious? Oh no, that's koala bears.
I think it's polar bears are vicious.
Oh, I think koala bears are pretty vicious too.
Are they?
Although they're high all the time.
Well, yeah.
Not on their own supply though.
No, well, it's getting off the trees. Like they.
Hey man,
Yeah.
back off.
You don't want to step to one. I'll just say that. You do not want to step to one.
Is that what they told you when you were in Australia?
Yes, it is. So I.
Going to want to stay away from this, mate.
Yeah, I would.
Real dangerous.
Here's Rico Beard. What's
Avoid
up?
the koala at all costs.
Yeah. Yep. You good?
Oh yeah, I'm good, man.
Yeah. How about this story, huh? This Chauncey story.
What? Something happened with Chauncey?
Unbelievable.
It took a spin when, of course, I think like when it first came out, me like everybody else was like, wait, he's a coach. Did he just pull a Pete Rose?
Mm-hmm.
And then it went to a whole different like, whoa, I'm watching Molly's game too. And yeah, then when the FBI came up and did their talking, I still think I think there's going to be a lot more. I think it's going to be a lot more names on both parts, whether it's the point shaving part or with the poker game. I think more people care about the point shaving stuff than the poker game. Poker game is like, yeah.
Well, it depends. It's not just a poker game. The stuff that's being alleged is that the poker games were fixed.
Right, they were fixed, but I guess
that's a whole different ball game, man.
Yeah, but I guess I look at it as we were never going to be invited to these games, whereas point shaving affects your teams and your games
hear
and
you.
the integrity of the NBA.
I just really don't like the idea that he's involved with this. That if he knew that they were rigged and he was part of it to lure people in to play these games to make money for the mobsters.
I had this conversation with Rieger earlier today because he was like, well, he probably didn't know anything about it. I'm like, you're sitting there playing games with the mafia. I think you know they're the mafia.
Unless he doesn't know them. Unless the mafia wasn't there, that he doesn't see them. I don't know. I mean, that's why
Right, I'm
hoping
the whole
somehow,
story
some way,
to come out.
yeah.
Yeah, because I want to think the best of Chauncey. And they was like, no, man, they asked me if I would help promote their poker games. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm just playing poker.
Hope so.
But I doubt that's the case.
Have a great show, Rico.
We will definitely give it our best, Doug.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Does that update come with an intermission and a bathroom break? What was that, like 7 minutes?
All right. We'd like to thank you guys for listening to the show. Rieger's up next.
Act
97.1.
Only thing the update was missing was like horoscopes and the Farmer's Almanac. Oh, my God.
Move over for my cars.
Oh, UFO just destroyed everything. Get to the right for my cruise. All right. Oh, my God. I got to recover from the update. I thought I had a bathroom break. So, listen. We're going to get to the Billups thing at 3 o'clock. I wanted to just kind of put a bow on something. You know somebody long enough, it's one thing. You work with somebody long enough, it's another. Meaning, it takes a lot to shock a person. So yesterday, we were doing the Michigan State stuff. And I made 2 statements where Rico, I don't want to oversell this, but your eyes got a little big. And you were like, whoa, wait a second here. Like, not that you're falling asleep when I'm talking. It was just you looked at me and you're like,
well, because occasionally, Mike, as you like to, you take things a step too far.
Correct.
And it was like, yeah, this isn't pre-show meeting. You actually said this over the air.
That's right. So what I wanted to do was do what we couldn't do yesterday, which was a little bit of a deeper dive into this. And stay with me, whether you're a Spartan or a Wolverine or you just don't care. I think what I'm really trying to say when I say the 2 things I said, I think it paints a picture of where I'm at with the sport at large. Less to do with Michigan State, more to do with sport at large. But I'm a big believer in just back up what you say with facts, or at least in today's world, your version of facts.
Right.
I feel like you could say, factually, the sky is blue, and ticket texters would say, actually, it's a shade of cyan and magenta. You can't get anyone to agree on anything. So I did 2 things yesterday. And I've said these multiple times, but yesterday it really struck Rico because we were talking about the rivalry.
Right.
And one was talking about, I use the term with MSU players, that the program and the players are gutless. They've lost the soul of the program. And you got eyes wide open. And you're right when I say, I can't say everyone is that. That's not fair.
Right.
But a vast majority in my mind are. So I did a little digging. And I wanted to back this up and see if I could get you to a point where you go, you know what, we can find common ground.
Right, because I'll explain where I came from after you.
You can explain it right now.
Oh, no, because the gutless means I looked at it as I just don't care. I'm just out there.
That's in the
just
escort portion.
Oh, okay. Gutless is because I know there are a lot of guys that they're out there. They're playing hard, Mike. I just don't think they have the leadership. I don't think they're being told what to do and how to do it. Like they need their coaching staff to really step up and get them to that next level. They try, but you're running on a treadmill. You're a hamster on that wheel. Like you're just going around and around in circles.
So let me offer you this. They played 7 football games this year.
Mm-hmm.
If I include the finale last year, in 8 football games so far, I feel like they have laid down and quit in 3 of them.
Well, here's the thing. You're not the only one that says that. Take it with a grain of salt. But when former Spartan Jalen Berger says, hey, I know these guys, and they quit in the 3rd quarter.
UCLA was one. I thought they quit late in the Nebraska game, and they absolutely laid down with a bowl game on the line, giving up a zillion straight to Rutgers.
Yeah, you can't explain to me what happened in that Rutgers game.
They laid down.
The season was over. I'm ready to clean out my life. Basically, it was 1-2-3 Cancun.
Okay, so exactly. So now this is my perspective. Perspective is all we have. I don't expect everyone to share it. I view it like, all right, well, 3 games out of 8, you have laid down and quit. I feel that's gutless. I feel like the soul of the program is gone. Now, a part of that has to do with the escort portion. Here was the other interesting thing. So, Jonathan Smith is 3-10 in Big Ten play, 0-4 this year. Mm-hmm. But in the 10 losses, 9 of the 10 are by 10 or more points. And while you could sell me, hey, against Oregon, I hear you.
Ohio State.
I hear you. But when everyone else is walking the dog, I think that just lacks toughness, effort, and it's unacceptable. Yeah. The last piece. This is the one where you and I think, are simpatico because we're all heads. You came up in the late Perlis, early Saban era, correct? See, I didn't insult you by saying muddy waters.
No, I was
All
expecting it.
For me, it was late Saban and then into Bobby and John L. But the point is, we have seen the spectrum of Spartan teams. And whether it was the less talented Perlis teams that, in a lot of ways, even if you beat Michigan State, you knew you played them. Into Saban, which he was the king of the 6-6, but they fought, they scrapped, they battled. Yes, they would collapse and lose some games they shouldn't, but they had assassins. I mean, whether it was a guy no one knows like a Robert Newkirk, who I think at one point he threw a kid in a dumpster. The point is, Robert Newkirk to Sori Canoe to Ike Reese to Mike Austin to Carl Reeves to Coach Meat. They had, all the way to my era, like Josh Thornhill, TJ Turner, like Julian Peterson. They played, man. And even the John L. teams. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I just feel like we've lost it. They don't play tough. They don't hit. They don't have any form of defense. And I feel like gutless is the word to describe that. Now, the second one that was eyes wide open. I've made jokes about boats and hoes and prestige worldwide. But I do view today's college player, Michigan State's included, can't say all of them, but I do view college players today, they're nothing more than high-priced escorts, hookers, prostitutes, whatever you want to call them. And you go, well, how can you say that?
You know what? He explained this to me. Hear him out, folks.
Yeah, no.
Mike, the floor is yours.
No, it's cool.
Because you have a very good explanation.
So I'll give you an example. I watched a long-form interview with Lane Kiffin. Now, you can think Lane Kiffin's a complete waste of skin. That is your prerogative. But he said whether he's recruiting high school or the portal, they don't ask about facilities. They don't ask about the academics. They don't ask, are you going to take care of my kid? What's the offer? That's really not that different than Donna booking the vacuum salesman at the convention in Vegas. Oh. She ain't there for his personality. She don't care he's unhappy at home. There's a transaction taking place and it's for money. These kids they don't have a stake in the game. See, the difference is as adults out here, not only do we have contracts, but we have a fiduciary responsibility to this company. We also have no compete clauses. There's a stake in this. Performance to the good, performance to the bad. If I wanted to quit tomorrow, this company could sue me for a breach of my fiduciary responsibility. See, that's where, if you want to say, well, we're hookers too, not quite. Because we have stake in it, and the company has stake in us. See, this deal now, these players are just going to be on to the next client. They don't know the school. They don't know the rivalries. They don't walk where you walk. They don't do what you did.
The classes you took.
And the minute, whether they want to be there or not, they'll probably end up somewhere. It's not where they totally want to be, but it's the money. Again, that's why I've used the term escorts, prostitutes, whatever you want to call it.
Well, you had a great number. The amount of transfers
happened? It's roughly about 2.5 schools per 4 years. Yeah. And now kids are playing 5 years. It bumps to basically 3 schools. So it's a strictly transactional thing. And before people go, well, how the NFL is? No, it's not. The NFL, players make commitments.
Exactly. Because you can't be Jahmyr Gibbs, blows up, and then hits the open market and says, well, you know what? The Chiefs offered me more money, so I'm off to Kansas City.
Correct.
I'm hitting the portal.
And understand something. Listen, I know the animus for me is equal. Like, I get upset at the state of things. I can't hate on a kid for taking the money, but I can hate on what I have to watch that the minute things get hard, I've said this for 2 years to you and Cookies, I see more quit in college football today than 5 years ago. And I think it's a direct result of NIL and a direct result that right now you could have agents back channeling for next season. We've had family members of players call this show and say, we're going to X, but we got a game plan. And if it don't go the way we want, we're out. Think about that.
No, you're right, Mike, because what happens is, and it's unfortunate because I really thought that paying the players was really going to help this sport. And I feel like I'm fighting an uphill battle here. That in the end, I'm just going to acquiesce and say, you know what? You were right the whole time. You were Kaiser Sose.
I'm not.
And I didn't know anything because you were right. Because when things get tough, it used to be, okay, well, next man up, or you start saying, all right, David's going to graduate next year and I'm going to have his job. So let me just keep playing. I'll suck it up because he's gone. Now it's almost passive quitting. Whereas, I'm not going to be working here in another month or two. So for the next 30 days, you get very minimal effort from that person, from that job.
So here's my point. I want to know, beyond the shock value that Rico was like, all right, hold on a minute now. Whoa. Look, these terms are not meant to hurt anybody's feelings. They're just an expression of how I believe and see the world. It doesn't mean I'm right, but I view it that right now we're just in an age, these guys are nothing more than escorts. They have no stake in anything. They don't care about your kids. They don't care about your problems at home. They're there and the money's on the dashboard or the end table or what nightstand, dashboard.
Or all three.
Whoa, wait a second.
Truck stops. All right.
Hold on a minute. Somebody call Hugh Grant. But like my whole thing is, am I accurately painting a picture of college football for you, the fan? See, you guys are the lifeblood of it. You guys are the ones who love this sport. So when I say, look, my program feels gutless right now, and I put that on the players, and part of that is the system the players exist in, like Rico giving you a great example. And then I think these players are nothing more than escorts. This is vapid transactional. You'll find players who go to schools they love. You'll find players who actually want to get a degree or want to play in a scheme. But when coaches, multiple, including high-profile ones like Lane Kiffin, tell you this is what recruiting is, boats and hoes, then why is it wrong to view it that way? 248-539-9797. If that is not an accurate painting of the state of college football and why the rivalries are dying, then tell me what your version is. That's all I'm asking you to do. And I'm happy to defend my position, but you need to present yours. 248-539-9797. Cool?
Cool.
We'll do it.
I'll even add to something.
Yes.
Next.
Boats and hoes. All right. Sorry. It's a great movie. After a hot summer, you know what's about to happen. Probably have a foot of snow next week. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly. And more importantly, safely. Right now, $79. $30 off the regular price. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, do it all. So go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, so we're just starting. Wow. Can't repeat what Rico just said. We're just starting with, again, when you talk through things on the show sometimes, you don't get to fully go down the rabbit hole. I have a view of college football. I think it directly relates to why the rivalry doesn't feel the same and why the sport doesn't feel the same. Rico's eyes got wide open. I described MSU's players as gutless, and I do view players in today's college football are escorts, mercenaries, whatever you want to call it. And coaches are talking about what it's like to recruit. And the reality is, while you can't say it unilaterally, you can make a case that a vast majority, these players don't have stake in the game. Didn't work out here, your agents got you lined up somewhere else. You ended up quitting on this team, you roll to the next. Players are averaging about 2.5 schools per 4 years. So that's my view.
Well, and Mike, here's what I want to add to that.
I wanted you to do this before we get David involved.
No, I want to add to that because I've talked to multiple coaches in college over multiple sports, and go ahead, sure. But they've all said one thing independently of each other.
Boats and hoes.
When it comes to it used to be when it came to recruiting, you had your pitch, you did this, you did that. Now it's almost
put the money on the nightstand.
Or you're afraid to give a number because if I give you a number, then you'll go off to Kenny's college and take that number and play it off there. And then you'll go to David's college and you're like, well, Rico and Kenny are offering me this. What can you? So it's almost, they're like, I'm afraid to throw an offer out there first. I'd rather have them come to me with an offer so I could at least see where the value is.
That was not me. That was, I don't even have that drop at my disposal.
I don't really know what happened here. All right. So, but
Yes.
no, it is very transactional now where it's less about me taking you on campus and me selling you on the facilities and me going here and, hey, here's where you'll be living and here's some of the classes. and
Money's
this is
on the
what you'll be
nightstand.
doing.
So the other part was the gutless thing. If you don't like the word gutless, we can do something else. But I don't know how you're supposed to lay it on the line for your brothers when you've been there for 6 months and you're probably not going to be there in 6 months. Sorry, it looks different. And MSU was garbage for a lot of my life, but at least they were competitive garbage, tough garbage. They'd knock you on your ass. Now, look at Michigan State. They play like a Ziploc bag of whipped cream. They don't hit nobody. They don't have any juice. They don't have any energy. Forget about turnover chains and turnover chainsaws and pimp canes and
How about
buffs.
just turnover?
How about anything? I mean, Rico, I'm sorry. I don't believe it's a talent issue when you go 4 conference games in a row with no sacks. No, that's an absurdity.
Yeah.
If I put UMass on the field with Alabama and they played 4 games, UMass would have at least a sack. These are the things we're enduring. So if you guys think I'm painting an unfair picture of Michigan State and or college football at large, hey, here it is.
But
Phone lines are open.
Yeah, but they did have a good game against Nebraska. I think they had like 6 sacks.
Until it looked like they laid down in the fourth quarter.
Mike wins.
Whoops. David Hall in a fashion sweatshirt.
Yeah, so let me give you this, because you talked about the gutless thing, and Aiden Childs and Alex Van Summeren said it themselves after the game on Saturday. Aiden Childs says he's proud and appreciative that MSU came out and played harder today against Indiana than versus UCLA.
I mean, if there was ever a time for Kenny to imitate Mel Tucker in a hotel room, it's after that comment.
Right
You've
there.
got to be kidding. You lost 38-10.
Right.
That's where the program's at. So if I use the word gutless,
it's accurate.
I'm sorry. Okay, change the verbiage. It won't be a compliment.
Like I said, the only thing that I said was like, I can't just give it the broad brush
And you're
say
right.
everybody, because I do know there are some players out there generally wanting to go to state, trying, could have family members, and it's like their legacy. They want to be there. And they're trying to get everybody else to get on their same page. It's just not working.
No, and when the minute things go south at any school now, kids are already planning their next move.
Well, and to that point, because I do know personally, I have a family member right now in the Indiana area that is going on recruiting trips.
Woo!
And I'm not saying he's asking, but I've been told in question and answer portions with coaches, Other families are asking all the time, what about NIL? What about NIL? What about this? What about that? And it's like, what?
That's my whole point.
I just want to know about the school right now.
It's always been transactional, but now it's almost wholly transactional. So why does Michigan State not feel the same from an MSU perspective? Well, we've lost our identity. We've lost our soul. And I think rivalries don't feel the same. Much in the way Steelers-Ravens doesn't feel the same. Much in the way Cowboys and Commanders or Cowboys-Eagles doesn't feel the same. Money's gotten too big. College, none of the rivalries feel the same. Now, I'm not going to speak for Kenny because it means more in the SEC. But I can tell you watching the games, too many new faces in new places, I don't think it feels the same even then. Whether it's Florida, Georgia, or Bama, Auburn, or Georgia, Bama, it doesn't feel the same because there's so many people getting their introduction to the rivalry every year. You don't have the battle scars. The rivalries, the storylines are about the pain, the suffering, the triumph of 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 battles against the same person. It's gone.
See, and I also guarantee you with the SEC, I guarantee you.
It means more.
Yes, it does. Because the week of Georgia, Florida, you're not going to get a quote out there saying, well, we had to teach such and such, or we had to learn, about this.
But David.
I think it's different there because they probably learn it when you first get there.
No, or they're smart enough not to actually say it.
Not to say it. Thank you.
So they probably have to. They're just smart enough not to actually say it publicly.
And the hard part, too, to be fair, because, look, I'm not mad. I've never been mad at the players making money. I'm mad at the adults for allowing it to get to this point, and then I get mad at what it's turned into. The bottom line is, what are you supposed to do? You recruit a kid from Wake Forest. What the hell? Man, he doesn't know what he doesn't know. So now I got to do Intro to Rivalry 101? Is that during Welcome Week at State? So my whole point is the weapon for State was always the rivalry and the chip on the shoulder. Well, you can't establish those when you're just hiring a different escort every third day. MSU brought in 60 escorts. Not like they're running Omar's Show Bar, but I'm saying, like, what are you supposed to teach these people? Hey, this is a lifetime of pain. Yeah, bro, I've been here for 2 weeks and I'm getting paid. I don't care. That's where I think it's gutless.
Right. Coach promised me X amount of time. I haven't really been playing that much.
Yeah.
So I knew I should have went to that other school. So now you're back channeling, trying to see, can I get to that other school next year?
We have a couple of callers. I want to get to them. David, I want to get to the ticket text, but I want to stay timely. Sit tight. We'll knock out the calls, do the ticket text, touch the table on football, and then we're going to talk about FBI and Mafia. That ought to be exciting. And no, to the texters and to apparently the people who watch this show. No, I'm not related to any of these people. Thank you.
Wow.
My God.
Now a reading from Pizza Box.
Right. Hey, Mike, do you know the Genovese family? No, I don't.
The Valenti family.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Big G's a Don?
Yeah, he would have been the poorest Don in history. Hungry Howie's. Buy some pizza. Hey, look, it's an Italian guy talking pizza. From Mafia poker games to Detroit-style pizza, huh? Let old Pepperoni Box take you on a journey. It's hungryhowies.com. In-house made dough, real ingredients, high-level toppings, all for $12.99. Go to hungryhowies.com. Celebrate the cornucopia of sports we have with Detroit-style pizza from Hungry Howie's. Get it today. All right, straight to the people. David, I'll get to the ticket text in a moment. We'll touch table on football in about 10 minutes. Corey's going to bat lead off. He's in Detroit. Corey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing?
Good, boss. What's the word?
Hey, man, I love the topic today. You're definitely right. I'm just agreeing with you. You know, college football, these guys are escorts. You know, they're just here for the money. And like you said, NIL is only going to work for the big schools. The little schools like Michigan State, Rutgers, and all them guys, they just really just giving away their money. So
well, Corey, you know what's interesting, and look, I mean, obviously I wasn't blessed with the ability to play elite high-level college football, but like, you know enough about a program, you know people who play, you know coaches. Watching these games, it just feels like the spirit of the rivalry is gone because you can't fake it. It's developed over time and years and pain and triumph, and it's just, when I use a term like gutless, I think the gutlessness is just a byproduct of the times we're in, the system these young men are in. How could you possibly learn anything playing at 3 schools in 4 years? You can't.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how, man.
But that's my point, is that if people, Corey, and I appreciate it, if people don't like what I'm saying, that's fine. But I need to know what your version of these events is.
You can retain or buy my services for the year. And at the end of this year,
Rico'd like to book another 8 hours. Rico really enjoyed last night. He'd like to re-up for brunch.
Yeah.
That's what college football is. Think about what you just said. You have to recruit these players every week.
Yeah. If you want me back, I'm going to need this. If not, I'm going to go down the road. It was fun. It was nice. I just told you, Mike, in the end, it was always kind of cool. Like I said, I think it was the Senior Bowl where you would get all the logos on the helmet. That's what your average player's career will be. At the end, for their senior day.
You ain't wrong.
You know, you're going to have a helmet out there with like 4 or 5 different logos. Like, I remember when I was at Kent State, did a stint at Louisville.
Over to Bama.
Then what was that? Oh, that was Tulsa. That's what that was. Like you're going to forget, like, which school was, oh yeah, I was there for a year.
Shout out Skelly Stadium. Let's go over to Lance, 97.1. Lance, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, you're talking about a topic that I feel is pretty near and dear, and I want to tell you why.
Yeah.
I'm distraught. I'm distraught when passion gets replaced by the dollar. College sports was always passion for me. We had our professional sports. We had our ups and our downs with it, especially as Detroit sports fans. But when you lose the identity of a Big Ten conference, I don't recognize that conference anymore. No. And when the dollars and the television money dictates who your new rivalries are, all you've done is lost tradition. You've lost the regional competition that used to matter to make it an honor to go out west and possibly play in a Rose Bowl or go to the Fiesta Bowl and maybe win a national championship. That stuff is gone.
Yeah.
Money has stolen the soul of sports. It didn't do that until recently in college sports, and I feel it. I hate it. I'm not interested in it. I'm not joking when I tell you I don't recognize it, and it's dead to me. And I mean that in all sincerity.
No, and I'm not, Lance, I am not questioning that at all, brother, because guess what? I'm there too. I mean, I've said to Rico, if I didn't have this as a job, I wouldn't watch a game again. I'm done. I have the memories. I have an unbelievable lifetime that I have lived. I got to go to school where I wanted to go. I got to share it with my family. I got to take my dad to a Rose Bowl. I enjoyed. Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy it happened. But now, no, this is boats and hoes. This is garbage.
Yeah, it's very different. As much as I want to say, Mike, you're wrong, you're exaggerating. It is. The game has evolved, and I guess in different time periods, people probably felt the same way. And I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm sure when, the forward pass was introduced, or even that, it was like, well, the game's never going to be the change. They've integrated it, and it's not the same. And then it evolves.
Kenny walking into a stadium, I'm not donating with him at quarterback.
Right, and then it evolves, but right now we haven't really hit that evolution where it's just kind of unrecognizable.
But I want to talk to the people who are still passionate, not in a mocking way, not in a smarmy way. I'm fascinated to know how they're doing it.
Mike, I think the passion is very similar to the transfer portal. You're passionate when your team is in the top 10. You're passionate when your team could win a national title. I think if your team is not up for a national title, the passion goes away. And then all of a sudden, wait, we're good again? Get the car flags out.
Hit that switch.
Right.
Let's go to David.
That's just me. I could be wrong.
No. It's a theory. It's also, I have a hard time is that in my life, I have friends from all different walks of life from both schools. Different backgrounds, different race, different socioeconomic backgrounds. To a man, nobody likes what's going on.
No, but
nobody's really into it. So I don't have someone in my life who's like Dr. Pepper commercial guy. I don't know who these people are.
I mean, I look at David, just won a national title. I remember him saying, I don't care. They cheated. I'm going to celebrate. And now, they'll call him fake Michigan fan, but he's just kind of, I don't care anymore.
Waiting for the cheating again.
And now if Michigan, and
meaning
David,
look good again, and then I'm back.
And then if next year Michigan's sitting there at 11-0 going into that Ohio State game, David's probably go bluing it all up in here.
Something's wrong here. All right, let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, pal?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Good, David. Good to hear from you again, buddy.
Yeah, I'm so much like you, Mike. It's not even funny. We're very close in age, I believe. So the first real big Michigan memory I have is the 97 team. And come to read books and see documentaries about it. Charles, if it was today, Charles Woodson's not even a Michigan Wolverine when we won the national championship. He'd have transferred out of it after his freshman year. The only reason he stayed was because his mom said, no, you made a commitment and you're going to stay there and you're going to work this out. That's the only reason and most people don't even realize that or even know it, but Charles Woodson transfers out of Michigan if his mom doesn't step up and be a mom and say, no, you got some tough times this freshman year, but you're going to stick it out. That doesn't happen today. Those are like diamonds in the rough if it does happen at all. I mean, it's so bad now with the money game, it's coming to Ohio sports. There's a kid from my local area that's suing the Ohio High School Athletic Association because he wants NIL.
I read about this. I read about this, and I mean, David, the problem? They'll lose in court. The kid's going to be able to get paid, and you're opening up a whole. And again, David, Georgia's paying commits, who are high schoolers, $20,000 a month to maintain their commitment.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, because a couple of us here at work, we were talking about it, and the one guy was like, where does this go? I'm like, where does this go? The bag man now has a job.
Yeah.
He's going to sit there and he's going to go to the high schools and say, hey, what do you want to stay on our commitment list? Exactly what you were bringing up with Georgia. The whole thing, I can have two conversations. I can have the football conversation with you, and we can talk ball all day long.
Yes.
But in the back of my head, and when I do my little podcast that I do and stuff like that, but in the back of my head, the entire time I'm sitting there going, yeah, but it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't look the same. I don't have the same feeling about it. Like, yes, it's Michigan State week, but to me, it's another game against a team that's wearing green uniform.
There's the key. Because David, you know this. Because the same players aren't there. And the hatred doesn't even allow itself to fester. I mean, David, I know I can use terms that are acerbic, but it's just sometimes if it walks like a duck, called a duck. These players are escorts. They don't have a stake in this.
See, or better, how about mercenary?
I kind of like the escort phrase.
I know you do.
Okay, mercenaries, fine. But David, that's the thing is that it's not being a boomer or you're Clint Eastwood now. No, it's just our program was built on certain things that can't even happen now because. Well, Rico's saying, we're not booking escorts. We're booking mercenaries for the next war.
Well, no, I mean, because here's the thing. The mercenary just says, I'm going to come and fight for you. Doesn't say I'm going to fight hard for you.
What's the difference between a prostitute and an escort? Isn't it the same thing?
Price.
Just higher budget? Okay.
Yeah. It's like fingers and thumbs.
Huh?
Like you're You guys have never heard this before?
No, but I'm listening. This is
I
riveting.
have. It's just interesting you use that after we're talking about hookers. And
Okay. All right. You're in a bad place. Ticket text, please.
Someone says, and I thought I would never get a text like this from Thaddeus. As a Kennesaw State fan,
go Owls!
Bigger schools should compensate smaller schools financially when they take a player, or in some cases, half the team in transfer portal.
The problem.
Okay, here's the thing. Hold on, real quick. I keep saying, and this is going to happen.
Oh God,
they're going to become a farm system.
If they had contracts, you could do what they do in Europe, where you buy the player.
Transfer fee?
It's a transfer window with a posting fee.
No, our guy, 5-star, was crap. You can have him, and in turn, you send us these guys up. It's like the Tigers with Toledo. You go down, he's coming up.
College sports are cooked until contracts are required. Until this happens, it's the Wild Wild West and kids are hookers. Yes, Joe in Royal Oak.
And again, they're doing right by their family, right? They're technically working their way through school because about 98% of them are going to go pro in something other than what they're doing. Shout out NCAA commercials. I just make the point. It's killed something like I always love that commercial. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you like the other one that they're running now? Oh my God!
Don't be mean at our athletes.
Yeah, don't be mad at our athletes, buddy. Toothpaste out of the tube. Between the gambling and the overt money, and then the way these players can just Irish goodbye their teammates. Yeah, good luck, pal. Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right. NFL Thursday, your chance hit the jackpot with FanDuel. They got a $2 million bonus bet pool each week. First or last touchdown bet. If you get it right, you get entered in that pool. FanDuel.com/ticket. Take a shot at that jackpot. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up. Present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct bet. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch table on some football, shall we? David, music. Oh, no. Is this the Rico rank thing?
No, this is my best bets, Mike.
Oh, dear Jesus. Okay, let's see.
Apology. Thank you. I'm right here.
I'd like to apologize to Rico Beard. And now we slander David.
For now.
We don't have to slander me at all. You just let me know what you think about these first two games here. I'm going to put them together because it is an unranked team at home favorite against two ranked teams in college football. And it is Iowa State favored by 2.5 over BYU. And then Washington favored by 3.5 over number 23, Illinois.
I support this message. Look, Iowa State's off a bye, and they've lost 2 in a row.
Yep.
It's back against the wall. BYU emptied their bag, if you know what I mean, against Utah in the Holy War. Now they got to go on the road to Ames.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Iowa State or pass. Is
rough.
Iowa State good? Not really. But it's Bear Bachmeier, who's a young QB. This is an Iowa State spot. And then Washington, look, I'm going to stand with Raspberry Beret over here. I think UW at home is different.
They are.
Illinois' defense, I saw them get dotted for 500 against Purdue, 450 against Duke. Duke just kept shooting themselves in the ding-a-ling.
Games at Washington, correct?
Yes.
Correct. I still believe there's something when you cross the Mississippi. So I know Indiana kind of spat in the face of that, and so did Ohio State, but I don't think Illinois is in that same stratosphere.
This is a DeMond Williams bounce-back
Yes,
spot.
it has to be.
Yeah, he worst game he ever played.
Let's go over to the SEC. I have two games here that I want to focus on. And I want to focus on a lot of points here with this Auburn at Arkansas game. The over-under is 56.5, and I am going over.
No, thank you.
Okay.
I can't play an over that features Jackson Arnold.
I understand that.
No.
See, I would just say I can't do an over with the Auburn defense.
Listen, all I tell you with Auburn's offense, we spent a lot of time talking about escorts in college football, a.k.a. the players. Auburn would enter a brothel and still leave a virgin. Just no to anything Auburn that requires offense and scoring.
I thought she was just really being nice to me. We got a second date coming up. We're going to the movies.
Just have Hugh Freeze getting his phone like he was at Ole Miss again.
Okay, then.
We're going to get ice cream next week. What do you mean?
Let's go over to the Missouri at Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Vanderbilt is a 2.5-point favorite.
Say it.
And here's the thing. I'm going Vanderbilt here.
No.
Yes. Yeah. Here's why. I think we know who Missouri is now. They started 5-0, did not have a tough schedule until 2 weeks ago. They've lost 2 games since then.
All right. Let me sell you this pen. Missouri leads the nation in pressure rate at about 41%. Vandy's outside the top 100 in pass pro. And as good as Pavia's been against pressure, you're not going to live that way. Then you got to factor in Missouri with that running game against a Vandy team who plays slow as dirt, low scoring. You got to take the 2.5 here. I like Mizzou here. Plus, I've had enough of Diego Pavia. He's 70 years old.
Zion Young.
Hey, he's a superstar.
You know what one of the logos on his helmet will say? MSU.
Sure will. Yes, it will.
Yeah. Doubt it.
His senior day when he's got 5 logos, there you go.
No, I like Mizzou in that game, so we're whatever.
Let's move over to the ACC.
Yes, say it. Come on.
If you don't want fun, then watch this game. Syracuse at number 7, Georgia Tech.
Nope, that's not the one.
The over-under is 52.5, and you have to take the under in this one.
Yeah, Syracuse is another, they can't score. Quarterback's dead.
Yep.
Fran Brown walked in, got 10 wins, and the re-up didn't go so well. This team blows.
Yeah, Syracuse, they might move the ball fast, but they don't move the ball far.
No.
Fast
They'll run the 3 best plays they can in 38 seconds.
So old school technique.
And go 15 yards.
Yeah.
With the 4 plays.
No, I got an ACC game we did on Cash Ticket. It just isn't that one.
Okay. What is your ACC
Way
game?
grosser. Wake Forest. Off the bye, at home, catching 3.5. SMU played Clemson last week and won. Flew home, turned around. We're going to fly back out to the East Coast for an 11 a.m., 10 a.m. kick. Sneaky. It's gross. And Jennings, their quarterback, is on one leg. He re-aggravated the ankle injury he's been dealing with since week 2.
Very gross.
Plus,
The CW network.
you can't lose to a mascot with a walking stick.
Oh, but wait, on the CW network, we'll see David's commercials.
No, you know who's going to be calling that game?
Who?
There's a deep fly to right by Castellano. I don't know if I'm going to be on this headset ever again. That's a Tom Brenneman special on the C-Dub. That's where he's resurfaced.
Oh, really?
He does off-brand ACC games.
Correct.
That's going to be a home run.
think I watched that
pride
Baylor-
myself as a man of faith. I'll never be able to unhear the Castellanos home run call. He called Miami and South Florida.
He did.
I had to mute it.
He did.
All I kept hearing was like, and there's a drive to right.
And then I'm going to close out the college portion with this one, and I'm going to run away. I'm going to say it very quickly, and I'm going to run away.
What?
Michigan at Michigan State plus 14.5 Michigan State. I'm done. That's all I got to say.
Can't do it.
You know what, David? It's smart. Mike, here's why.
Late in games.
I'm listening.
David just nailed it. Late in the game, all of a sudden, the team will rally and say, what was the point spread? Looks like, seems like, feels like. Oh, it was 14.5. Let's go kick a field goal, make it a 12-point game. Michigan will win by.
It'd be just, I would stay away in some.
So, David, I understand. Been burned by that a bunch of times.
Yeah, like 2-3 weeks in a row I
like
have.
last week. So,
yeah, thanks for the field goal.
like, wait, you're down by wait, why are you
When
kicking
he
a field
kicked
goal?
that field goal, I was the Nick Young meme.
Yes, I was like, wait, did this just happen?
Like, why aren't you going for it?
Did this MF just do what I just watched?
Because I'll say this: if
Question
you,
mark?
If you put your backup QB and he just scores a touchdown, you know what? I ain't mad at you. You didn't quit. You kicked a field goal. Well, I just wanted to give him a real time advantage of kicking in the rain. What? Okay. So you didn't want to go with the Ole Miss Oklahoma?
I have this on my list. I do have this on my list. I'm leaning Oklahoma minus 5.5.
I'm with you there.
Okay.
I got a lot of reasons, but I already gave them all in the pod, so you can go listen to that. If you
But
want
that
to.
one definitely was on my list. I do like that game as well. I
Go
just
to the
didn't want to
NFL.
do all
Let me
SEC.
hear some of your
Northwestern
crappy.
Nebraska?
Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear.
There's 2 games that I like in the NFL.
They should play that game at Gitmo as torture.
2 games
That
that I like
game
in
is
the
awful.
NFL.
Oh, remember, that was the Hail Mary game a few years ago.
That game is awful.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
The first game in the NFL that I like, Dallas
Yes.
at Denver, plus 3.5 for the Cowboys.
I'm a sucker for it. Yep. I hate the Cowboys, but I love that offense.
Well, because here it is.
They are nasty.
You're exactly right. It's their offense. And Denver's defense, while we said it's great, it's wonderful. They went against Cam Ward. They went against both New York teams. They went against Jake Browning. So are they really that great? Because when they faced the Chargers scored on them. When they faced the Colts scored on them.
What's the over-under?
I don't have the over-under right next to me.
I do 50.5.
I would
Go
take the
over.
over. Dallas doesn't win unless they score 40 points. So, and they scored 30. Yeah, they do. They scored 30 points by halftime. So,
Well, you're not going to like my last NFL game here.
Okay.
It involves your team. The 49ers going to the Texans. Has to do more with the Texans.
Okay.
The over-under is 41.5. I'm going under. The Texans don't provide any offense.
No, David, that's actually a smart bet. 41.5?
Yeah.
Jeez, but you know what? Texans defense.
No Nico. Yeah.
No, but the Texans don't allow you to score, and the Niners, Mac Jones wins, but they don't win big.
Spite play, Texans.
Ooh.
That's just good.
That's 1.5 is what I see right here, Texans. Okay.
Can't take any more of the zombie Niners. Just go away already.
Okay.
You lost too many good players. Just leave.
CMC.
Leave.
CMC.
Leave. Your Uber's here. Leave.
Well, your tight end is back.
Yippee. 0 catches, 0 yards.
You
You,
know
couldn't
why?
even use your good players.
You want to know why? Because I told him, don't do anything.
There
because
you
I didn't
go.
like your attitude.
That's nice.
Those are your best bets.
All right, 3 o'clock. Let's get to the news of the day. I'll read you the particulars, and I don't know where we're going with it. It's just, I feel like we're in this endless loop where it's going to be every couple of months we get a gambling scandal. 3 NBA stars, including most notably Chauncey Billups, who was the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, have been charged in a pair of historic federal gambling busts, implicating 4 of the 5 mafia families. Side note to the texters asking, no, I'm not related to any of these. Thank you for your concern, though. The mob is accused of paying Billups and former NBA player Damon Jones to act as face cards. Basically, the celebrities that you would get these suckers to come play in a mob game, and the game was rigged. But it didn't stop there because they were also in on the con, according to the FBI. These poker games were fixed using rigged shufflers, special glasses, special contact lenses, x-ray tables, and more. Can't make it up. The other probe involves illegal sports gambling that fixed NBA games using insider information on the following teams: Lakers, Raptors, Hornets, and Trailblazers. Now, Billups initially, we have no connection to Billups and game fixing, even though he was the coach, but his team was involved. So we have to keep an eye on what's coming next. He was just dumb enough to do a con with mobsters and, Tony Soprano's poker game. He was arrested in Oregon Thursday morning, the night after the team's opener. Total of 31 people have been arrested, including Terry Rozier. Now, Rozier, we talked about because when Beasley got put up in an investigation,
right.
Rozier, you're like, whatever happened to that? Here's the interesting part. The NBA cleared Rozier. The FBI didn't. I think it strikes to what Rico's always talked about. Well, nothing to see here with the Ohtani thing, all buttoned up in about 7 minutes. So the league cleared him, the FBI didn't. Now, here's where it goes from here. Rozier, they've got him for basically tipping people off. He was going to take himself out of a game, bet the under, $200,000 were wagered, etc. The conspiracy spanned years, netted tens of millions of dollars in illegal profits, and it involved 4 of the major New York, 5 crime families: the Bonanno, the Genoveses, the Lucchese's, and the Gambino. Once again, I'm not related. You can stop asking via ticket text, okay? I'm not going to read you a bunch of illegal documents because who's got time for that? My God. But basically, this is as ugly as it gets. Now, what more will come out? I have no idea. But the fact that, the fraud was mind-boggling, the indictment against Chauncey Billups, not only being paid to play in these seedy games, but being a part of the action, that he was in on the con. In this, basically, he was getting the information too. The players were being paid by gangsters to play, that the games were fixed. The athletes were told to take a dive when they had to and win at other times. So you can't say, hey, what do you want? Tommy Two-Tones offered me a spot in a game and I played. No, Chauncey was in on this.
Yeah, and more, it's like, well, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he was just like offered, hey, you want to be in this celebrity game? It's not sounding that way at all. No. This sounds like something where I'm more interested to see what happens with the Trailblazers with him as a coach as part of the 2-part thing as part of the point shaving. Because I was listening or reading that I guess they sounds like they strong arm Porter and like, yeah, you owe us money.
Yes, gambling debts.
So you're going to go out there and you're going to do this and you have no choice.
And Damon Jones was an unofficial assistant coach with the Lakers. He dimed out really proprietary information about LeBron James to get some of these people to place a big bet in a game against the Bucks. So look, I'm not going to do this bleeding hearts routine. I can say something stupid. I'm not surprised by it. I'm not happy about it, but I don't know. I mean, I just have a general mistrust of sports as it is now. And sure, there's a difference between a couple of doorknobs like Rico and I talking about betting or doing a FanDuel read. And then, Chauncey Billups is the coach of an NBA team and he's playing a Tony Soprano's game with Ralph, Silvio, and Furio. Like that, there's a departure there.
Bruh, I mean, if you've seen the movie, Mike, I'm like, wait, is this the new sequel to Molly's Game? Like, okay, have you ever seen Molly's Game?
Feels like it. And again, the NBA's got an image problem right now. How many of these scandals have been NBA, Rico?
A lot, and I think there's going to be more. And it still leads me to wonder when you hear and see certain players and certain former Piston, I'm like, that still didn't pass the sniff test to me. But look, he still hasn't been signed yet, and I think a lot of people are going to wait to see where he's at because I don't think any team wants to put out that PR report. We didn't know, and he's been suspended immediately. But yes, it seems like it's pretty much the NBA. Because when it comes to prop bets, it's one of the ones that can easily be manipulated where, you know what, it was over under 7 rebounds. Oh, I accidentally knocked that rebound to my teammate and he got it, or assist or points. Like there's so many different things that you can do. Or, yeah, my over under is 18.5 points, but I know I'm going to leave the game with an injury when I hit 14 just to be safe.
Wow, there's a guy involved in the indictment named Tommy Juice. That's a mob name right there. That's pretty good. Good for him. All right, listen. I don't really know what to ask because I'm not going to sit here yelling, screaming, and crying that sports is dead. It's not. We're still going to watch. But I think the question I ask is, do you watch sports with a newfound healthy skepticism at the authenticity of the results? And again, we don't have Chauncey fixing games yet. But the Damon Jones thing, the Terry Rozier thing, the Jonte Porter thing, I mean, it's the same league.
But Mike, I think, and here's the thing, it's a different league, but I believe it's why people, we did the whole little thing about the script writers. You don't know what to believe anymore. You don't know what's authentic anymore. You don't know what's real. Like, am I being had? Has this been preordained that this team is going to win? And I got sucked into believing that any given Sunday, somebody could win a game or, anytime you go out on the court, because it does start to feel that way when you see questionable things, when you see the refs make a call or a player just drop a pass or a fumble or, brick a layup. It's like, wait. And where it used to be, it's like, oh, man, you're terrible. Now you're like, is he on the take?
I think it's the cost of the gambling. I mean, I just think it's the deal you make. That if you were going to bring it into the light, people were naturally going to equate a negative outcome to something unscrupulous instead of just looking at it for what it is. Now, the problem is the more these stories pile up or scandals, you're going to have a hard time telling people they're crazy. I don't know,
the
man.
Conspiracy people, now you're going to be like, well, maybe you're right because, I hate that. Like I said, it does feel like that Ohtani thing when Major League Baseball, we're done. We figured it out. It was just that easy.
But the NBA
it was
also,
like a Scooby-Doo. They all of a sudden they pulled off the mask and they're like, and it was his interpreter the whole time.
Oh, by the way, Kenny, side note, that ref that I hated from the Auburn-Georgia game has been put on permanent suspension by the SEC. Just throwing that out there. Oh, I did make jokes about that being a gambling thing. That guy got body bagged professionally. But again, the NBA is the league with Tim Donaghy as well.
They told us, no, lone wolf.
Oh, I didn't fix outcomes. I just made sure the over hit. That's the same thing, you dweeb.
No. But then he was like, there was other. No, there wasn't. Nobody else. It was just him.
So look, I'd like to know where you guys are at with it. I mean, to me, the simplest solution is they shouldn't allow prop bets on fringy players. They shouldn't allow prop bets maybe in some total. Now, if you told me, hey, we're going to allow Victor Wembanyama props, it makes more sense to me because Wembanyama's under a microscope. He's worth billions of dollars. You're not going to get away with anything if you're Victor Wembanyama. You're just going to play. You can offer that type of action. But why they offer prop bets on, Chaz Lanier, and I'm not impugning the character. I'm making a point that Chaz Lanier is a little-known rookie. You want me to use a different example? Fine. Bobby Qdoba, the center for the Celtics. I don't even know the guy's name because we don't have any big men. Why are we taking prop bets on two-way players, on guys who don't make a lot of money? Like, those are the guys that are easily compromised. Mm-hmm. It just shouldn't be allowed. Wouldn't that fix most of it? I mean, gambling was in the shadows for 100 years, and it went just fine with sides and totals, teasers, and parlays. The prop bets are the problem.
But Mike, it's because they started to realize I can make more.
That's fine, but you're in our arenas. See, this is where the league steps up and goes, here's the deal. I don't give a damn if it's our sponsor, FanDuel, DraftKings, or any other book. You want to have real estate in our arena. You want a sports book here. You want the logo here. You want the idiot sideline reporter giving his updated SGP. Get rid of the prop bets. Or you don't do business with us. See how fast it turns. Rico, they got to have the leagues.
Mike, here's the thing. It's the leagues, but you get rid of the prop bets, and now all of these different sports books can't offer you the lucrative TV deals because you've just taken away some of our...
Guess what? Then there has to be a give back.
Because, right, it's not like you're just making... They make a ton of money off prop bets.
I can't help you. You have scandal that will destroy the very thing you're betting on. Or you're going to have to give some of your profit back. I'm sorry.
No. You know what? If you would have told me 10 years ago, we'd be having this conversation.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean, this is one of those, I can't believe I'm about to say this.
No, I know.
Well, Mike, you kind of threw the baby out with the bath. You signed up with a gambling prop, a gambling sports book.
Yes.
Which is the one thing that the leagues used to always swear up and down. We have nothing to do with it. Once you accept it and enter into that world, it's kind of their world now, and you're a guest in their world.
So, people, where are you at with it? I'm not really interested in arguing with Rico. I want to know your relationship with sports when scandals like this break. Do you trust it anymore? Has it affected your viewing? I don't know. And if it's no, it's no. I'm not mad. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. It's at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. What, Rico? You're shaking your head in disbelief. What's the issue?
Now, just watching the replay of Derek Lively, who's 7'1", and Wemby he makes him look like he's 5 feet tall. That's all. I was like, wow.
Wembanyama, if he stays healthy, I don't know what to do with him. I don't know how you guard it. I don't know what you do. He's grown to 7'5".
Lively's probably never had a shot block like that since he was in 5th grade.
No, I think single-handedly, if you told me that he could take the Spurs to the Western Conference Finals, I wouldn't put up any resistance. It's just a matter, can he stay healthy? Because he's superb.
No, that's all. I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
He's 7'1", and he was just like, nope.
Treated him like Webster. Go ahead with what you're going to do, and then we'll go to the callers.
All right, so I do want to ask a question because we are talking about just the gambling and how it affects you and just how you view sports. Do you look at it differently? You guys always joke with me saying that, hey, the TV deals and the media deals, I helped kill the sport. I do want to ask the listeners a question. 248-539-9797. Which one do you think is maybe taking away your love for sports more? Is it gambling? Is it the media deals that are out there forcing you to watch games on streaming networks and in places that you normally wouldn't? Or, as we talked, David, could it just be, officiating and replay and things like that? Up to 3. Which one really affects you more that you really are like, this has taken away my passion for sports?
Wow. Oh, boy. Probably the network influence is the one killing me. The betting thing, I don't go too tinfoil as far as conspiracy. I mean, this doesn't help, but I can work around that. The money's the money. I mean, college, it's a problem just because the money, there's no accountability to it, right? There's no stake. But the pros earn their money. It's probably the networks. It's probably hey, join us for a triple header on Monday night. Well, no, one game is fine. Hey, this game is going to be a Nickelodeon exclusive. Wait, what? This is on Peacock. This is on Amazon Prime. Then you get to the next level, which is the media coverage because of the network deals. And that's what grinds my gears. I mean, shout out Joel Klatt and Gus Johnson. So I would say that one. But I understand I'm too close to it because of what we do.
Right.
The things that bother me probably don't bother the average, guy busting his ass with 2 kids and a mortgage. He's not in the industry.
Because, see, for me, it is when you get stories like this, because you want to just believe that all of your sports, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, hockey, whatever, they're legitimate. Okay? Your team may not win, but it's because they just didn't have better players or you just didn't catch the breaks that day. You don't want to think that it's already preordained and it's become wrestling where we already know the outcome, because that's where when I hear these stories and you see people of influence and players and potentially assistant coaches and coaches who have some say in it. When it was Pete Rose back in the day, he was that lone person. But now it gets to be more and more and more where you start to wonder, and then it starts creeping in. Okay, is it the refs? Like, how many people are in on this? Because I look at plays now and I look at circumstances with a different eye where we're used to just be like, oh, man, I can't believe he dropped that pass. To now it's, oh, okay, he dropped that pass. Okay. Oh, and it just so happened to stay right at the under. Or we're laughing at, and I'm not impugning, Jonathan Smith, but, he kicks a field goal. But you even had Lane Kiffin Lane Kiffin apologize?
Kentucky game.
Yeah, to the bettors. And it's like, you should know this. But he did. And he outright influenced a game based off of an action that he did. So that's where it leads me to wonder, is the integrity and the honesty and the purity of the sport just, am I being a dope for believing that anymore?
No, I don't think you're a dope. I don't have the answer. I don't. I think we're in a very strange time. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, Mike.
So here's where I'm at with this whole situation. First off, I'm not a big NBA fan, despite the fact that I'm 6.5 feet tall. Everyone always thinks I play basketball, and I tell them, yeah, no. But then also, the other day, I cashed out all my sports books. I'm done with the gambling stuff. I used to love it. I thought it was so fantastic. You hit that $5 bet or whatever, and all of a sudden, like, oh, cool, I feel like a winner. And just all this stuff going on with, like you said, the media kind of just influencing things in a way that just, I don't know, turned your stomach a bit. And then all of a sudden this crap starts happening with Chauncey Billups and all the gambling and, the Rico bust, essentially. Shout out to Rico Beard there. I'd wonder if thought about that, ironically, of the same name. And it's enough. It's enough for me to say I can use this cash somewhere else. I came out quite a bit ahead in the long run. I'll take the investment.
Yep. No, and Mike, I think a lot of people are doing that, whether they're on the positive, the negative, or otherwise. I think we've hit the apex. It's on its way down. It's a niche thing. It's always been niche. And yeah, I mean, Mike, it like, Kenny and I made a joke, Mike, and it was tongue in cheek, but I mean, when I was watching the game, I said it. That Georgia Auburn game, that lead official, this guy's on the take. This is ridiculous. 2 weeks later, very quietly, he was given an indefinite suspension. That has never happened. And Terry McCauley, who's the NFL rules expert, I guess went nuts on social media because I was reading what his quotes were in an article. I mean, Mike, you're kind of seeing things where it's hard to not feel that way. It is. I'm not mad if people don't, but like, Kenny, you remember what we were talking about because I texted you during the game. I go, this guy is screwing Hugh Freeze.
Was this the timeout or?
It was the touchdown nullified. It was the Kirby Smart lying about clapping and taking a second look. It was multiple egregious phantom calls. And quietly, weeks later, the SEC banishes the ref.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was wondering if you were going to bring that up, and of course you did bring that up. I had similar thoughts watching the game, but I mean, as a George fan, obviously you're like, oh, shoot, darn.
No, I know,
but, yeah.
I know. I was making the point of, did you see how conveniently it was weeks later, very quiet, and nobody's touching that story?
Yeah, I had to kind of dig for that because I got a text from a buddy talking about that story. He was like, it's almost nowhere. You have to look for it, but if you do, you'll find it.
Right, and my point is, where's the expose on a play-by? Take every flag in that game. Have a journalist comb it. You won't be able to come out of that game not feeling like that dude was Tim Donaghy. I'm not saying you can prove it. I'm saying you feel it. But watch the game and you go, this dude is out there for Georgia.
But see, that's what leads me to start to feel like, you know what? The innocence of the game is gone because of situations like that. I don't know the motivation behind it, but it's like, is nobody else seeing what I'm seeing?
Can I ask this question about the motivation thing?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not telling you Damon Jones, made billions. But Damon Jones made plenty of money. What are you doing giving out proprietary, private health information brazenly via text saying, hey, you better get a huge bet down on Milwaukee tonight. King James has got XYZ. Even Chauncey Billups, who banked probably $90 million through his career. What are you doing in a mobbed up poker game, taking money from them and then participating in the scam? I mean, what do you think Chauncey makes as a coach? It's got to be several $1 million, right?
Yeah.
You made 90 for a career, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not flipping about it, but what the hell's a couple $100,000? And you're going to risk it all?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
You know what's better than $90 million? $91 million.
Rico, come on.
No, I'm.
You sound like an owner of a small market baseball team.
No, but Mike, you want to know the motivation? For some people, it's I'm never going to turn down an extra buck, no matter where it comes from.
Go ahead, David. You look like you're primed to speak. You want to wait? You want to do
give
it
it
after
to you
the break?
next.
Oh. No, that's what you always say to your wife.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Hamilton's leading the way. Unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, They want to be a Chevy dealer, so whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton is stocked up, and they're ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and, more importantly, your budget, including the October Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer, $289 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, we'll get right to the people. And it's definitely a wide-ranging discussion. I mean, obviously the Billups, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier stuff, but it expands beyond it. Is not only your thoughts on all of this, but what does it do to your relationship with sports, if anything? There's no one yelling here. I don't know what to make all of it. I just think we're going to look back. It's a very strange time. I'm more stunned, I guess, at human stupidity, human greed, whatever you want to call it. I mean, Chauncey Billups, you've attained the dream of being an NBA head coach. You had a decorated career. You won a championship. One would assume, I never like to count another man's money, but I would assume you were doing just fine financially. Why are you mobbed up? Well, not only as you're playing in a seedy game, like Michael Jordan played with seedy characters, but the difference is he wasn't a part of that life. Chauncey has major problems in this indictment. I cannot believe he did that.
But I think it's more of it's a two-way street. If you're the people in the mob, you're like, hey, we're hanging out with Chauncey. And if you're Chauncey, you're like, hey, I'm hanging out with some mob folks.
I don't get either side of that equation. Chauncey Billups in the grand scheme is not a pimple on an elephant's ass.
No, but you're different. But still, Mike, it's the people like, man, I got to hang out with this celebrity. I got to do this. I got to eat lunch. Or I was,
Doesn't mean I'm doing business with him. You're Chauncey Billups. Why are you taking money from these people and participating in a scam? Rico.
Everybody wants more, Mike.
Okay.
And you know
David.
what? You want more the easy way. Go ahead, David.
I will tell you this, because Rico, you asked the question about what is taking your love away from sports more. Mike, it's the media to me.
Yes.
And it's for different reasons because of what you said. The story that's out there regarding the ref from that game that you have to search for, that's why I can't stand the media part of it, because ESPN will never talk about that because they are in bed with the SEC.
That's right.
And there were certain parts of ESPN that wouldn't talk about the gambling story this morning.
Did you see that ESPN Bet logo disappear mid-segment?
It just disappeared.
Uh-oh.
And that's the part of the media that the contracts that I don't like. And it's probably because we do work, we're too close to it. But that part of it is like, I don't get the right coverage, the correct coverage for leagues, for teams. You get because of that.
And to your point, like, look at the way in this town me and Mike, we've complained about the way Michigan is covered versus the way Michigan State is covered. If you want to go granular, you can go granular. Nobody's covered equally or the way they probably should be.
Correct, because it's all narrative. It's like wrestling. That's reality. Let's go to Casey, 97.1. Case, what's going on, buddy?
Can somebody get me in a new simulation? Because this one is wild.
You're right. It's what Rico said. If I told you 10 years ago we'd be talking about this, you'd go, wait, what?
Yeah, I would not believe any of this. And it really makes you think at the rate that you see teams, especially in the NBA, you see these 20, 30-point swings in games back one way, the other. Like, is there stuff going on there? I have no way to say that it's not happening. So it's going to creep in there. But this whole thing is just insanity, especially the poker game stuff with all the gizmos. It's like a Bond mob thing going. It's crazy.
No, I mean, and Casey, that's, I guess I just choose to focus on that. I don't know what about the authenticity of sports. I mean, we joke about the script writers, or we joke about, look, I made the case with George Auburn in real time, and then, boy, it looks like I'm right, because I'm sorry. I've never heard of a ref getting banished permanently. I mean, that's just, I've never heard of that. So, yeah, Casey, you just kind of get to a point where you got to be a little cynical.
Because if you think about it that way, how many lower-end players have been just washed out of leagues because they have done stuff like this, and we just don't hear about it?
Yeah.
But you have to bring it up when it's the coach of the Trailblazers. You have to.
Oh, Casey, I think even more so now with the gambling out in the open. Let me give you an example. I always joke with Cookies, like when we're doing Cash the Ticket, like he loves the Mac. He went to CMU. He's a Mac guy. I said, Jim, don't you dare. Don't even bring up the Mac to me. I go, in the NIL era, with the money flying all over the place and all these schools are poverty-stricken, do you know what I don't want to participate in? Highly compromised games. You know how easy it would be to influence MAC games now in 2025?
Very.
Yeah, you could. Oh, it was always easy. It's easier. No, Case, I'm with you in that. I I view it that there's going to be these isolated things. I'm not going to let it take away the ability to enjoy the sport. But here's the other problem, because I don't want to be Pollyanna about it. I don't think there ever was a golden age of sports, going all the way back to Shoeless Joe Jackson. Going back to when the mob ran all the horse tracks in America.
No, but
going back to Henry Hill and Boston College or the Arizona State scandal.
I think that's where you were able to be naive because you didn't know about it. Now it's becoming more and more in your face where you get jaded, where you could just say, okay, it was Arizona State. Okay, it was just Pete Rose. Okay, it was just Tim Donahue. All right, I can find. It's just one single person. Now it's story. I promise you, we'll be doing this story again in a couple of months. It's going to be new names.
Maybe.
I'm not even going to say maybe. We probably will.
The FBI, wait a second. Do you remember the college basketball wiretaps?
Yeah.
They walked out with their Oscar Mayer flopped out of their pants. And they made it like it was going to end college basketball. And it was a giant fart noise. So I'm not. They got to deliver the goods.
I'm saying there will be more scandals and more names and more you're going to get accused of this and that. It's like, okay, and then we'll just keep moving on. And it's like, when will it stop? Or just let me stop being naive. It's just accept the fact that everybody cheats, and that's just a part of the game.
See, there will be more, and it's because of Gilbert Arenas. Remember what he was arrested for?
Yeah.
Providing homes for the poker games.
Yeah, he was like running his own Vegas in
Correct.
LA. Yeah.
This is what it was about.
Wasn't that he pooped in Javaris Crittenden's shoe?
No.
That's not an FBI scandal, Mike.
It should be. You can't take a dookie in another man's shoe. That is criminal.
That's just personal right there.
That's insane.
It's nasty, and there's a lot of other things.
That's insane.
But the FBI does not get involved.
That's the type of stuff Kenny does when he's drunk.
You know what? Kenny shouldn't have to take a straight for that. He's on the phone. Kenny, you're on the phone. I got your back.
What's Kenny doing in the corner of the bar?
Kenny's last name is not Davenport. Move on.
Najee Davenpoop.
He's not.
What a story that was from 20 years ago. All right, Hungry Howie's. What a segue into pizza. Am I right? Detroit-style pizza for all your sports needs. They've got it. $12.99, in-house made dough, the best ingredients, and Hungry Howie's, whether it's the Detroit-style pizza, which they're pushing right now, or the regular menu with flavored crusts. It's all there, competitive pricing, dinner on the table in 20 minutes. So go to Hungry Howie's, check out that Detroit-style pizza for $12.99 or any of their great selections at hungryhowies.com.
All right, so we're talking about this scandal, FBI scandal that is going on, and kind of deviate from that. Is this one of the things taking away your love for sports, or could it just be officiating, replay, or is it the TV deal, it's contracts, combo meal, or you know what? Fill in the blanks. 248-539-9797. Dave, we'll get a couple ticket texts before we bump back to the phone lines.
Yeah, someone says the media by far is making me dislike sports. Too many commercials, too many different networks to watch games on that you have to pay for. Gambling killed my interest in random sports events because it's assigned probabilities to outcomes. Sports was always an unknown and anything can happen. Someone else says the top 3 things that are killing my interest are gambling. 1, 2, dubious officiating, slanting the outcomes on games. And then 3, players that quit on the field.
Well, now that's a college football thing.
Yes.
I can't prove it. It's just my sense of, I think I watch a hell of a lot of football. I see a lot more quit now than I saw even a couple of years ago. And I think NIL and knowing you're just on to your next client is kind of what it's about. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. This is Mike from Ann Arbor. Yeah, this topic's a really, really great one. I appreciate it. For me, what's really killed sports, it has to do everything with the networks. I mean, when Bally Sports Network took over Red Wing coverage, you know, that to me pretty much killed the Red Wings. And then the Tigers, when the Tigers now, you know, I can't get them on YouTube TV or any of the subscriptions I have. And for me, that's really a problem. So by not watching TV, not staying tuned in, I tend to find different interests. And I think a lot of sports fans are falling into all of this. And on top of that, you add in, you know, what's going on with sports gambling and you know, just the referees. I think that's still minor to me compared to just not being able to find the stations, not being able to get the love.
No,
and,
Mike,
and
here's the thing. Like,
really
case in point, like, what is Michigan State doing at 7:30 at night on Saturday? That should be noon on ESPN Ocho. But again, these are the networks. And you know what else, too, Mike? It's becoming invasive, in my opinion. You know, I don't appreciate like a Lions game on Christmas Day.
Oh, okay. I was like, invasive like what?
Yeah.
But no, okay.
that how, in order to, you know, like what Mike's talking about, you have to jump through hoops and make personal, I don't want to use the term sacrifice, personal alterations to follow your team.
Choice.
So to Mike, it's buy another streaming platform or to go find the game. But then look at where they're placing games. Do you know what none of us need? 9 a.m. football in Portugal. But here it is. Hey, did you notice very quietly how now there's like double the commercials on Red Zone? Remember week 1, how that paid shill idiot Scott Hansen told us, oh, it won't be that bad, Octobox. Well, guess what they've been doing? Week by week, seeding in more commercials. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just a never-ending amount of greed, and it's taking away people's ability to enjoy. Like, if you're a fan of a team that gets put in the Amazon Prime exclusive Black Friday game, you have to now make not a sacrifice.
You have to make a choice.
Yeah, and it's like, that's invasive.
Right. The choice is, do I hang out and do this, or,
hey, do I enjoy Christmas with my family, or do I watch the effing Lions? That's the problem. It's happening repeatedly. They are pounding you in the head and taking these games and putting them in 80 different places on 80 different days. It's hurting fandom.
Well, it is. And Mike, you do realize the Lions still haven't done that European trip yet. So we'll be talking about that one year.
I can't wait. We'll see you in Glasgow for Lions Jazz.
In Ireland, yeah. Ugh. Taking on the Saints.
Let's go to Dino. He's up next, 97.1. Dean, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going? Man, I've tried calling a few times. I've had to get off the phone. Nice to hear you guys.
Same to you, buddy. What's up?
So, I think that you're missing the biggest point on the whole thing where you're saying, I don't understand why this happens or why these guys do this. They make so much money. It's because they live in a different world. Their life isn't reality. So when you're a millionaire that's around millionaires, that's just like us that hang around people just like us. So it becomes dull and mundane. So why not? And when it comes to the sports aspect of trusting sports, I haven't trusted it since I was 12 years old. How do you have a national championship and yet you still end it by naming two people when one team blatantly beat the other, but you're both national champions now. That's when I decided that it was no longer real. Like, there's so much money in it, someone's got to be doing something wrong.
That's
and until they make a definitive penalty, then otherwise everyone just looks at it as you're bending the rules. Why do people speed, Mike? The rules are in the law to not do it. Why do they speed, Mike?
Guilty.
Because no repercussions.
All I got to do is I
you're
got to
right.
pay a damn fine of $100,
Yep.
and then you piss off because you want the money and you keep the points. So until there's a definitive penalty, I'm not breaking the law. I'm bending the rules. You just made it that I got to pay a fee to go faster.
Oh, you mean like
Okay?
Michigan cheating? You just have to pay a fee for cheating your way to a championship. Yeah, it's fair.
Oh, they cheated. Cry about it. So did other teams. We did it better. Why don't you learn how to do it better?
Well, because my school can't get out of bed in the morning. But yes, point taken, Dean.
Yeah.
Point taken. No, but that what he's saying is applicable. Like a case in point is, I don't take college football seriously at this stage of my life anymore, but there are a lot of people who do. That Michigan cheating thing was pretty eye-opening for people, is that they got away with it because of the money. Right. Because Tony Petitti, who's a former Fox executive, who's now your idiot Big Ten commissioner, they have signed an unbelievable media rights deal, and they're going to beat the SEC to the punch. It doesn't serve them to have Michigan blasted into the sun the way they should have. So they get away with it.
Yeah.
So
No,
does that hurt your ability to care? Yeah, for some.
No, it does, because it then says, well, it then sparks the question, as you guys were saying, well, why don't we cheat? They just cheated and nothing. Well, because of our integrity. How the hell with your integrity? You want trophies? Because last time I checked, you can't put integrity in a trophy case.
Or in a hotel room.
Okay.
Keep chopping.
Okay.
Thank you, Kenny, for that. 248-539-9797. Go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's going on, bud?
Yo, good afternoon. First, Kenny, go Dogs. Second, for me, it's Rico and his media mafia that are destroying it for me.
Yes.
And I will say, I'm one of those idiots that woke up last week at 6 a.m. to watch the game. I don't even remember where they were playing, but I know the game started at 6 a.m., and like an idiot, I woke up to watch it. I don't like that I have to get a million streaming apps to watch the games. Earlier, someone had called on the morning show, I believe, about gambling. They made a point where I like. Pro players, college is about to start betting on games, which is stupid. There should be something in the contract where if you are caught betting, your contract is terminated. All those incentives and promised money, you don't get squat. You get fired. That's what you get. And you're broke. And I think that's what needs to happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a natural. But they've battled this for as long as, Earth has been spinning. I mean, back when Tark was at UNLV and, players were in casino. Look, it's a very simple thing.
Oh, the Anderson Hunt.
Yeah, like if you're gonna play a kid's game for money, which now college kids do, pro players always have. Sammy, I'm with you. It should just be cut and dry. There is no gambling of any form. You don't get to play the lotto. You don't get to go to a casino. You don't get to play in poker games. You don't get to have a gambling app.
But Mike,
nothing.
it's on my phone, and I was betting on horse racing over in Zimbabwe.
Dead giveaway. They don't have tracks in Zimbabwe,
They
but
don't?
South Africa they do.
Okay.
Dead giveaway. No, it should just be zero tolerance. I mean, think about it. What is the purpose? Like now what was that ruling last week? Oh, college athletes can bet on pro sports. Who the hell put that to the top of the list? Like that was important.
Ranks right up there with moving the extra point back in the NFL. Nobody asked for it, but
Yeah.
we now have it.
That's right.
But here's the thing. You could tell the college kids you can't do that. Okay, fine. I'll tell my brother, my uncle, my father, mother, here you go. You place the bet for me.
Yeah, it's
There's
called
no rule against
Yeah, but it's called the Damon Jones. Be careful now. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Okay, David, we do this one every week. Why? Because Mike loves it so much, and you two love to tell me how wrong I am. But spoiler alert, the Niners are back in here. Let's go. Buddy.
Just say your piece.
No, for you, honestly, last little bit of pain for you. Your Giants were this close to making the top 14. So just
I'm
want to
this
let you
close
know.
to slashing your tires.
Okay.
Why don't we just move on? That game didn't take place. I have done a Men in Black memory stick.
Neuralizer.
Didn't happen.
Okay. David, your Pittsburgh Steelers coming in at 14.
They'll be
Comments?
out of it next week. So I know where this is going. Where this is heading.
You know, it's interesting. Normally,
let's move past it.
Okay.
Let's move past it.
I was just going to say, normally, Steelers off a loss, Tomlin at home as an underdog, it's an autoplay. Yet I don't feel that way. The Steelers secondary might be the most unathletic secondary in the league.
Correct.
They just look slow against Jordan Love and a bunch of little speedy, tiny receivers. I don't know.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey looks amazing out there, doesn't he?
Hey, he had that big hit against the Jets. All right.
Making
next.
their debut.
Feels like forever ago.
4 wins in a row. Chicago Bears at 13.
Oh, there is something wrong here. You cannot have them this high.
Let me tell you, you're acting as if there's a ton of great teams in the NFL.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm with you that they could be real. They have Baltimore, Cincy, and the Giants. Now, they're almost 7-point underdogs to the Ravens this week. You can have them appear here, but this might be like whack-a-mole.
Okay.
Boom. They might get drilled Sunday.
Once again, this isn't where I think they're going to be. It's
Right.
where it's a snapshot in right now.
The back end of the rankings will probably be out of the rankings next week.
Right. So, yeah, they made it in. And there you go. At 12.
You too. Nope.
At 12, I have the Buffalo Bills.
I'm fine with the slander because I'm tired of their BS. This defense, they rebuilt it again. We're building it to beat the Chiefs. One problem, you can't beat anybody else. They can't stop the run again. And hey, tell me if you heard this before. Matt Milano's hurt. It's the same thing. I love it. You keep them right there at 12.
I also think it's fair because they had a bye week. So they weren't able to show us that they're not as bad as they've shown us the last few weeks.
Be careful
So give
going
them
to
a
the
chance.
Panthers. You can't stop the run. Be careful. The Rico Dowdell Express.
They only play him half the time now. So I lost my fantasy game. Anyway, at number 11, the Green Bay Packers.
I like this slander. I understand the record's pretty, but the tape isn't. Not impressive against Jacoby Brissett. Not impressive overall. Now, they got to go on the road in prime time against Steelers and show us a little something.
They will.
Okay, well, I'm glad you believe. I'll believe it when I see it. I like he's got him outside the top 10.
It's more about the slander of the Steelers more than the Packers. Love.
Noted.
At number 10, we got the San Francisco 49ers. Stop Bijan, still getting it done with a bunch of gym class heroes. Now, remember that theme because later on we'll be talking about gym class heroes.
You can have it. You can have it. Whatever.
It's just, it's better. I don't have anything nice to say, so I'm not going to say anything. Just leave it alone.
What stopped you before? Come on. Boats
Please,
and hoes.
please
Boats
move.
and hoes.
Please move to the next. I beg you.
All right.
I can't believe that zombie-ridden team is there.
At number 9, we have the Denver Broncos.
Fine.
Did the Niners just break you?
No, but Niners with the Broncos, considering what I can't unsee from last weekend, this is a tough double dip in the rankings. David, you need to talk. I don't want to talk about the Broncos.
I think the Broncos should be lower, but I'm not. I mean, 9. Okay, for this week, show us some more, and you can move higher. But
what? 33 points in the fourth quarter wasn't enough.
Let's go. What's number 8, please?
The New England Patriots.
Yes. Yeesh. Drake May is a stud.
So how do you feel about the Niners?
I just hate that it's voodoo. I hate that they're just fake garbage, but yet they're here. Like they had some bum wearing Fred Werner's rookie jersey like Werner died. And here they are with no good players on defense anymore, but they shut down Atlanta. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of Logo. I'm tired of the injuries that don't matter to them, but they matter to everybody else. I've had it.
I forgot about the Warner jersey.
Can't stand anymore.
New
Patriots are great.
Okay.
I love Drake May. So tired of it.
At number 7, we had the Seattle Seahawks.
Yikes.
This is a little bit high for me. I mean, I respect them, but they're a little bit high. Mike McDonald deserves a lot of credit, man. That's coach of the year level stuff he's doing. And Sam Darnold, they're going to win a lot of regular season games. They won't win anything of substance because you can't win with a ginger quarterback. But he can win a lot of meaningless
So ginger
regular
quarterbacks,
season.
regular season, okay.
Yes.
Ginger quarterbacks, playoffs, not okay.
Or high leverage game, like home field's on the line. Ginger QB, poopy pants.
Good
Science.
job by you.
Yeah, better job by a guy with regular hair.
All right, at where are we at? Number 6, Philadelphia Eagles.
You know what? I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow it because there aren't a lot of teams that have 5 wins.
That's what I was about to say. I don't like it, but who else would you put
there? It is. I mean, right here,
And that's
right.
why I said this is almost as bad as trying to do that Big Ten rankings years ago. It's like there's not a lot of great
I
teams.
still feel like if I put the Bills on a neutral field against the Eagles, the Bills would win because the Eagles can't run the ball. But in the here and now, not based on future projection or fantasy matchups, Rico's ranking them now. I'll allow it. But may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
What is it going to take to make A.J. Brown happy?
Nothing.
Seriously.
Apparently he needs to have 50% of the passes come to him, 3 touchdowns, and 250 yards receiving, and a jet sweep.
It's really amazing.
2 touchdowns, still complaining.
Hey, dude, you had $162 touchdowns.
Yes.
And they went to you on the 4th down play. And you know what? You probably could have had a 3rd touchdown, but you just fell down. You could have had more yards. I thought maybe, and you know what? And at number 5, coming back from England, we have the Los Angeles Rams.
I like that.
Puka Nacua.
I like it.
They just murdered the Jags. Like, wow.
Very, very nuanced breakdown. They just murdered that
Mike,
team.
I'm not used to people scoring overseas. These are normally dull games. And it was like, wait a minute. They're scoring
touchdown. Yeah.
It felt like watching a college game. Like, wow. And they didn't have their best receiver. And Devontae Adams was like, oh, I can take over. Watch this. 3 touchdowns. At number 4, coming off their Monday night loss, Tampa Bay Bucks.
Good with it. I think they're going to sink, though. I think they're in trouble against Saints this weekend.
Really?
That's a tricky road divisional game. Saints play hard. I know they turned it over, but that's an outlier. Who's healthy for the Bucks? This is going to be this. I don't think Bucky Irving
is Johnson.
Right.
And I also believe they're going into a bye week after the game, so they could be looking ahead for the rest.
Oh, yeah. David, never count out Spencer Rattler. All right.
I know. He played poorly last week, but he's been okay.
Wait, ginger quarterback?
Technically, yes. Yeah, he is.
At number 3, we have the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I love it. They just comprehensively play complete football. Let go of all preconceived notions. If you just watch Daniel Jones play, you go, that's a top 8 QB in the league. Doing it with his legs, pushing the ball down the field. And Jonathan Taylor, every week I feel like he's good for a 30-yard touchdown run. Good special teams, good return unit.
Tyler Warren.
I just, Rico,
Still don't know how he fell to them.
Because Ben Johnson lost his mind and drafted Colston Loveland. Not that Loveland's bad. It's just that Tyler Warren was the dude.
Yes.
And at 2-1, 2 hottest teams in the NFL. At 2, Kansas City Chiefs.
I'll live with it. Lions had a chance to kill them, and they didn't. And now we're all suffering for it. But I will tell you.
And at 1, we have...
No, there's 2. Then at 1, way over here, the Lions are so far ahead of everybody else.
Okay, you know what? Actually, not. Came down to flipping a coin because...
What are you, Cedric Irvin, when he was deciding to go to State or Tennessee?
Yes. Literally, they just played each other. And we saw the result of the game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But I'm giving it to the Lions for what the magic that they worked with the Legion of Whom and a bunch of gym class heroes and pulling off a Monday night game at home.
Lions are the champions of Earth.
but they just lost to the Chiefs.
Whatever. You know what? Whatever you say, Turd Ferguson.
I'm just glad he didn't do it because I thought for sure he was going to put the Chiefs number one.
No, David,
I was worried.
I thought about it because you know what? The games head-to-head have to mean something.
Do they?
Then why play them?
I'm kidding. I'm just busting your chops.
I know.
They do. I just feel like the Lions comprehensively are the best team in football right now. Lions Colts Super Bowl. Send it. God, I hope we draw the Niners in the playoffs.
Lions Colts. Wow.
David.
Heavy rivalry.
Lions Niners divisional round. Lions by 60.
What if the Colts win and Daniel Jones hoists the trophy?
That's fine. It would just continue the hellscape that is my sports world.
The only thing better would be if the game was in
Up next,
New Jersey.
Jason Tatum's Achilles. Sure. Hey, is that Bryce Underwood using the Spartan head as a toilet? Yep, that's my sports world. Whee!
That is our power rankings of the NFL team 97-1. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than my friends at Fanatics Sportsbook? Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of the fair play, protecting all pro player prop bets across the straight bets, parlays, single game parlays all season long from any first half injury. I know this because Monday night I had Mike Evans. Mike Evans got injured in the second quarter, and guess what? The Mike Evans part of my parlay got voided out. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets. Quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, defensive players, doesn't matter. Fanatics Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can be with the one that has your back for the entire first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarters for all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Northville Lumber, we've talked about them for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute best prices. So Northville Lumber, call today, or better yet, just stop by the brand new showroom, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get to the people. Knock out a few more of these phone calls. We'll turn our attention elsewhere after this. We did talk a little college football. We've talked a lot about the Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier, mobster scandal. It just, again, I don't want to make a bad example. I'll just say there's certain things that happen in society that you're no longer surprised by. You're just kind of numb to it. And this is becoming one, that the sports world is just going to have one of these scandals every few months. And what that does to your relationship with sports, and I think, Rico, you did a great job bringing up these other almost things that take away from your love of sports, whether it's the networks, whether it is the gambling, whether it is
officiating replay.
Yeah, I think let's
go to 50th replay. And wait, we're not done.
I think Troy Aikman said it best a couple of weeks ago. Just because you can make a call doesn't mean you should. Let's go over to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Afternoon. Welcome.
Earlier today, you mentioned that you didn't understand how Chauncey Billups could get wound up into the mafia aspect of sports gambling. And I want you to remember to look at this case from the mind of an addicted person. Okay? It doesn't have to be an addiction to drinking or drugs or skydiving or drag racing for that adrenaline rush. If he's addicted to gambling, he will find bigger and better ways to get that rush, get that high, get that adrenaline kick from gambling. And it almost always will lead down the worst path.
Yeah, Brian, I it's a theory. I'm not offended by it in any way, and you might be right. I guess it was just the idea. You got $90 million in the bank. You're making several mil a year as a head coach. There are plenty of ways you can play poker. When you're playing with known mobsters, the amount he would have had, and again, I hate speculating. Like, I don't like this, but just to work through your theory, the amount he would have had to have been gambling in order to be in that spot is jaw-dropping.
No, but you know what? Maybe he was right, Mike. It's that rush. It's when you're no longer playing the game, you need something to keep you occupied. It does become a little bit of an adrenaline thing. It is an addiction. Not all addictions are negative, but when you take anything too far, they can.
And again,
be.
we don't have proof that that's why Chauncey was involved in this. You can make that theory. I won't be able to argue it. We don't know why he was involved in this. Hopefully you'll find out. But when a guy is not only playing in a mob game, but is part of the con, laying down hands, winning, getting cheating information, that's just wild to me. Now, the Terry Rozier thing, it's just as wild. You're an active player. You've made a ton of money. Why are you telling people I'm going to pull myself out of this game tonight over a couple $100,000? Are you kidding me? That's insane.
Mike, but I mean, I've seen athletes throw it all away for stupid stuff like that. Or, hey, I'm going to run a drug deal. Really? You're a professional player, and you decide to sell drugs on the side.
It's a good call. That's a good call. We'll go to Ray, 97.1. Ray, what's going on, buddy?
Hello, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. What's on your mind?
Okay, please forgive my tinfoil hat, and I will blame Rico for why I actually called.
Okay.
But I see an extrapolation in the whole entertainment business.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. It really is a tinfoil hat. Why do 70-year-old rockers still have to go out and perform and play at casinos? I don't think people that sign on the dotted line, maybe in red and crimson, actually make the money they're supposedly made. Or if they do, you are still beholden to perform to whatever the people that you sign the contract to want you to do. In other words, I don't think you're ever off the hook. You have to constantly perform, even if it's ignominious.
Yeah, but I mean, hold on. Wait a second. So, Ray, when Chauncey signs a contract with the Portland Trailblazers, what the hell does that have to do with playing with the Genovese crime family? I don't understand it.
Because the crime family says, look, there's a lot of money to be made, and you said you would do whatever we asked you to do.
Okay, well, if you're trying to establish some pre-existing relationship, right? Again, I can't prove that. That's your tinfoil hat. You have the ability to not end up in that poker game. Okay? And even if you were in the game and you got taken, Chauncey would actually be innocent of, he'd only be guilty of being conned. He would be guilty of, I'm bad at cards. But like, he was in on the scheme.
Or right, like, you know what? They paid me. It's almost like, one of these comic book things with people get paid to come and sign autographs.
Is that your dream? Do you want to autograph people's comic books?
I do not. But maybe, because I thought maybe they just kind of pay, hey, Chauncey, will you play in this game? Or we'll kind of just, we'll cover your losses or we'll do whatever. But we just kind of want to say, hey, come play with Chauncey Billups.
And that's where it started. But the fact that Chauncey not only took the money to be the face on the front end, but participated in the cheating, that's mind-blowing to me. It just is. And maybe the callers are right. I don't know. The Rozier thing, I can't argue with you why. I can still be shocked at the stupidity. Fair? The Damon Jones thing is another one. You are a quasi-assistant coach with the Lakers, and you're diming out LeBron James medical information for people to place a bet?
Mike, you're a hardworking person that I can honestly say, knowing you for all the years, you've worked for everything that you've gotten. And I'm glad that you are getting the things that you have.
There's a rake. Here it comes.
No.
Okay.
There's no rake. That was sincere.
Thank you.
But there are a lot of people out there who go for the quick, easy buck.
Oh, I know.
You're not one of those people. So that's why you can't understand it. That's why
you're right.
It makes zero sense to you.
It's 2 + 2 = 5.
But I promise you, somebody, either it's you or you have family members that you know are the kings and queens of the get-rich-quick scheme. They got this big money deal going. You want to get in on this. Hey, a couple of TVs may fall out the back of a truck type of thing. I got these fake Gucci purses.
I got those Bolexes hot off the truck.
You are so right.
Did I hit too close to home, people?
Yes. You show up to the family function. There's Johnny. Haven't seen him in years, but here he is, pimping his scheme.
Hey, let me holler at you for a minute. It's only going to cost you $5,000, but I promise you, I can get you $50,000 back in return if you just go ahead, because I'm going to raise these little baby gators, and then we're going to make shoes out of them.
Yeah, the Damon Jones thing, you can make more sense of it, I guess. I mean, that's a guy who stopped playing ball in 2009.
It's easy money.
Career, $22 million in earnings, but you got to take the taxes, the cost of living.
And Mike, think about it. Wait, so all I got to do is give you information. I don't have to lift anything. I'm not putting a roof on in 90-degree weather. I'm just giving you a phone call, and I get how much?
Oh, boy.
Cool.
But he's also been a coach. He's still making money.
I know.
But once again, there are people who out there who just generally go out there and work and have good ethics, and then there are other people always looking for the next con.
The schemers.
Yeah.
All right, football season, elevate your tailgate. Moran Buick GMC, the 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. Right now, you can lease it $179 a month, $999 down. The Sierra for $179, insane pricing. The 25 Buick Envista, $259 a month. Both deals, 24 months. Inventory rolls in daily. All you got to do is go to MoranExpress.com. Get the certified loaner if it's a service issue, or you can just check stock. It's fast, it's easy, it's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Is this the Rico rank thing?
No, this is my best bets, Mike.
Oh, dear Jesus. Okay, let's see.
Apology. Thank you. I'm right here.
I'd like to apologize to Rico Beard. And now we slander David.
For now.
We don't have to slander me at all. You just let me know what you think about these first two games here. I'm going to put them together because it is an unranked team at home favorite against two ranked teams in college football. And it is Iowa State favored by 2.5 over BYU. And then Washington favored by 3.5 over number 23, Illinois.
I support this message. Look, Iowa State's off a bye, and they've lost 2 in a row.
Yep.
It's back against the wall. BYU emptied their bag, if you know what I mean, against Utah in the Holy War. Now they got to go on the road to Ames.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Iowa State or pass. Is
rough.
Iowa State good? Not really. But it's Bear Bachmeier, who's a young QB. This is an Iowa State spot. And then Washington, look, I'm going to stand with Raspberry Beret over here. I think UW at home is different.
They are.
Illinois' defense, I saw them get dotted for 500 against Purdue, 450 against Duke. Duke just kept shooting themselves in the ding-a-ling.
Games at Washington, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. I still believe there's something when you cross the Mississippi. So I know Indiana kind of spat in the face of that, and so did Ohio State, but I don't think Illinois is in that same stratosphere.
This is a DeMond Williams bounce-back spot.
It has to be.
Yeah, he worst game he ever played.
Let's go over to the SEC. I have two games here that I want to focus on. And I want to focus on a lot of points here with this Auburn at Arkansas game. The over-under is 56.5, and I am going over.
No, thank you.
Okay.
I can't play an over that features Jackson Arnold.
I understand that.
No.
See, I would just say I can't do an over with the Auburn defense.
Listen, all I tell you with Auburn's offense, we spent a lot of time talking about escorts in college football, a.k.a. the players. Auburn would enter a brothel and still leave a virgin. Just no to anything Auburn that requires offense and scoring.
I thought she was just really being nice to me. We got a second date coming up. We're going to the movies.
Just have Hugh Freeze getting his phone like he was at Ole Miss again.
Okay, then.
We're going to get ice cream next week. What do you mean?
Let's go over to the Missouri at Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is a 2.5-point favorite.
Say it.
And here's the thing. I'm going Vanderbilt here.
No.
Yes. Yeah. Here's why. I think we know who Missouri is now. They started 5-0, did not have a tough schedule until 2 weeks ago. They've lost 2 games since then.
All right. Let me sell you this pen. Missouri leads the nation in pressure rate at about 41%. Vandy's outside the top 100 in pass pro. And as good as Pavia's been against pressure, you're not going to live that way. Then you got to factor in Missouri with that running game against a Vandy team who plays slow as dirt, low scoring. You got to take the 2.5 here. I like Mizzou here. Plus, I've had enough of Diego Pavia. He's 70 years old.
Oh, Zion Young.
Hey, he's a superstar.
You know what? One of the logos on his helmet will say MSU.
Sure will. Yes, it will.
Yeah. Doubt it.
His senior day when he's got 5 logos, there you go.
No, I like Mizzou in that game, so we're whatever.
Let's move over to the ACC.
Yes, say it. Come on.
If you don't want fun, then watch this game. Syracuse at number 7, Georgia Tech.
Nope, that's not the one.
The over-under is 52.5, and you have to take the under in this one.
Yeah, Syracuse is another, they can't score. Quarterback's dead.
Yep.
Fran Brown walked in, got 10 wins, and the re-up didn't go so well. This team blows.
Yeah, Syracuse, they might move the ball fast, but they don't move the ball far.
No.
They'll
run the 3 best plays they can in 38 seconds.
So old school tech.
And go 15 yards.
Yeah.
With the 4 plays.
No, I got an ACC game we did on Cash Ticket. It just isn't that one.
Okay. What is your ACC game?
Way grosser. Wake Forest. Off the bye, at home, catching 3.5. SMU played Clemson last week and won. Flew home, turned around. We're going to fly back out to the East Coast for an 11 a.m., 10 a.m. kick. It's sneaky. It's gross. And Jennings, their quarterback, is on one leg. He re-aggravated the ankle injury he's been dealing with since week 2.
Very gross.
Plus,
CW network.
You can't lose to a mascot with a walking stick.
Oh, but wait. On the CW network, we'll see David's commercials.
No, you know who's going to be calling that game?
Who?
There's a deep fly to right by Castellano. I don't know if I'm going to be on this headset ever again. That's a Tom Brenneman special on the C-Dub. That's where he's resurfaced.
Oh, really?
He does off-brand ACC games.
Correct.
That's going to be a home run.
I watched
I
that
pride
Baylor.
myself as a man of faith. I'll never be able to unhear the Castellanos home run call. He called Miami and South Florida.
He did.
I had to mute it.
He did.
All I kept hearing was like, and there's a drive to right.
And then I'm going to close out the college portion with this one, and I'm going to run away. I'm going to say it very quickly, and I'm going to run away.
What?
Michigan at Michigan State plus 14.5 Michigan State. I'm done. That's all I got to say.
Can't do it.
You know what, David? It's smart. Mike, here's why.
Late in games.
I'm listening. David just nailed it. Late in the game, all of a sudden, the team will rally and say, what was the point spread? Looks like, seems like, feels like. Oh, it was 14.5. Let's go kick a field goal, make it a 12-point game. Michigan will win by.
It'd be just, I would stay away in some.
So, David, I understand. Been burned by that a bunch of times.
Yeah, like 2-3 weeks in a row I have.
Last week. So.
Yeah, thanks for the field goal.
Like, wait, you're down by wait. Why are you
when
kicking
he
a field
kicked
goal?
that field goal, I was the Nick Young meme.
Yes, I was like, wait, did this just happen?
Why aren't you going for it?
Did this MF just do what I just watched?
Because I'll say this: if
Question mark?
If you put your backup QB and he just scores a touchdown, you know what? I ain't mad at you. You didn't quit. You kicked a field goal. Well, I just wanted to give him a real-time advantage of kicking in the rain. What? Okay. So you didn't want to go with the Ole Miss, Oklahoma?
I have this on my list. I do have this on my list. I'm leaning Oklahoma, minus 5.5.
I'm with you there.
Okay.
I got a lot of reasons, but I already gave them all in the pod, so you can go listen to that.
But that one definitely was on my list. I do like that game as well. I
Go
just
to the
didn't want to
NFL.
do all
Let me
SEC.
hear some of your
Northwestern
crappy.
Nebraska?
Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear.
There's two games that I like in the NFL.
They should play that game at Gitmo as torture.
Two games
That
that I like
game
in
is
the
awful.
NFL.
Oh, remember, that was the Hail Mary game a few years ago.
That game is awful.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
The first game in the NFL that I like, Dallas
Yes.
at Denver, plus 3.5 for the Cowboys.
I'm a sucker for it. Yep. I hate the Cowboys, but I love that offense.
Well, because here it is.
They are nasty.
You're exactly right. It's their offense. And Denver's defense, while we've said it's great, it's wonderful. They went against Cam Ward. They went against both New York teams. They went against Jake Browning. So are they really that great? Because when they faced the Chargers scored on them. When they faced the Colts scored on them.
What's the over-under?
I don't have the over-under right next to me.
I do 50.5.
I would
Go
take the
over.
over. Dallas doesn't win unless they score 40 points. So, and they scored 30. Yeah, they do. They scored 30 points by halftime. So,
Well, you're not going to like my last NFL game here.
Okay.
It involves your team. The 49ers going to the Texans. Has to do more with the Texans.
Okay.
The over-under is 41.5. I'm going under. The Texans don't provide any offense.
No, David, that's actually a smart bet. 41.5?
Yeah.
Jeez. But you know what? Texans defense.
No Nico. Yeah.
No, but the Texans don't allow you to score. And the Niners, Mac Jones wins, but they don't win big.
Spike play, Texans.
Ooh.
That's just good.
That's 1.5 is what I see right here, Texans. Okay.
Can't take any more of the zombie Niners. Just go away already.
Okay.
You lost too many good players. Just leave.
CMC.
Leave.
CMC.
Leave. Your Uber's here. Leave.
Well, your tight end is back.
Yippee. 0 catches, 0 yards.
You
You,
know
couldn't
why?
even use your good players.
You want to know why? Because I told him, don't do anything.
There
because
you
I didn't
go.
like your attitude.
That's nice.
Those are your best bets.
Every Thursday, FanDuel's got the $2 million jackpot bonus bets. Again, it's a prop thing, so if you're into it, cool. If not, like I said, do your thing. First or last touchdown of the game tonight. If you hit that, you're entered in the pool to win your share of $2 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-ins required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. I know we got to catch up on these. We've talked a lot about the scandal with the Chauncey Billups, FBI, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier. We'll get back into a little college football stuff, being it's Michigan State this week. But some views on the sport and what we think is a root cause of rivalries everywhere suffering. Some way less than others, no question. Some have been completely wrecked. And I do feel like Michigan State, largely it's our fault as Spartans. I'd like to say it's our fault. The rivalry feels like it's never been less important. Now, I'm sure Wolverines will scream and yell and tell us how important it is, even though the rest of the year they tell us we're not the rival. So that's kind of something you guys need to figure out amongst yourselves at your cult meetings. David, what do you have?
My faith is gone in sports. Maybe high school sports still safe, but the NFL refs and then all the NBA stuff, the NBA still has not owned up to the Donaghy stuff. So faith is gone. The league is owned by sports betting. It's not the other way around. The league will never own up to it.
I mean, that's kind of that's like an old Vegas opinion where, the mob owns Vegas and the mob you got to kind of put a tinfoil hat on to tell me that sports betting runs the NFL when franchise valuations and the people who own these teams, I can't get there. Now, if you want to say they're keeping dangerous bedfellows, once again, it's far different from a couple of knobs like me and Rico talking about who we like in a game or talking about a FanDuel parlay. When you are putting sports books on your stadium, real estate in your stadium, sponsorship that is in game, where the networks covering you run a sports book, that's a whole different thing.
I was about to say, maybe it's a little bit of a combo meal timeshare where they both have a little say in it, where it is the gambling people and it is the networks.
Look, I think what's going to happen is this. I think what'll happen.
Money's coming from so many different revenues.
This happened with weed. It's going to happen with the gambling. You've hit the zenith. It's going to taper off, and it'll always be what it's always been, niche. Plenty of people go their whole life never betting a game. Other people will ruin their lives betting games. And then there's the rest of the people in the middle. The point is, it's on the downturn. It was never going to be sustainable. It's just like the weed thing. Remember when everybody had a cousin who owned a dispensary or was going to get into cannabis? Mm-hmm. You get to a point, Rico, I just think we're on the come down. It has to realign because it is going to hurt people's ability to take this stuff seriously as more of these scandals come out. By the way, Adam Silver's no dummy. Chauncey Billups has some real problems in that indictment. Terry Rozier, that's real time. That's way worse than anything Pete Rose did.
Yeah. See, but Mike, you said it, and you brought it up earlier. You talk about they're in bed with each other. That's why to see it in real time this morning on ESPN as they're talking about it, and the bottom line just drops out that said ESPN bet. It was like, wow, in real time.
This is the point. And
right. Somebody's in the back. Get rid of the logo. Get rid of the logo. Take the bug out. Take it out. There we go.
But this is the problem. But again, this is the issue I have with sports books like FanDuel owning a network. I don't like that. I think that's a bridge too far. I think when ESPN Bet became a thing, and then who owns 10% of ESPN? The NFL. So you have a network that runs a book who's partially owned by the league. It's just as the drop we had of you back in the day, it's just too hot. It's just you're flying too close to the sun.
Fair.
There has to be a scale back on things. And then you get into the coverage stuff where it's like, listen, if you got to endure one FanDuel commercial an hour for radio, it's one thing. You know what I don't need? Live updates from the sideline on Bob Smitherman's SGP in the bottom of the sixth of the Rangers and Mariners.
Hey, I got one for you.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Yeah, like
Stephen A. List.
They start the first quarter, and then they came back with Kenny and Charles's picks for I don't need this from you. I want to watch the basketball game.
Don't need it.
Someone says, indictment specifically says Billups told a defendant he was tanking and sitting players in March of 24. More is coming, guys. It's going to be bigger.
I've alluded to it I didn't want to like condemn Chauncey because it's not out there yet. When I say he has problems in this indictment, that's what I'm referring to.
Well, this one,
do you think it'll get to the point where they have to take his jersey down, or does it stay up here?
He might not have to worry about that. What about the one he just got, the jacket he just got in the Hall of Fame?
Whoa.
Asking.
I'm just.
I know all allegations. These are just open questions. This is radio. This is what we do.
I mean, it took forever I know, different sport, different league, but they never put Pete Rose in.
Well, there's a long-standing thing that if Pete had stuck to the program and stayed out of casinos and stopped hawking autographs, he was going to get in. And what did he do? He basically farted in the face of MLB, and basically planted himself in Vegas. He would have gotten in. And also, he had a deal to get in, but then, what is it, Bart Giamatti died, or was it Faye Vincent? I forget what it was.
I think it was Vincent.
There's a lot there. Sorry.
I'm one of probably 5 listeners who is a Blazers fan. And they blew a lot of fourth quarter leads last year, like so many that if it came out that it was fixed, I wouldn't be shocked.
And that goes to what I said about the whole
can we say
that, sometimes you just can't believe what you see, or things are exactly what you think that they are. Like, that didn't look right. We may need to investigate the end of this game.
Network oversaturation is what's killing it for me. Mm-hmm. I just don't want to watch a football game on Christmas. That is Eric in Traverse City.
I mean, do you realize it's gotten to a point? Like, think about this. We are normalizing Monday Night Football doubleheader with a 10 p.m. game. Why? Monday Night Football is dun, 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 and 8 o'clock, and one game, and that's it. Done.
But they give you the Manning brothers.
I don't need either of them. Thursday night football. There's going to be Friday night football, Saturday night football. The week of Christmas, I think they're going to play like 7 straight days, including on Christmas. I'm with the people on this. See, it's one thing to have to go find this stuff. It's another, like, you're a Lions fan, you love your team. You don't need them on Christmas Day. You don't. That's what's hurting sports for me, because we're all, like, again, there's no Bleeding Hearts or Sarah McLachlan playing in the background, but we're all people. We have lives outside of sports. Like, these leagues want more of our discretionary time. And I don't like it.
I mean, imagine.
I was waiting for a why.
No, it's not a why. It's like, no, it's Christmas. You got to decide, okay, I'm going to hang out with the family. You're watching the game. It's a close game. And now imagine you got some stuff you're going to do later and they lose a heartbreaker. You're not in the mood for what's going to happen for the rest of the evening because you just watched your team lose on Christmas Day.
God, that's gross.
Whack.
Thanks. See, I knew it. I knew there would be. So that's a delayed whack.
No, it wasn't delayed whack.
What, were you saving it? You had it the whole time? You just set me up?
I'm just saying.
I stopped believing in the legitimacy of football when instant replay came along, and obvious calls would still be called wrong.
Shout out Auburn, Georgia. Something's wrong here. I was Charles Ramsey the night of Georgia-Auburn. That was me 18 times during Georgia-Auburn. I was Charles Ramsey. I would have needed a wig to match the hair, but that was me. That looked crooked. And then weeks later, and you got to search for this story.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway. The lead official, that good old boy network, that dude just got put on permanent suspension by the SEC very quietly. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, it is, because when you go to ESPN, you don't see it on the college football page anywhere.
And Terry McCauley went ape bleep on socials, ripping this decision, and it's like, Terry, I don't think you understand what you're talking about here. The fact that they made it requires, there should have been, if ESPN was even a remotely honest product, a full, I don't need Pablo Torre. I just need somebody at ESPN, pull up all the calls that were made in that game, write the article.
And that's what bothers you, is that, come on, guys, we all see it, just acknowledge it.
It's the commercial where you don't want to become your parents, And he's like,
Dr.
hey,
Rick.
No,
Yeah.
we all see it because the guy's got blue hair or
Right.
whatever. We see it.
We see it.
We see it.
We don't need to talk about
You
it.
got to acknowledge it. Come on. It's the same crap they did when Nepo baby Bob Eagle or whatever his name is. Well,
Ian.
Michigan's been through a lot of adversity.
Noah.
Noah Eagle,
Noah
yeah.
Eagle. It's not adversity, you idiot. It's cheating.
Oh, you're right. That whole tour, and they just refuse to say it. Well, they've overcome some things. They've overcome. They put themselves in that situation.
Something's wrong
And
here.
then they got the NCAA saying, it's a legitimate championship.
If somebody could do a video of every call against Auburn against Georgia and just put Charles Ramsey in the corner of the screen saying, something's wrong here. That game was crooked as the day is long. Dead giveaway. They should do a VH1 Where Are They Now? Where is that guy?
Which one?
Charles Ramsey.
I don't know.
I like that guy. I like the rest of what he said too, but I'm not going to say it because it'll turn me into a drop.
What did he say?
Not doing it.
Not even recording. Go ahead.
Look,
Right.
we're not going to do anything.
Yeah. You know
Right
what?
hand, right
Not
here.
cool to lie when you got Jesus on your shirt. Just throwing that out there.
He's walking away.
We all
Nobody's
see it.
recording anything.
We all see it right there.
Okay. You
You're
know what?
wearing a holy shirt and you're openly lying. now
David,
that's
We
some
all
bad-
see it. We all see it.
Kenny, something's wrong here.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
Let's just go ahead and David. Now we're in commercial. Go ahead, Mike.
We're all set. 97.1. 5 o'clock, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind if you would like more of the Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones catastrophe scandal. We want to circle back a little bit, and I want to know if I have found the root cause of some of, this is a tongue twister, rivalry erosion. So Michigan State, we know obviously if State were good and Michigan was better, like if this was 2021, there would certainly be more energy to this. What level, I don't know, because we're in a weird time.
Bro, if we were at least, if MSU was like Michigan was favored by like 5 points, okay, that's less than a touchdown.
I've heard that. That's good math by you.
Try.
I college football, you know my thoughts on it, but I described it in a way yesterday, and we didn't have a chance to really go down this path. But Rico reacted to it where it was like, wait a minute. But I have used the term for Michigan State and players at large is it's gutless right now. It feels soulless. How about that? And I've called college football players in the system they're in right now, whether they realize it or not, they're escorts. There's no stake in the game for a lot of these guys. Not all, but a lot. They get paid. They don't have to perform. They can leave at the first sign of any adversity. And we want them to love our schools and love these rivalries. The problem is nobody's around long enough to learn anything about it. You're bringing in 30, 40, 50 players every year. You got guys who were here last year who left. New guys show up. They don't know nothing. The rivalry like Michigan and Michigan State. Now, I'm not speaking for Michigan. I'm speaking for my program. Michigan State was built on player development, toughness. Even when we were bad, you can go back to the less talented Perlis teams. You can go to Nick Saban's tenure outside of 1999. You can go to John L. Smith, for God's sakes, who went to overtime against Michigan back-to-back years. When you played MSU, you beat them, but you know you played them. MSU's lost all identity because these players are nothing more than escorts, prostitutes, whatever you want to call it. They're there, not because they necessarily want to be. It's because they're paid to be. It's no different than a Vegas convention and a vacuum salesman. I mean, when Lane Kiffin openly says, no longer am I asked about facilities, I'm not asked about academics, I'm not asked about the scheme, I'm not asked about, am I going to even take care of your son? They just want to know the offer. That's it. How's that any that's escort level. Well, that attacks that while I want players to be paid, it attacks the fabric of a week like this where Michigan and Michigan State is something different. Now, all rivalries have taken a hit at one level or another. Even the game, Michigan-Ohio State, it means less. Why? Michigan beat them last year. Ohio State won the national title.
Yep.
It has taken a hit from the system.
Yeah. Now, it's good for 24 hours.
Right. Now, other rivalries have outright been destroyed. The teams don't play anymore. Then there's everything else in the middle. I truly believe this is my view, is that the players are being asked to do something they can't do because they're in a system that doesn't allow for it. Mm-hmm. And it hurts my ability to care. It makes me like the players less, quite honestly, because why did we like college football? Those are our guys. Mm-hmm. They made a decision on one level or another that even if there was a Wendy's bag attached to it, they wanted to go to that school. They wanted to play for that coach. They liked the system. And they wanted to be there.
Yeah, right. Because you knew they were going to graduate. You know they were going to hate the same teams that you hated, loved. I mean, think about this, man. Like years ago, I forgot which one. The boring kid who left. He left Michigan and went to Ohio State.
Justin Boren, the O-lineman.
Hated. Why? You don't do that. Now, it's no big deal. Because you don't know that that's your rival.
That's the other problem.
They just pay me more money.
We have players now playing for basically 3 schools in 5 years or 2.5 schools in 4. I'm asking the question to you. When I use terms like I think MSU has a soulless or gutless program. We've lost our complete identity. I do think the system plays a role in that. It's hard to develop players when they're not around. It's hard to learn what the hell it means to be, all jokes aside about, it means losing, to be a Spartan, to understand this rivalry. That chip on your shoulder, that rivalry, that takes time to understand. Well, how can I ask a kid from Wake Forest who has no clue what the hell this is to understand that? Now, the other problem, when I use terms like gutless or soulless, I've seen MSU quit in 3 of their last, 8 conference games? And we can go down that path.
Yeah, getting blown out, double-digit losses.
Oh, when you have a bowl on the line and you're at home against Rutgers and you give up 40 straight, you quit. That ain't a talent thing. Don't sell me on that. When UCLA shows up with Joffrey Lannister and they drop 40 on you on homecoming, you quit. When Jalen Berger, who's a bum, says you quit, you
scored 3 touchdowns on you.
Dead giveaway. There is something wrong here. That was Jalen Berger.
Go ahead and finish that.
But I'm asking you guys that as we approach Saturday, whether you're amped up for it or you don't care or you've reached Latte Larry face like Rico and I, do you think I have painted a picture? Do you see it the way I do? Because if you don't, that's okay, but I need to hear your side of it. I need to know that if you disagree with how I view players and the system and the sport and how it's killed my love for it, ergo killing the rivalry, if it hasn't for you, just tell us why.
Yeah, give us a call, 248-539-9797. Because, look, I told you, man, 2 falls ago, like, Mike, I may be teetering towards your side. And I do think that, you know what, if you have a team that's winning, like I don't think, Buckeyes, or I don't think like Hoosier fans are sitting there saying, oh, college football sucks. They love it. Why? Team's good. When your team is not good, I mean, it's something to do on a Saturday, but you don't look forward to it. This was one of the most toxic weeks in the state of Michigan. It started as soon as the games ended that Saturday night, and it was all of a sudden rivalry week. It's just quietly come and gone. And before you know it, if it wasn't on Big Ten Saturday night,
oh, good,
I don't think anybody would really pay that much attention to it. And this thing used to be the biggest thing ever. It was either, you were green or you were blue in this state. Now it's just kind of.
Rico, we've done live events to a sold out audience. We've done a live event in East Lansing and hit capacity for the venue. Those things aren't happening this year.
No.
There's no crossover between the shows. There's no special programming. There's nothing. So it's not, this is not imagined. So yes, MSU takes responsibility for a lot of it because they're such egregious ass that it's hard to get excited. But my point is, from a Spartan perspective, if Spartans want to get mad at me because players are escorts, they're escorts. All these players are escorts. Yeah. Rico wants me to use the term mercenary, like somehow a war merchant is classier. Fine.
You don't have to show your behind if you're a war merchant.
Fine. It's still unscrupulous.
Yes. But look, for me, I'm more disenfranchised with this whole thing because I don't really see the future. I don't see where, okay, you're going to be bad, but it's going to get better. Like David and Michigan fans can look and say, you know what? Here's Underwood. Underwood sticks around. This kid's going to be good. We're going to be good. We're going to be winning stuff. We're going to be going to the playoffs. We may have a shot at the national title. I don't see that at MSU. I don't see this hot shot anybody that I'm like, oh, okay. If anything, you're like, oh, my goodness, quickly, as soon as the season's over, go hide Nick Marsh so that nobody can find him, take his phone away from him, and don't let any of his people talk to anybody.
Awesome. 248-539-9797. David, anything you'd like to add?
You guys said it all.
That felt patronizing, but I'll take it.
No.
All right, football season is here. Your TV should be ready for every big play. In the case of Michigan State, every false start, every blown pass protection, every incomplete pass. You want them in crystal clear 4K glory. Go to Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. TV's so good, it'll make you think MSU's got a football team.
Yes!
They deliver, they install, they make sure everything works perfectly. It's the opposite of MSU's offensive quality control. Paulson's dedicated service department, they will install. You will be the happiest person in the world. They have got you covered. Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100, or go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. Okay, David, ticket text, and then we can get to the people and just see where people are at. But I think it paints an accurate description of where this sport is, at least in my world. David, go ahead, buddy.
NIL has given all the leverage to children and their parents, and the NCAA is enabling it. The whole thing is just a joke.
Correct. But the NCAA has no power because they can't win an antitrust lawsuit. They're not going to win in court. Look, the whole idea of this is if you don't have a commish and you don't have contracts, this is where you end up. And the whole thing's a folly. Anyone who still loves college football, you're welcome to do it. I just don't understand you. I don't. This whole thing is a clown car.
In regard to the rivalries being diluted, you're leaving out the part that fans aren't the same anymore either. People are so divided on life, they have developed an I don't care about anything attitude, and now sports is included.
I don't know about that. Not when you're setting records for viewership and revenue, etc. I would need you to elaborate more.
Yeah, and I would say, unfortunately, when you see the amount of violence happening at games, I would say that people still kind of care.
See, I also believe, this is just my belief, that those numbers of ratings are diluted because of streaming.
Oh, boy.
That it may not be what they say it is because of that. I don't know. Just that's just me.
No, David, it's very complicated because yes,
it is.
They don't know quite how to accurately count that, so I'll allow that.
Thank you. College football is no longer college football. It is now a semi-pro sport where athletes are getting paid and they have a more robust free agent system than the NFL.
It just feels empty. Mm-hmm. That's my whole point. Like, they're wearing the same helmets, but it's not the same thing. It's just not. Not in my case. Not in my school, not watching games. Again, I joke with Kenny in the SEC, it means more. There's a level of how I feel in the SEC where, look, like Kenny, you're a Georgia fan. They're using the portal. They're doing it the right way. They're trying to put the best team possible on the field. But look at all the players that are on your team that weren't there last year. They have no understanding of what Georgia football is about. They have no understanding what the rivalries are. They just, it's synthetic. They can put the helmet on, but it doesn't mean they're Georgia Bulldogs.
And then add to the fact that if you lose to, say, your biggest rival, if you lose to Alabama, you're still making the playoff.
100%.
So that also dilutes the rivalry.
Notre Dame lost their two biggest games of the year. They're going to get in. That's just not where I want to be with the sport. That's before we get to a lot of rivalries dying because you don't even play the team anymore. Because the conferences are so big. Or your team left for the Happy Action Fun Time Conference or whatever it is.
You're not rooting for these teams anymore. You're rooting for laundry because the players inside of that laundry is, I mean, you're right. They change every 1-2 years.
And unfortunately, no adult just stepped up and said, this is how it's going to be done. And when it came to NIL, when it came to the playoffs, when it came to a lot of different things, this could have all been fixed, but it was just like, whatever, such a laissez-faire attitude, do whatever you want.
No, you said it best earlier. This was years ago you said it. The NCAA is going to wait until you come back to say we need your help. One problem, they never did. And you know who stepped in?
TV.
Now the ultimate sugar daddy. It's like Al Pacino dating a 26-year-old.
No.
TV stepped in.
TV came in because it was like an 8-game playoff. I mean, 18 playoff would have been great because games still would have mattered.
No, wait till they go to 16. You get a 4-loss team in a playoff. I can't wait.
Thanks a lot, Rico.
Oh, David, go ahead.
You know what? As I stood up for you today while you were on the phone, Kenny, that won't happen again.
These reasons
All I
are
know
why
is Kenny came running into my arms.
These reasons
Something's wrong here.
Dead giveaway.
These reasons are why I'm happy to be a CMU alum and fan. The MAC doesn't have the money to care about anything but rivalries. It's why the conference had some of the best rivalries in the country.
But see here, with the MAC, the thing is, you're a community college now. Because as soon as you have any player that's worth a damn.
Hasn't Central always been that?
Gone and going to play for a real program.
We got to get Cookie's transcripts.
But that's how sad college football is. Because I think you may remember this after week 1 of both Michigan State and Michigan's game. And I came to you guys on Monday and said, man, there's a guy on New Mexico. There's a guy on, I think it was Youngstown. He's gone.
Yeah,
he keeps playing this year. He's gone.
The New Mexico tight end, I believe.
Yeah, the tight end.
Oh, yeah, he won't be there.
Number 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yep.
And then the kid for Western, number 11, the pass rusher.
That's what it was, Western.
But then
yes.
again, he may not actually be good. It may just be State's tackle.
Well, that's what I'm
suck.
saying.
Sorry.
But the fact that you think about that, though, it's like, they're gone.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
week
it's
one,
like,
you're thinking that. What?
you tell your assistant coach, go give him one of our cards. When you do the handshake line, here you go.
See you down the line.
David, it's kind of like how your uncles would sneak you money and fold it up in the hand and give you a hug, but it really is money in there.
That's not how it worked for me.
Oh, that's why I said David.
What?
I know what you're talking about.
Right.
What?
See, for you, they probably just said,
Go ahead.
Michael, here you go.
Oh, what? They handed me a
Here's
cannoli?
card.
Is that what we're going to do? Go ahead. Lean right into it with today's news.
They sprinkled.
I did not play that.
They sprinkled some mozzarella in your pocket.
There you go.
They would probably just hand you it in a card or say, here you go, Michael.
No.
Happy birthday.
Actually, no.
Right.
Hey, look, guess what? And for all the texters, no, I'm not related to the people in the probe today, okay?
No.
Thanks.
No, just, you know.
Hey, Chauncey, come here.
Go ahead, Kenny. You
You gotta stop, Kenny. You gotta stop.
May as well throw a Mamma Mia out there for everybody, right?
I feel like I should bring up fried chicken all of a sudden to make
Why
it
is
easy.
Kenny holding an entire leg of prosciutto? Go ahead. Lean right into it. Bastards. All right. You've heard the ads. Lawyers bragging about verdicts. Oh, no, I did it again to Rico. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you about David Femininio. To hell with Rico. David Femininio is different. He wins big, but it's not about bragging rights. It's about what the money does for you, covering your medical costs, keeping your family steady, helping you move forward. What is your problem? Your case, your life. If you're in a car accident, call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go online anytime to GetDavid. GetPaid.com.
Mike loves it so much, and you two love to tell me how wrong I am. But spoiler alert, the Niners are back in here. Let's go. Buddy.
Just say your piece.
No, for you, honestly, last little bit of pain for you. Your Giants were this close to making the top 14. So just
I'm
wanna
this
let you know.
close to slashing your tires.
Okay.
Why don't we just move on? That game didn't take place. I have done a Men in Black memory stick.
Neuralizer.
Didn't happen.
Okay. David, your Pittsburgh Steelers coming in at 14.
They'll be
Comments?
out of it next week. So I know where this is going. Where this is heading.
You know, it's interesting. Normally,
let's move past it.
Okay.
Let's move past it.
I was just going to say, normally, Steelers off a loss, Tomlin at home as an underdog, it's an autoplay. Yet I don't feel that way. The Steelers secondary might be the most unathletic secondary in the league.
Correct.
They just look slow against Jordan Love and a bunch of little speedy, tiny receivers. I don't know.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey looks amazing out there, doesn't he?
Hey, he had that big hit against the Jets. All right.
Making
next.
their debut.
Feels like forever ago.
4 wins in a row. Chicago Bears at 13.
Oh, there is something wrong here. You cannot have them this high.
Let me tell you, you're acting as if there's a ton of great teams in the NFL.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm with you that they could be real. They have Baltimore, Cincy, and the Giants. Now, they're almost 7-point underdogs to the Ravens this week. You can have them appear here, but this might be like whack-a-mole.
Okay.
Boom. They might get drilled Sunday.
Once again, this isn't where I think they're going to be. It's
Right.
where it's a snapshot in right now.
Yeah, the back end of the rankings will probably be out of the rankings next week.
Right. So, yeah, they made it in. And there you go. At 12.
You too. Nope.
At 12, I have the Buffalo Bills.
I'm fine with the slander because I'm tired of their BS. This defense, they rebuilt it again. We're building it to beat the Chiefs. One problem, you can't beat anybody else. They can't stop the run again. And hey, tell me if you heard this before. Matt Milano's hurt. It's the same thing. I love it. You keep them right there at 12.
I also think it's fair because they had a bye week. So they weren't able to show us that they're not as bad as they've shown us the last few weeks.
Be careful
So give
going
them
to
a
the
chance.
Panthers. You can't stop the run. Be careful. The Rico Dowdell Express.
They only play him half the time now. So I lost my fantasy game. Anyway, at number 11, the Green Bay Packers.
I like this slander. I understand the record's pretty, but the tape isn't. Not impressive against Jacoby Brissett. Not impressive overall. Now, they got to go on the road in primetime against Steelers and show us a little something.
They will.
Okay, well, I'm glad you believe. I'll believe it when I see it. I like he's got him outside the top 10.
It's more about the slander of the Steelers more than the Packers. Love.
Noted.
At number 10, we got the San Francisco 49ers. Stop Bijan, still getting it done with a bunch of gym-class heroes. Now, remember that theme because later on we'll be talking about gym-class heroes.
You can have it. You can have it. Whatever.
It's better. I don't have anything nice to say, so I'm not going to say anything. Just leave it alone.
What stopped you before? Come on. Boats
Please,
and hoes.
please
Boats
move.
and hoes.
Please move to the next. I beg you.
All right.
I can't believe that zombie-ridden team is there.
At number 9, we have the Denver Broncos.
Fine.
Did the Niners just break you?
No, but Niners with the Broncos, considering what I can't unsee from last weekend, this is a tough double dip in the rankings. David, you need to talk. I don't want to talk about the Broncos.
I think the Broncos should be lower, but I'm not. I mean, 9. Okay, for this week, show us some more, and you can move higher. But
what? 33 points in the fourth quarter wasn't enough.
Let's go. What's number 8, please?
The New England Patriots.
Yes.
Yeesh.
Drake May is a stud.
So how do you feel about the Niners?
I just hate that it's voodoo. I hate that they're just fake garbage, but yet they're here. Like they had some bum wearing Fred Werner's rookie jersey like Werner died. And here they are with no good players on defense anymore, but they shut down Atlanta. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of Logo. I'm tired of the injuries that don't matter to them, but they matter to everybody else. I've had it.
I forgot about the Warner jersey.
Can't stand anymore.
Okay.
Patriots are great.
Okay.
I love Drake May. So tired of it.
At number 7, we have the Seattle Seahawks.
Yikes.
This is a little bit high for me. I mean, I respect them, but they're a little bit high. Mike McDonald deserves a lot of credit, man. That's coach of the year level stuff he's doing. And Sam Darnold, they're going to win a lot of regular season games. They won't win anything of substance because you can't win with a ginger quarterback. But he can win a lot of meaningless
ginger
regular
quarterbacks,
season.
regular season, okay.
Yes.
Ginger quarterbacks, playoffs, not okay.
Or high leverage game, like home field's on the line. Ginger QB, poopy pants.
Good
Science.
job by you.
Yeah, better job by a guy with regular hair.
All right, at where are we at? Number 6, Philadelphia Eagles.
You know what? I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow it because there aren't a lot of teams that have 5 wins.
That's what I was about to say. I don't like it, but who else would you put there?
There it is. I mean, right here,
And that's
right.
why I said this is almost as bad as trying to do that Big Ten rankings years ago. It's like there's not a lot of great
I
teams.
still feel like if I put the Bills on a neutral field against the Eagles, the Bills would win because the Eagles can't run the ball. But in the here and now, not based on future projection or fantasy matchups, Rico's ranking them now. I'll allow it. But may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
What is it going to take to make A.J. Brown happy?
Nothing.
Seriously.
Apparently he needs to have 50% of the passes come to him, 3 touchdowns, and 250 yards receiving, and a jet sweep.
It's really amazing.
2 touchdowns, still complaining.
Hey, dude, you had like what, $162
Yes.
touchdowns?
Yes.
And they went to you on the 4th down play, and you know what? You probably could have had a 3rd touchdown, but you just fell down. You could have had more yards. I thought maybe, and you know what? And at number 5, coming back from England, we have the Los Angeles Rams.
I like that.
Puka Nacua, and
I like it.
they just murdered the Jags. Like, wow.
Very, very nuanced breakdown. They just murdered that
Mike,
team.
I'm not used to people scoring overseas. These are normally dull games. And it was like, wait a minute. They're scoring
Touchdown. Yeah.
It felt like watching a college game. Like, wow. And they didn't have their best receiver. And Devontae Adams was like, oh, I can take over. Watch this. 3 touchdowns. At number 4, coming off their Monday night loss, Tampa Bay Bucks.
Good with it. I think they're going to sink, though. I think they're in trouble against Saints this weekend.
Really?
That's a tricky road divisional game. Saints play hard. I know they turned it over, but that's an outlier. Who's healthy for the Bucks? This is going to be this. I don't think Bucky Irving
is Johnson.
Right.
Guys,
and also
I
they're
love
going
my
into a bye
basement.
week
That
after the
Matrix
game, so they
basements
could be
did
looking
for me.
ahead for
I'm
the
already
rest.
putting stuff Hey, David up never on cut out shelves, Spencer Rattler. Furniture coming in. All right. But you know
I know,
what?
he
You've
played
been hearing
poorly
me
last
talk
week, but
about
he's
it.
been
Wait,
okay.
they can do the same thing for you, and they can do it
Technically,
right
yes.
now. You don't have to wait.
Yeah, he is.
You know what you can do? You can call At up number Matrix 3, Basements, we have and the they are Indianapolis offering a Colts. build now,
Yeah, I
pay
love it.
later. Rico, what is that?
They just
That's
comprehensively
no interest
play
and no
complete
payment
football.
for 24
Let go
months.
of all
2
preconceived notions.
whole
If you just
years.
watch Daniel Jones play, you go, that's a top 8 QB in the league. Doing it with his legs, pushing the ball down the field. And Jonathan Taylor, every week I feel like he's good for a 30-yard touchdown run. Good special teams, good return unit.
Tyler Warren.
I just, Rico,
Still
yeah.
don't know how he fell to them.
Because Ben Johnson lost his mind and drafted Colston Loveland. Not that Loveland's bad. It's just that Tyler Warren was the dude.
Yes.
And at 2-1, 2 hottest teams in the NFL. At 2, Kansas City Chiefs.
I'll live with it. Lions had a chance to kill him, and they didn't. And now we're all suffering for it. But I will tell you.
And at 1, we
Now,
have...
No, there's 2. Then at 1, way over here, the Lions are so far ahead of everybody else.
Okay, you know what? Actually, not. Came down to flipping a coin. Because...
What are you, Cedric Irvin, when he was deciding to go to State or Tennessee?
Yes. Literally, they just played each other. And we saw the result of the game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But I'm giving it to the Lions for what the magic that they worked with the Legion of Whom and a bunch of gym class heroes and pulling off a Monday night game at home.
Lions are the champions of Earth.
but they just lost to the Chiefs.
Whatever. You know what? Whatever you say, Turd Ferguson.
I'm just glad he didn't do it because I thought for sure he was going to put the Chiefs number one.
No, David,
I was worried.
I thought about it because you know what? The games head-to-head have to mean something.
Do they?
Then why play them?
I'm kidding. I'm just busting your chops.
I know.
They do. I just feel like the Lions comprehensively are the best team in football right now. Lions Colts Super Bowl. Send it. God, I hope we draw the Niners in the playoffs.
Lions Colts. Wow.
David.
That'd be rivalry.
Lions Niners divisional round. Lions by 60.
What if the Colts win and Daniel Jones hoist the trophy?
That's fine. It would just continue the hellscape that is my sports world.
The only thing better would be if the game was in
Up next,
New Jersey.
Jason Tatum's Achilles. Sure. Hey, is that Bryce Underwood using the Spartan head as a toilet? Yep, that's my sports world. Whee!
That is our power rankings of the NFL team 97-1.
David, does it ever strike you that Rieger is so loud you can hear him through closed doors, studio grade glass, and I still hear him? Like, how? It's unbelievable.
I don't understand why. And for people, that was his regular voice. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't screaming. That was his regular voice. And you can hear him through the studio.
It's unreal.
Doors closed.
Ticket text, and then I'd say we'll get to Rieger, but we've already gotten that sample.
College football is ruined for me, and it makes me mad. Not sad, but mad, because I want it back. College football is an absolute cluster.
Mm-hmm.
I've never cared less in my entire life about college football.
It's fascinating because I don't know where it'll go. I mean, they can keep touting TV deals and revenue, but it's getting harder to fill stadiums. It's getting harder to get people interested. Clearly people are, but I wonder how long, like a great example, how long are donors going to keep funding this? You know what I'm saying? Oh, the rev share. Yeah, the rev share is the floor. What you do above the rev share is what's going to dictate whether you keep rolling. And literally, these donors are throwing money into an incinerator. It just, none of it makes sense to me.
Regarding the gambling, someone says, I find it hard to believe that none of the NBA referees got arrested. It seems a bit fishy knowing their history.
Neither did mortgage bankers in 2008. Like, I'm with you, okay? Trust me. You had a financial crisis in this country in 2008, and like one person went to jail. Really? You had legacy banks and investment houses go out of business. One person went to jail. Yeah, it's not a shock that you didn't see 17 officials go to jail.
I assumed the NBA was rigged already. When the Lakers won the championship the same year Kobe passed away, it seemed too much of a coincidence. Ronald in the truck.
There's a lot of those. But these scandals, look, they keep racking up. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's just they got a mess on their hands. And I think the easiest thing to be done is simple. The league has the leverage. You got to tell these sports books, we're not taking prop bets for two-way players. We're not taking prop bets for Oscar the Garbage Man. You know, if you want to have Wembanyama prop bets, that's fine. The guy's under a microscope and he makes $1 billion. He's uncompromisable. But no, we don't need prop bets for the 11th guy on the bench. Stop it. What? You're looking at me. What's your problem?
Let's get rid of all the unders. Like the under rebounds, the under assists, the under points. Get rid of all that. Just go over.
I mean, look, do whatever you want. I don't mess with that stuff, so I'll leave it to you.
I don't either.
What's going on? I don't know. Now, where's your partner? Where's Daisy Dips?
There's no Daisy Dips today.
Herbs and spices.
We're dip, baby. No, we're going to get you up to Red Wings hockey, Michael. It's a big game today against your team, the Islanders. Yeah.
Glenn
Red
Healy.
Hot Islanders.
Glenn Healy's in net tonight.
Hey, yes. The Red Hot Islanders, they've won 3 in a row. Wings looked like crap yesterday.
Kelly
by the way.
Rudy.
Name that. Were you a big Islander fan growing up?
I was a huge Islander fan growing up.
Really? So
Yeah.
Islander, Celtics, Giants, and Michigan State.
Yeah.
All over the place.
I know. No, I was a huge Islander fan on Sports Channel every night while I was doing my homework.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Those teams are god-awful. There was a transition period between Pat LaFontaine and then getting into the Ziggy Palfy, Mike Milbury era.
As a young Michael, like what was your age? Like a 13-year-old Mike Valeni.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that 93 Islanders team was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Pierre Turgeon, Benoit Hogue, Derek King.
What was the biggest heartbreak of your young youth?
Probably Giants, Rams, wild card round, Flipper Anderson, overtime winner, and he runs right up the tunnel and the game's over. Your season's over. Mark Collins got a terrible pass interference. That would be one. The Islanders losing to the Canadiens in the
I
Eastern
remember
Conference
that.
Finals because they had beaten they beat the Capitals. Dale Hunter cheap shotted Pierre Turgeon in it like right before the handshake line, basically sent him into the board, separated his shoulder. The Islanders took down the defending Stanley Cup 1 seed Pens in Game 7. I think it was Easter Sunday. Double overtime. David Volek in Pittsburgh.
Jesus.
Ends. Mario Lemieux and Yager and Samuelson ends them. And then they go to take on the Canadiens, and we got dusted. That was heartbreaking because that team was like, it was the only good Islander
like
team
were you
in my
a
youth.
kid that threw crap and swore like insane? Like,
Sure.
did Big G have to like shun you to some place, like get the hell out of the house?
I got kicked out of the 1990 Super Bowl party.
Giants are in it.
I was being too negative as a 9-year-old.
What were you saying?
He made me watch it in the back room, and then I got to re-enter the party for the fourth quarter to see the Giants.
You know how they have Young Sheldon,
Yeah.
the TV show? I wish they had a TV show, Young Mike. Could you imagine?
This is the origin story of Mike Valeni.
This would be unbelievable. Young Mike just watching on like low def black and white TVs with Big G, watching all these moments that have formed what we see today.
It's also how I got my absolute hatred for most GMs and owners. I had Mike Milbury, a.k.a. Matt Millen on ice, running my team. Then I had a fraud by my team. Remember David Spano?
I do.
So Guy had no money, and he almost conned the NHL into granting him complete control of the Islanders. Then we had the Charles Wang era. That dope.
It was conversations at dinner to Big G like Dad, they're effing up the team.
No,
Come on.
No. There was no sports at the table.
So
that was
I got you.
forbidden by my mom.
I'm fascinated by this.
No. You did not do the whole, hey, Dad, the Celtics are playing the Knicks tonight. No, absolutely not. Anything else you want to know?
No, I think that's good.
All right, good talk. What do you got coming up next?
Nicely done. We're going to talk gambling. Is it ruining you as a fan? Now that Rozier and Chauncey and Jones comes out, I do wonder, is there one play that people are convinced, Steve, please, is there one play that people are convinced the take was on? Like, you don't agree, Steve? Like, is there
I'm going to
one
stand by it. Jackson Arnold, Georgia Auburn, the heinous non-touchdown into fumble, and now that ref has been suspended permanently by the SEC.
Yeah, I heard you guys